Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of the Jade Cup. My name's Gangly. I'm going to be your host for the weekend. I'm joined by some of my most beautiful co-casters, co-commentators on the weekend. We got Admirable, Boop, Crowan, and Mort Dog. Listen, final day of the competition. I think we all have our highlights. Obviously, mine was hearing Boop refer to traditional sports as flesh sports. But Boop, I know. Boop, you had a highlight of your own. I want to talk about this off the top. At the top of the show yesterday, you talked about Malala, saying, This is a player who's going to go far this tournament. This is a player I have some expectations for. And at the end of the day yesterday, they ended on top, highest point scorer on the day.
So if we were, if you've been paying attention to a lot of these kind of day threes and a lot of tournaments, a player that always does well has always done Malala. So now we have the first step done for Malala in terms of we got to the final day, right? So this is where we have kind of tripped up in the past. So now is the time to kind of like put up and shut up, right? Let's not get victimized by the first place curse and continue playing like we did on the day before. I'm so excited to see if Malala is going to be able to do that because this player has had potential for a very long time, and it can be frustrating to be declared as the player with potential for so long, and it's so cool to see someone actually reaching it. So today might be a big day for players like Malala.
I'm also liking this first step kind of completed aspect that Boop has presented here now, because we can also move that over into just the macro view of it, of the expectation versus the breakout performance. Here on the day 4 of Jade Cup now, we have 16 players who were here on the final day of Astral Cup and 16 players who were not on the final day of Astral Cup. So a very strong contrast and comparison that we have here on the final day for that as well.
Yeah, and we talk about 16 players making it from the Astral Cup. But if we look at the top 8 highest point scorers, Crowan, from yesterday, day 3, 7 of those players were in the final day of the Astral Cup.
Yeah, I think this speaks to the tournament comfortability of these players, or at least I think it's specifically set 7 comfortability, because 5 out of those 8 players are still relatively new to the tournament space, aren't quite that old guard yet, but set 7 really seems to be their kind of breakout time, where specifically the whole top 4 from yesterday are all kind of newer players to this tournament scene, but they're doing phenomenally well, so big expectations for them leading into today.
Yeah, I think another big part of this here is also we're just coming off the B patch. And oftentimes when we do these tournaments on the weekend right after a patch, it's who can really adapt and figure out the meta quickest. And I think, again, we talked about this yesterday with like Jade and Corky being the known quantities, but Deja coming out as the big star. Players who really understood the Deja line and how to play it were rewarded for it yesterday. Today, it may not be as easy, right? People are going to adapt. They know kind of what's going in. And so we'll have to see if that change in understanding changes the outcome today.
Brings up a great point there. Yeah, the meta does develop since the patch comes out, but also develops throughout the weekend when we have so many games happening all at once. Players learn and they develop. We're going to have more time to talk about what we have in store for the rest of the day and the players that we'll have. But first, let's talk about the format. Let's look back first to see how we got here in the first place. Last weekend, we had 128 players competing over the course of 2 days. By the end of it, 32 players remained, and they met up with 32 additional players yesterday. They played 6 games, reseeded lobbies every 2, and at the end of the day, 32 players remain, and they will be competing today in the 4th and final day of the Jade Cup. We'll be playing 5 games, and at the end of 5 games, the top 8 players will move on to 2 additional games where they will play for their final placement. Now, it's also important to keep in mind that players were able to earn bonus points yesterday by placing in the top 4, top 8, and the top 12. So not only were they able to perform well yesterday and ride that momentum, they also have an actual distinct, tangible advantage going into the final day, where these points will add to their final point total and give them an advantage and a better chance of placing in the top 4. Let's talk a little bit about what the players are playing for. On top of everything in this entire season, players are competing for qualifier points. Every placement matters. Get you a little bit closer to the mid-set finale and the regional finals. But players are also playing for their share of the $7,500 prize pool. First place walking away with $2,000, working its way all the way down to 8th place at $300. And I really want to highlight here that the top 4 players will get a direct invitation straight to the Dragonlance mid-set finale. This means no matter where you are, you could have 0 qualifier points going into this tournament. You place in the top 4, automatically there at the mid-set finale, earn more qualifier points for regionals, and also potentially a spot straight to Worlds. Now, let's take a look at the lobbies that we're going to be seeing today. We have 32 again of the best players that performed yesterday. And Crowan, listen, I mean, the reality is we could talk about any of these lobbies in particular, and there would be something to talk about. So just tell me, when you see these 4 lobbies, what stands out to you?
Well, I think there's a couple of things, real hype moments from yesterday. One, the Malala factor, right? Top point earner there in lobby A, but also Kuramex, when the pressure was on, really clutched up and was able to make it in the tiebreakers into today. So a lot of expectations, I think, on both those players. That'll be a really interesting dynamic to see kind of pan out over the course of these, 7 games today.
It's always so beautiful to see these Cinderella story runs and watching Kurum go from being outside the bubble and needed all the stars to align perfectly to making it into that 30-second spot. Was so beautiful to see. Lucky for him, things reset, points reset, except for, we'll talk about our head start, the players who earned the additional bonus points based on their placements yesterday. So the top 4 all earned 3 additional points. That's Malala, Protect Scroll, Rainplosion, and Stellar Minhee. The next 4, Amda, Bertosaurus, Aniko, and Liquid Robin all earned 2 points. And the next 4, Pakigam, Milk Guy, Ramblin, and Setsuko all start the day with 1 additional point. We'll hold off talking about this too much because really we'll see as the day goes on how much of an impact these bonus points really came into play. Instead, let's just move right ahead and talk about the compositions, the meta that we've seen develop over the last couple days of play. And Mortdog, you talked about it yesterday. We said first weekend, Aurelion Sol was all over the place, but a B patch came, kind of took a little bit of the power away from the 10 costs, and instead allowed some of these more 8 cost dragons to prevail and be a bit more common. So what are some things that stood out to you yesterday? What do you expect to see today?
Yeah, I think like we talked about, Aurelion Sol used to be what you would do if you got those AP items. You would kind of go fast 8 and use sort of that Astral to try to get into the Aurelion Sol line. But now with that being so much riskier and not necessarily as strong a payoff, we're seeing those AP items end up in the Mirage Deja line. And you can see there just how popular it was with an average of 1.5 per lobby. That's a pretty big shift from what we saw last week. Whereas everything else is pretty much exactly the same, right? You get those AD items, you play the Itis Corki, you can play the Jade line, get some Titans Resolves on that Shioyu. A lot of that's still the same, and we're still seeing Shyvana as one of those big potential cap-outs. The Shyvana 2s can really melt through those backlines, but even Shyvana 2 can kind of struggle with a Shioyu with the right items, and so, again, we're seeing a lot of those sort of dragon-centric comps really come into play here, and so I think we're going to see a lot of that today. It's just going to come down to who's really mastered those lines and who can get into them from some kind of suboptimal positions.
Nathan, there was a moment yesterday in the final game where Kuramex had the opportunity to stay within his Jade line. And like Mort's saying, people will opt into Shyvana or Aurelion Sol to build this crazy capped board. And that's what Kuramex did. He said, forget it, I'm going to pivot out of 9 Jade, and I'm going to try and build a Shyvana board that gives me a higher cap. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the skill expression, I guess, so to speak, that goes into making these big late game pivots?
Yeah, I think that Mortdog kind of really put it best here, where it's like, can you master these lines? And the answer to it is virtually no, you cannot actually master them. But the thing that you can do is make the right call at the right time, especially when everything has to come up to that spot. Kurum had no room for anything to go wrong in a spot like that, and you have to make those risky calls. When you can make those risky calls under that sort of pressure and do it in a clean way that actually performs, that in itself is a big enough skill expression. But to me, it's a big enough skill expression just to simply recognize that that's the thing to do in general. It doesn't have to come out on top of that spot. You just have to know that that's what has to happen.
All right, well, for right now, I'm going to say goodbye to Crowan and to Mortdog. We'll catch up with you two in a little bit. I'm going to get to spend a little bit of time with my 2 best friends for the next 2 minutes. It's Admirable and Boop. Glad to have you both here. But before we talk about the lobby we're going to be seeing, let's first talk about our partner for this event, Fantasy TFT. Listen, everyone watching at home, go to fantasytft.com right now. Check out the news tab. They have all the best podcasts, rankings, the best TFT drama, anything you want to know about the scene. It's all right there. It's a central hub for TFT right now. And while you're there, you can actually earn yourself a rare Little Legend egg. Check out the how-to section, the how-to video. You'll see a familiar face there. Now, Nathan, Boop, we're going to be getting into the next lobby, the first lobby of the day, I should say, in a little bit. And we're going to be looking at lobby D. This is the lobby I think all 3 of us are very excited to see play out. And Nathan, I want to pose this to you first, because there's a lot of heavy hitters in this lobby. Asa, Bertosaurus, Setsuko. I mean, we're going to see all of these strongest players off the bat in the first lobby.
Everybody has a notable point here, but the two that I'm really drawing up in this one are going to be Setsuko and Bertosaurus. Actually, these two were paired on a talk show with Esports Law, Bryce, and Frodan. Don't Talk If You Don't Know, where they had this very interesting banter kind of going back and forth, rating each other's play. You could see where all their questions in their own gameplay was, but they're being very, very distinct about the other person's gameplay, which pretty much they had strong lines at every single point of it. So I can't wait to see if these two can continue to crush the lobbies like they do on ladder, or if today is going to be the judgment day for them.
All right, well, I'll hand it off to you two to enjoy the first game of the final day of Jade Cup.
Thank you, Gangly. This is Boop and Admirable bringing you the first game of the final day. Like Gangly said, we're starting out riding along with my son, Bertosaurus, with that bow.
Yep.
And everyone, that's going to happen every time I say his name, so just get ready. As we actually get some gold/units on this one. This is one of the more interesting starts sometimes when you don't get the items, but you do get the units to kind of pull you through.
Hey, gold is ultimately what ends up crafting everything in this game. The thing I wanted to point out was just Setsuko showing up to Bertosaurus' board and giving him a thumbs up in this one. Kind of cleaning up on the point that I made right at the start of them being on a talk show together. They have a huge amount of respect, and rightfully so. They both play the game super well, and again, they've been dominating the ladder. The question is, when are these giant tournament performances going to happen? It's not so much of a point of judgment when they don't make it to that point. I'm just curious when it's going to happen, because in my head, I know it's going to happen. These two just dominate the game. It's just how and when. That's what I want to be here to witness. Where were you when Bertosaurus or Setsuko continued to win big tournaments?
I think this might be one of the best chances to actually see that. You're already seeing Bertosaurus with those 2 extra points, and even people in this lobby that you might not know traditionally as fans of TFT, but the players really respect. We actually had a lot of people predict that Zhao Dian would make it today and potentially get to the top 4. Most people said Bertosaurus or Asa would finish in the top 2 in a Jade Cup, so there is a lot of people and expectations to be met or even to fail through this particular lobby as we get the gold augment here. Hustler, something you actually don't see that much. Mirage Crest and the Ludens Echo. And folks, if you don't know what the Mirage is, it is going to be in the box in the corner where our names are at. There's going to be a rotation for where the Mirage is going, or what the Mirage is going to be if you need to look.
Keep an eye on the bottom left.
Yeah, keep an eye on the bottom left as we pick Hustler.
Yeah, I think that, so this is like an interesting contrast point that was brought up here just from the augments in general. Do you want to make a hard commitment? Do you want to focus on something more econ based? Or do you want to take something that's just a general power strategy? Bertosaurus is going to focus on the economy aspect here, and I think that 2-1 is typically the strongest angle to do this at. It's like where it's toughest to get the economy rolling, it's where it has the biggest impact, and you get to do so by playing aggressively here. So you're actually getting almost all 3 of the benefits that are available in that spot and getting to take advantage of it here. And for Bertosaurus, the item opening here as well, being able to have sword, bow, cloak feels like such a strong opening for this style of play where you're going to be very aggressive and try to take these semi-flexible stances. You're going to be down the line where you're trying to deliver a lot of a lot of AD damage and just get something rolling where a unit can slice through the opposing board. Bloodthirster Bow is a good start for this. You pretty much can go anywhere from here.
Well, there's an Archangels as well on Scroll's side. That was a big item for Deja over yesterday. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be where that ends up. There are some Jade. Scroll has a 3-point advantage. And that goes to show how stacked this particular lobby is. I mean, half this lobby, at least one person, as we pulled all of the players in Jade Cup, had someone say that they were going to win, right? Plus, we have people like Darth Noob and Protect Scroll who, might not be, the most well-known names. Darth Noob doing a lot of stat stuff, which is awesome. But they can do the performances. They've done it before. They just haven't been able to do it consistently. So is today going to be the day? Because you're also looking up at Bertosaurus and Asa, who's already qualified for the mid-set. So yeah. I wonder how much that's also going to matter to these players. Is Asa potentially going to be playing a little bit differently to try to kind of top 4 this, just keep playing the best he can and see where that gets him? But I'm super curious to see where Bert is ending up going here at the end of this lobby. Setsuko now starting off with a 1-point advantage. The Ladder Warrior, I mean, it's kind of the narrative there. And so far has been a tournament warrior here at Jade Cup.
Yeah, honestly, Setsuko has really not had bad tournament performances. He just hasn't had the breakout ones. And I think that's really one of the points that I'm going to try to lean into and highlight here is that for Setsuko, I feel like his tournament performances just really haven't come together. I definitely don't think he's playing bad, because I actually went over and watched a lot of the tournament stuff that Setsuko played in these last couple weeks, and it just feels like every single time it just wasn't coming together. It didn't show up. He's got the right angle, he's got the right idea. It's just, again, not coming together at the right time. And kind of looking at this opening board here, it does feel like that this is, I think, a pretty strong opening for this game. Took the Shimmer Scale Heart here. Draven's Axe shows up as your early item. You have a Defense Warmog item. He's going to focus a bit more on the economy side of this, it looks like, and try to really make something happen here. How do you make the most of this? Because with the 2 loss streak here, the thing I think to really think about is restructuring this so that you're eliminating as much as possible when you take a loss. And when you pick up a win, how can you shift that momentum and pick up the streak and run away with it?
Okay, Setsuko now. We do have some items in Spell Swords Enchantment is the best, in my opinion, Deja Mirage trait. So let's see if that's going to compete well and how fast we can actually get to that Deja, since we do have people like Setsuko developing that economy really, really fast. I mean, it's 2-3, and we got that augment on 2-1, and we're already 40 stacks in on Kane, who doesn't really develop it that fast. So we're actually feeling pretty good about that in terms of getting more economy. And we have, we've been using health as a little bit of our economy right now, but now we get to use something else as a resource as we start developing this board.
Yeah, taking a look at the sidebar here, Cottontail with just a generic strong opening. Darth Noob really leaning into the calculated loss side of things, already at 78 health. Asa here, it's a pretty hard commitment that you end up making early on with this, but, you know, hard commitments are not necessarily bad ideas. Sometimes they're extremely powerful, especially when they pan out for you. And for Setsuko's board here, really, I am interested to see how quickly that Draven's Axe gets taken advantage of and how powerful he can run away with that as we head over to Cottontail's side of the board here. And this is a pretty strong-looking opening that you have on this spot of the board. You have a 2-star Dragonmancer, you have a Phony Frontline, and you have Rage Wings in play as well. Like, this is a pretty powerful opening board that is, at the very least, when it takes a loss, going to take a pretty soft loss, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where this ends up going, because you could technically swap out a lot of this stuff if we're not going to completely re-roll the set. We're not, because the key here is the Bloodthirster is on the Swain, so we might be pushing a little bit more. We didn't see a single Swain comp yesterday, I think, on stream. So this could be a little bit of a change already from yesterday's Jade Cup, but what we did see Cottontail play, I believe, was Legends, and we do have that Volibear on the board. So this can still go either direction, but the Bloodthirster on the Swain is very good in the early game, and now with Setsuko has moved those Draven Axes to a better holder, which is that Senna. We get 20 or so extra auto attacks over the next couple rounds, but at least we didn't get wiped. We at least took 1 unit off from the board here for Cottontail.
I did say that Cottontail was going to typically take a soft loss there, but that Swain got locked onto that Aatrox, which is carrying the Warmogs plus the Stoneblade in that previous round, and that thing is just not going down to a Swain that early on. So a pretty unusual loss, I'd say, that Cottontail took there. Over on Darth Nub's side of the board, a Rage Blade early on and a Senna 2. A pretty powerful unit, but is sticking to level 4 to make sure that you can try and increase the economy you get off of this loss streak early on. And this is really one of the biggest highlights, I'd say, of momentum and understanding that the top level players take away, is when you lean into these lines to try to take advantage of them, and when you're trying to kind of diminish that line as quickly as possible and go the other direction. It's a very subtle thing, and as you start to understand it, it unlocks more and more of this similar style line. But knowing when you're supposed to lean into the loss and when you're supposed to lean away from it, it's one of the toughest things to understand. And even at the top levels of play, I see players criticize themselves all the time of how they take these angles. For Darth Noob here, you have 40 gold, you have a bench that's full of things that are ready to get powerful and get into play, and you have a 5 loss streak to open things up. 64 health, not ideal. However, the economy side of things for Darth Noob there looking very powerful.
There are actually certain players who are just very good at understanding how many units they're going to win or lose by. Like, I feel like Ramblin can predict most of the time if they're going to lose by 1 or 2 units. And that is one of those kind of things in TFT that is a game of inches, right? Oh. When you're able to identify that, that does make things a little bit easier. As we have a second Leona, too, on the board now. Rageblade can go onto the Deja. It does seem like we have a couple Corki angles and we have a couple Deja angles already.
Yeah, there is, like, some, dare I say, Yone angles here as well? Like, this is a lot of interesting stuff that's happening early here. I think you could still lean into a Senna theoretically. Shiou shows up off the off the Krugs here. Hi, how's it going, GOU? Didn't expect to see you this early.
Well, my flight got in a little earlier than usual. I know it wasn't expected in time, but it's totally cool. You don't have to get the snacks out just yet. But we are going to participate in the party. We do have Xiaoyu in the front line. What a great grab for Darth Noob here, who was struggling on the calculated loss. We saw someone, I believe, yesterday take a calculated loss to a 7th, right? So it's all about knowing exactly when to start pushing those wins, and now is a little early. Right, we have the dragon, but if we lose, it'll only be by 1 or 2 units, or we're gonna win. That's probably what the story of Darth Noob's board is right now.
Well, this is the kind of board you get locked on, is when they have that Stoneplate Gargoyle with the Warmogs. It's just a ton of health and a ton of resistances. This melee line getting spread, I think, is pretty good here, but that Senna's ability getting blocked by that Aatrox overall. Can the Xiaoyu deliver enough damage here in this aspect? I think that Darth Noob's a little bit more concerned with just how you actually craft out this board and piece out this economy so that you can partition these resources in the right manner instead of wasting it all by, trying to make something powerful in the mid game and then not having economy to follow this up. So for Darth Noob here, I think a 6th loss is actually relatively welcome, but the time to start closing and honing this board, it's getting here pretty quickly. So how do you make the most of this on the 3-2 augment?
Yeah, Stand United every time in that choice. It's free stats for every single synergy that you have. So we're going to get 4 stacks of the Stand United. And at the end of the boards, a lot of the time, especially at high-level play, you'll see a ton of stuff filled out. Even when you're playing Jade, right? You'll have 9 Jade, but 2 or 3 other synergies will be a part of that just inherently. So Stand United will always, that handshake, right, will always find value. So the other thing that we've been seeing a ton of so far is actually Rageblade Senna. We saw a lot of it yesterday, just a great person to hold some items in the early game. When are we thinking about getting rid of the Senna? Because they haven't really appeared in a lot of final comps.
It's a lot of the pickup here. It's, the Stand United certainly opens up a lot of different angles for this one. It kind of cuts down on the idea of 6 Jade in my head. When I look at this overall, though, it's like I could see Xayah showing up, even if it's just for temporary purposes. Like pretty much any 2-star 4-cost that's going to attack is something you're willing to put this Rageblade on. Like maybe there's an unusual Siphon angle here where you can pick up a Bloodthirster and just have a strong board of just things in general in play where the Siphon lives long enough to chop down the board. Corki is something that definitely comes to mind here, but when I'm looking at 2 tiers and a Chain on the bench as well, even Assassins come to mind at this point. Like, can you have a Talon in play? And like you say, like a Pike shows up or a Kiana shows up, let you go that Tempest angle for a bit. Taking advantage of that Stand United feels like a great use of the momentum that Darth Noob could have in that spot. Picks up the win, protects Scroll picking up a win as well. And this is typically how I've been seeing a lot of these bottom of the lobby positions pan out. When it comes to the mid stage, they start to pick up wins here as the players at the top really lean into their economy angle. They take a pretty weak stage 3 at the end and then really try to blast off around the 4-2, 4-5 mark.
Having a Bloodthirster itis is going to be very helpful for that particular experience, right? Sometimes it's easier than
guardian now.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier to do it than other times. This time should be pretty good. I mean, we do have the Shiv to kind of nick the itis down, but with the Bloodthirster and that ult, you're actually going to see a lot of regen here. You're going to see it in just a second, and that's almost back to full health. It's going to give everyone a shield around it as well, and look at how much sustain this unit has. Can this team kill the itis at all? I mean, itis at 3-3 with no items can be hard to kill, let alone a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, it's just, a lot of this is the Jade aspect too, it's not a ton of healing that you get from a Jade statue there, but kind of the more natural health you have, the more healing you end up getting from this spot. And so this Karma sitting in the back, it's actually trapped now behind the Jade and the Anivia, so a bit of isolated time from that, but not enough to really chop down the board there. Protect Scroll, I imagine, had a momentary panic, kind of like I did in that spot, where it's like, oh no, the Karma's not moving.
She's been frozen. It's freeze tag on this convergence today. But yeah, Protect Scroll, now very good late game player. Has, I believe, sacked a lot of the early game, at least the times that we've gotten to watch. So this is pretty much par for the course so far. 3-5 is exactly, and I'm so glad we got the transition here, where Protect Scroll likes to make a lot of the moves. So I'm curious to see where we're going to be when we get to that board, and if we're going to make any substantial differences on the board, because we are starting to fall off from the rest of the lobby. In terms of pacing the rest of the lobby, we are starting to get a little bit behind. We have 50 gold and a Deja, though, and 2 Dejas, so that might be temporary as we go over to Zhao Dian, who has the 2 Dejas.
Yeah, Zhao Dan here has got a pretty strong setup for this. You know, we've seen the AP items Deja really kind of take that mage role, where if you have a bunch of AP, this is really the direction to go with it. And we saw yesterday when you have the Spell Sword's enchantment as the Mirage buff, you get additional AP per attack. But stacking attack speed on Deja was actually a very powerful method of doing this. It will just get naturally powerful and then cast those waves a bit more often. I have no arguments with Jeweled Gauntlet. I pretty much have never really had arguments with making this item. Just sometimes you crit and it's big. It's not always going to work is really the key. And so building out a board that provides the consistency and the time for this Deja to really shine in that aspect, that's the more difficult part about this, because Deja is just such an expensive unit. When you have 2 of them and 50 gold at 6, it feels like you're going to have that time, especially when you're at 84 health. It doesn't matter how this panned out. The fact that this is a win, big thumbs up for Zhao Dan. But I think if this even panned out as a loss, you're really not that worried right now.
Well, I am a little worried for TKamet because that was a level 7 upgrade, right? And we lost. So I wonder if we get to keep a loss streak. I wasn't quite aware of where that was, but that definitely feels bad when you level up and lose. But we do have level 7 now at 3/6. Very interesting.
6 Mirage.
For Zhao Dan. We do have 6 Mirage now. This is Spell Sword, which does very good work for both Nunu and the Yone. So it's not just Deja. The other 2 units here will benefit from the Spell Sword pretty nicely. And the goal, in my opinion, for Nunu and Yone is to do enough damage so when Deja does get that ult, they either get the kill or it's only 1 or 2 auto attacks left remaining. And I think you saw that perfectly in that last round. However, this is a Celestial and a Second Wind comp here, along with an Itis. So, and the Itis is not being targeted right now, but should be targeted next.
I feel like
here. After the
Zhao
Gnar.
Dan's just got a huge advantage on this board right now. Like you have the strong frontline setup with the Cybernetic, giving you the additional armor and health. You have Better Together to double up on that locket. That buys so much time for this Deja. So your wins are not going to be these big sweeping wins very often. But in this board, I had a really tough time seeing Protect Scroll actually win that fight. But when you get the Draven's Axe cash out at the very end, from Protect Scroll's angle, that does kind of feel like a win right there.
Yeah, it's almost like a stimmy. We're at 40 HP. Right, so we get a little bit of extra gold. Don't you miss that? I don't know. I feel like that's the thing a lot of TFT players will talk about. Is
Give me
something
the
that they
stimmy.
miss is the stimmy. You know, something familiar every lobby is nice. But we have 2 Zeeks now on this Yone. This is going to be some type of attack speed. And look at everyone trying to go Deja.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing about TKamet here is there are already like 3 or 4 Dejas out of the pool.
Yes.
Right? And we have a couple Mirages, so we might need to pivot. Having 2 Zeeks, though, means that we can.
Well, I think you can pivot. Like, this still is an opening, I think, of like a quirky angle in a spot like this. It just feels like, you know, really whatever shows up is the angle you're going to have to take in the immediacy. They've very leaned into the Deja line here, but there still are several other possibilities. And so you start to see siphons getting picked. I mean, the number of siphons that have showed up here for TKMOT's side is just, it feels like they'd have like a siphon 6 right now if they'd gone for that way. Deja shows up, though, and that's the immediate call. No surprise to this one. It's absolutely what you're praying for each and every roll. You're looking up to the skies and going, Mortdog, please. It has now showed up. You have double Zeeks plus a QSS. This isn't getting threshed. It's not getting locked down by like a Hecarim or an Ornn ability shutting down that corner. This is just a lot of damage that you're going to deliver if your front line lives long enough. And with 3 Cavalier on that front line, I think that you're going to be doing all right here.
Look how quickly this Deja, I mean, compared to Zhao Dian's Deja, look how quickly this is attacking, right? Plus, we've got the Shiv, which is going to make the ult a lot stronger. And if you're wondering why there's no AP items on this Deja, is Jinx going to pull this? No. There are no AP items on this Deja is because of Spell Sword, which is the Mirage buff right now. You don't quite need it. We have the attack speed, so we're actually going to match AP itemized Dejas eventually, right? Plus, we have the Shiv, which is going to help too. So I'm actually pretty happy with how this looks as we get to our last augment. This game wants Shimmer Scales so bad in this lobby.
This is a very, very interesting little choice here. As I believe we hopped over to Ace's side of the board. Yeah, reroll definitely was the thing there, and then the Stand United so strong on the Corgi angle because of what you're able to get in this spot. And so I'm looking at this Draven's Axe being pretty big on Ace's side right now because of the amount of gold in the pool. I'm looking at a Zeke's on the back line. I'm looking at a Last Whisper to help with this armor shred when the Corki's getting stuck on a frontline unit. There are a lot of things here that are really cheering Asa in this lobby right now. And I feel like with the amount of gold here and the amount of health that Asa has, this is going to be a really tough one to overcome. The thing that I'm loving right now is this Braum in the front line holding a Thieves' Gloves and banishing up this front line. With that, that's effectively just like a bootleg locket that the Braum is holding right now.
Bootleg locket. I love it. All right, the bootleg locket actually super annoying in that front line too with these tanks. We've got Nomsy, Justice for Nomsy, in the front line, and we only have one component on the Itis, and it's barely taking any damage, but once the double Zeeks really starts going through, now we have this Deja who seems to be getting some attack speed as well, but the Corki takes the dub. You know, there's a point where you're like, oh, Deja's been winning all these rounds. What's going to be the solution? It's the Corki, and I think we might be able to diagnose the convergence with some Corki-itis.
Yeah, I do feel like that Deja's typically going to perform pretty strong against Corki, and really I felt like what that last fight demonstrated was just how strong Ace's board actually is. With the Stand United in play and the position that he was in, he just has a lot of stuff that's adding up to right now. And so that board's going to be able to get strengthened and honed over time. But you look at Bertosaurus' side of the board, like, this fight is the one that Asa does not want to see. This is a 2-star Deja. It's fully crit, and you have a strong front line to go with this as well. Typically, I feel like what's going to happen is that Deja's sweep is going to touch that Corki, and the Corki is going to vanish from the map. I feel like with Bortosaurus here, that this is, again, an example of a very strong board that's taking the right now sort of stance. You have like a pepper of mages in the back line, and your front line's, just something that you've kind of hobbled together here that includes an Ornn 2 at this point. ZZ Rot holding a big performance here, but each sweep of this Deja is so powerful right now. Oh, Protect Scroll taking a massive hit as we move into the Stage 4 carousel right now. Cottontail, Protect Scroll, Darth Nub all sitting under 40 health. Setsuko joining them as well with a loss in this round. And then it jumps over to that top 4 spot where it's 59 health leading up to 77. The canyon between the top and the bottom spots.
Mm-hmm. At least 3 Deja players already. I believe 2 Corki players as well, 1 Siphon player. So Deja, Mort said it at the beginning of the day. Deja was kind of the one to look out for, and we expected potentially more people to go after the Deja. But, I mean, this is a lot of people in the first lobby, almost half of the lobby going Deja and winning with it. That's the other thing about it. It's not just the Tier 2 Dejas. The Tier 1 Dejas are doing just fine.
Yeah, they're losing to
right
the Tier
now.
2 Dejas.
Exactly, and we're seeing, and the other thing about Deja too, especially with Spell Sword, it is completely, this is one of my favorite terms, item agnostic, right? We've seen Hodge, we see, double crit, we see Rage Blade, right? We have Shiv, as this is only the second Ornn 2 on the board so far for Setsuko.
We're having a big move from Setsuko here as well, where, he's really leaned into this, to this Shimmer Scale aspect of this and has Zaya in play currently. That's going to be a 2-star Zaya. This is one of the first ones I feel like I've seen in quite some time. A lot of items to piece out here as well. Setsuko being hit, I believe that's Scorch,
Guild Zaya.
as the third emblem that's there. Like, I feel like you're not really given too much of a choice other than to lean into an angle like this. How do you make the most of it?
Shyvana might be a way to do it, but at least we get someone with good attack speed here on the Zaya, who has really just fallen off in a lot of these tournaments so far. We already have Sorakas. This is a quick lobby. We talked about soft lobbies before. This lobby is pretty top heavy, my friends, as another Deja is going to be falling victim to the Zaya. And something that I also want to point out is this comp was spread, and we're definitely going to have to start specifically spreading like this for those Deja comps, because you're not going to want everyone to fall during the wave. At least a third of your team will fall, and you have to that's a guarantee, right? But hopefully you get to choose which ones do, right? Which ones are going to be the most affected by that Deja ult, and switch around based on that, because you almost have a 50% chance of facing a Deja every round.
Yeah. I'm just I'm piecing this together and seeing where the changes really come into place, and it feels like that, 2-starring very powerful units is really going to be one of the big shifts that Setsuko can have in a spot like this. Draven's Axe, of course, going back onto the Zaya here. I'm liking the Sunfire in the back line to start to deliver some of that damage towards the back so that Zaya can clean that up afterwards. And then the Bard that's kind of hanging out and just delivering some doots so that we can roll some of the stronger units here. Upgrading the chance to find that Shyvana, or the chance to 2-star this Hecarim. Maybe even a chance to actually lean into the Zaya angle and 3-star Zaya, because no one else goes that way. But you do have to be winning rounds for that to be happening. And so Setsuko's here positioning is going to be so much because of the Deja corner punish. If you're on the opposite side of the Deja, like the direct opposite, good. If you're on the corner opposite, typically not where you want to be on that one. So positioning going to have to be on point for Setsuko in these upcoming rounds.
All right, this is an option to pick up. we're thinking about it. We don't get any gold here, so we're going to be stuck at 49 gold, which is annoying. But we can make some changes here. The Rage Blade could go on Corki, but we're going to change instead. This way we can make economy. Now we've got Frozen Heart, not the worst item in the world. We also have Reforger.
Feels like that Ace is pretty focused on frontline aspects almost.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that right now. We also have a lot of shared stats here on that Brahms initial Thief's Glove. So you never know with those Thief's Gloves rolls, right? How much more powerful you can actually enable the rest of your team. But the other thing I want to mention here for Asa is that Corki won, Idis won, Braum won, Lulu won, right?
Ones.
Okay, and Sona 2, that's going to be really nice. But we also have the Death Blade on the Corki, which is in its weakest position right now in a Tier 1 unit.
Trying to watch this roll down and seeing what's going on here.
Oh, we got the Idis 2.
Definitely not a bad one.
Yep. So no Corki 2, but an Idis will. An Idis 2 is going to be really nice. And the Shroud's very good at the end of the game. It will hit the Nunu. This is the attack speed Deja here with the 2 Zeeks. And I mean, there are 3 Shivs on this board, and that's because of Gadget Expert too, I believe. So, yeah.
Technical aspect here that you built. A lot of devices getting built on TK-Bot's side.
Yeah,
it is still a 1-star Deja, though, and that's not powerful enough to cut through this line, so TK-Bot taking a hit. Protect Scroll in a fight, potentially for their life. They fall out in 8th place on 5-1. Cottontail in a very similar position. Oh, not what you want to see at all. Ooh. Cottontail goes out. 7th and 8th for Cottontail and Protect Scroll right onto stage 5. Setsuko, TK-Bot on the chopping block. Darthnub on a win streak here. Sitting at 34 health, a 2-star Deja showing up for TK-Bot on the final points of gold, on the final pieces of gold that you have is a big sigh of relief, but is this enough now to prevent you from being the next player out?
Yep. Feel free to PayPal Protect Scroll there for that Deja. And the other thing that I want to mention, Protect Scroll also came in here with 3 points, right? So this 8th, not as punishing for someone like Scroll than someone else. So in terms of this lobby and how everyone wanted it to go, Scroll was probably the one everyone wanted to go 8th because he's got that 3-point cushion, right? So this attack speed Deja now is not going, you're already seeing that ult not doing that well, but this second ult is going to be a lot different because of that Mirage aspect, which is that spell sword. But look at where everyone is. That was only one person in that Deja ult, and you're seeing the positioning changes already when it comes to this Deja, knowing that it's going to be there. It's Deja versus Deja now, and it's going to attack speed over crit this time.
Yeah, it's, you're not so disappointed by the loss there on that angle because you're not taking such a huge hit, but every loss at this point feels pretty crucial. Hopping back over to Setsuko's side, it's the utility Talon, which I love seeing personally. Banshee's onto the back line here. Not the biggest highlight in the world, considering that you have a QSS onto your Xayah at this point. But the board pretty strong here from Setsuko's side. It's just not necessarily the ideal looking thing. You know, the Shimmer Scale was abandoned. That was looked for as like, okay, this was an early game aspect. We got what we needed out of this. Let's abandon it now. So you are playing with 2 augments at this point. But that economy augment wasn't enough to really get things done here. Because going to dodge the Shroud here from Asa. Pretty big dodge. And then is this enough? I do feel like that Xayah can really highlight in a matchup like this one.
I completely agree. We already through a lot of the front line. The Corki, though, doing the same on the other side. Huge knockup, giving this Xayah some time. It doesn't look like it is going to be... Oh, it could be a round winner. Everyone really low. Let's see if this ult is going to be there. Utility Talon. Oh, the Frozen Heart. Everyone's favorite item. Getting the win here. Do you ever just lie to a bunch of people like I just did?
I never lie about anything. I sound like an idiot a lot, but that's how you can tell I'm not lying.
Aww.
Darthnub getting the Zeeks here. Setsuko picking up the... I'm sorry, Darthnub did not pick up Zeeks here. He got the Edge of Night. Setsuko was the one with the Zeeks in this one. Zeke's always a welcome item, I'd say, on Setsuko's side of the board. You're just looking to make sure that Xayah gets more and more powerful. Robertosaurus here really drawn up, and it's going to be given whatever the algorithm item from the carousel is at that point. 9 for Darthnub now, and this is going to open up the angle even more. Already had 9 Jade in play, have a strong backline for this. How do you make the most of it from here? This is looking pretty darn powerful to me, Boop.
And I believe the only player going Jade right now. Xayah 3 is on the board. The last time we saw Xayah 3, it lost immediately. So don't get too excited there.
Yeah, Xayah 3 that we saw last time was on a very wacky Pokégon board where it had a Hex Tech Gunblade. And that was
all right, let's see. Deathblade 2 completely powered up now, so it's not even just the ult, just the regular old auto attacks are going to really cut through. And there it is. It's going to be all up to Deja, and these ults positioning going to be super important. That is not going to be enough time. Deja moving in slow motion versus the Xayah. This Deja comp, though, is going to be victorious. So we saw one Deja comp win, one Deja comp lose. This attack speed actually seems to be finding a lot more success later on in the game as Setsuko finding success too. On Fire has a little bit of flexibility when it comes to the item remover, but we have a Xayah 3. That's the win condition.
I mean, this is just heavens how powerful this is right now. Like, Setsuko, I kind of, like, very passively made this point earlier. I was like, maybe you can go Xayah 3. No one's really going this unit, and people buy a lot of 4s. You have the economy for it. Setsuko actually put it together. Like, when I say it, it's sort of just like this could happen. This is more of an ideal spot. But this is exactly what I'm talking about with Setsuko's past performance. I don't think is related to their actual performance. I think it's related specifically to outcomes. It's like it's all stacking together now, and the gods are smiling down upon Setsuko as this Xayah 3 is about to shred through this lobby. It's not even close right now.
Okay. All right. Oh, but Xayah's going to give this Deja an ultimate. Oh, this is very, very close. This is close. Shiv? No, it's going to be the Xayah. Thank goodness
it's very
for
close.
Rageblade.
It's very
Rageblade Rageblade with Deathblade at tier 3, very nice. It reminds me of Twitch from last set, all those years ago. It feels like, but unfortunately, this item is not going to land somewhere like super valuable, but at least we get a little bit of extra frontline and damage. I wonder where we're even going to put it.
Yeah, I'm kind of like taking a breather here and looking around at the board and trying to piece together like what are players' ideal spots for powering up here, and it really feels like level 9 is the answer to a ton of them. Do you have that much time? A champion duplicator, not unwelcome to see.
Not at all.
Bertosaurus cranking the 9 and start rolling.
Yeah, here we go. We are going to get a lot of 5-cost units here, picking up the Bard, very popular unit so far. A second Zoe, not going to pick that up. We can sell a couple more units. We still have 4 Mirage on this board as well. This is our crit Deja. I like how we have attack speed Deja, crit Deja right
Mirage.
Here. 2 boards having double Zeeks for their Dejas as well. And there's probably not many Bards left, to be honest with you. But we could have duplicated it if we wanted to, but that's probably waiting for the Yone. I mean, the Yasuo.
Yeah. I mean, it could be waiting for the Yone. It just depends on how many Yasuo show up. But in this Deja line, we have been seeing the attack speed do well, but honestly, the double crit is such a powerful angle here. You have the Mystics in play from Bertosaurus' side as well. Look at the crit damage that gets delivered in this aspect, too. It's just so much of a spike that happens when that wave takes place. Zhao Dan Dan down to 3, Darth Nub down to 9. This is such a tight race for the top 4 right now.
So I'm curious whether Bert's Deja is going to be like a little weaker against bigger team comps, but better against the Deja comps. Right? Like, that's also something you have to think about in this position, right? As the Deja player, you're going to have to add a couple things, right? And it's going to be itemization for this particular lobby in order to be the better Deja, right? And we have a really great comparison here with attack speed with Spell Sword and crit with Spell Sword, right? Not a ton of AP going into it. So now it's going to be the quirky Deja. We're probably going to see this a good amount of times today. Good frontline, too. This is all about giving quirky time. Same thing with the Deja, but the Deja has already been shrouded. Beautiful ult coming from the Deja. There's no way the Deja loses after this, and that is a positioning diff if I've ever seen one again.
I mean, Asa, I think, even has like a decent call in terms of positioning there. I mean, you're hexing the whole board. I'm sorry, you're shrouding the whole board. You have the Corki in a relatively safe spot. There's just not enough on the opposite end to like really hold up in that department. But, you know, this is 4 shrouds thanks to the Thieves' Gloves at this point. Like, you are not escaping this board unshrouded.
Take the shroud off. I need to see. Okay, so Asa, thanks. I appreciate the laughter. Exactly one person's laughing at me right now. Asa is, someone who's already qualified too. So we're, playing for the purse at this point, right? Let's see how much more dominance we can find. That's a lot of shrouds on this board,
and
none of them
spot too.
And none of them hit Xayah. either. So all those shrouds, 0 of them hit Xayah. Asa should lose this one once again. We know that Xayah 3 can lose against a Deja comp because of ultimates and stuff, but this is going to be a round by round change on every one of these lobbies. I still think we have 2 Deja comps, 1 Jade comp, and a Corki comp.
Wow. He came on, Jout and Dan, 5th and 6th place in this one. Top 4, Darthnub and Asa living at 1 and 2 health. Asa, if you're wondering why Asa is holding on to all the gold, by the way, it's because there's a Draven's Axe on this Corki, and without gold, it doesn't really do that much. So he's got his hands a bit tied in that one. And unsurprisingly, who is on the win streak right now? It's Setsuko, and look who's alongside of him, Bertosaurus. 2 of what are considered arguably the top players in North America right now.
I mean, there's a ranking. People say Bert is the best player in North America at the moment, on fire, playing well. I think Bert's first game is more important than some other players' first game, and we're accomplishing it very well. It's so interesting, too, because Bert will rate himself much lower than other people will rate him. You know, some people like that, but I want to see Bert super confident as we go over to this Jade board. That I think was probably trying to be Deja at one point, but we got that in an item round, didn't we?
Oh my gosh, I'm just looking at this Pike going unchecked for just a little bit of time. And
we're in the back line?
Party, is it enough? It's going to get taken out by the Corki, and that's bad news for Darthnub because that damage is gone. Asa going to take Darthnub out into 4th place now. Setsuko breaks the win streak on Bertosaurus' side, sitting at 27. Not much of a surprise when you have a 6 Rage Ring Xayah 3-star in play at level 9 with a fully stacked Ornn 2 on their front line. Just what a way to open the day here for Setsuko.
Well, the other thing, too, is... Oh, Chaplain Duplicator on the Yasuo is the... Xayah is not getting threatened, like, at all on, like, any of these boards, right? The Deja seems to be doing a better job against Corki than Xayah so far. We'll get to see me if I eat my words right here and right now as the triple shroud is going to go onto the Deja, but that did not matter last time this matchup occurred. Look at all of that damage going onto Nomzi. A really good Bard ult to stop. A little bit of damage coming through, but the Deja ult, not good at all. Is Bert going to lose this round against Asa? It looks like that will be the case. Bert falls in honestly a surprising 3rd place here as Asa wins, I think, a disadvantageous round there as we lost earlier against Bert. Setsuko now leading the way.
Goodness gracious. Another Zeke's gets picked up as well. How can you make the board stronger? The answer is another Zeke's.
Well, also, I don't know. I'm trying to think of if we saw anyone win a lobby with Xayah yesterday. I don't think that's happened. So, because a lot of people have just given up on Guild Xayah, right?
I think that Xayah's just in a tough spot right now. Like, you need so much surrounding in order to make it happen. Setsuko was just able to identify where that spot was. Like, nobody's using this unit really that much. It's more of like when you fall into it, it's like, I guess I don't really have much of a choice. This is what showed up, and I have a bunch of attack damage items with this kind of stuff. But he's abandoned his opening augment. He picked up a 3rd augment to support this. Had the gold to find all this stuff to surround it right now. It's just, just hats off to Setsuko here, identifying that this was the spot.
And a Shyvana too, just for the fun of it.
Why not?
Talk about a cherry on top, right? We got a Rage Wing augment anyway.
The bootleg locket.
3 Zeeks, the bootleg locket, right? This is looking good. We're going to be riding along with Setsuko. Is this going to be the last round? Setsuko can take a loss here, but Asa cannot. The Shroud goes through the middle. We know that that's coming, so we might as well just eat it on this board. We have a very strong Shyvana already ulting, and look at how little health was there on the slam down, and the Frozen Heart, too, in a very, very good position. Setsuko is going to win that lobby. Those were some pretty capped out boards, if I say so myself, but Deja is here. I mean, Olivia Rodrigo knew it, right? There's a whole song about this unit out there. Right, Gangly?
Listen, we highlighted... I'm going to ignore you said that, Boop.
Okay.
We highlighted 3 players before this game started. Setsuko, Bertosaurus, and Asa. And the 3 of them are in the top 3, but Setsuko says, why are you guys looking at these other 2 guys? Look at me. And Boop, I want to bring this up. You asked a question there. You said, I don't know if we saw Guild Xayah win any lobbies yesterday. Do you know how many times it was played yesterday? Twice. in the entire day. And Setsuko comes out of the woodwork in game one, and I think it's fair to say actually makes a statement, Boop, with this first win over such a stacked lobby.
I completely agree. And hearing that it only was played twice, and we saw one of them on stream, I think in game one, with like a Hextech Gunblade, right? That's insane to think about a comp like this. And that goes to show that Setsuko is ready for these tournaments. What we just saw was a very good example of how to play not on ladder, but in a tournament, right? Identifying exactly which tree branch was open, right? And going on it, even though it's not technically the strongest, but was for that lobby. And maybe we're trying to see Xayah kind of come up because it actually handled these stages pretty well.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said there too. You brought it up there where when you're really trying to transition into like these capped boards at the end there, we saw Setsuko switch off of like this more guild Xayah focus into the Shyvana, right? This high end cap that I know Mort Dog kind of talked about at the beginning of the day. But it brings me to this point, Nathan, where we see players opt into these high cap boards because they say in a tournament setting like this, I need to win. An example of that is Protect Scroll, I think, who was known yesterday for getting a lot of first, but this time starts the day off with an 8th.
Yeah, they have mentioned that they are very much like on the 1st or 8th play style with Protect Scroll. This is something that they said themselves, that they're going to greed a lot for cap boards. It's just in this one, I feel like the roll call on this one for getting your board sorted out was a lot earlier for Protect Scroll because the early game didn't go quite as well. It felt like a lot of players were opening up with strong aspects on this one. I want to revisit the cap board aspect on this and highlight another very difficult point to really elevate in your game in TFT is when to uncap your board and recap it. And sometimes it's extremely difficult to identify. And for this one, a lot of it had to do with the Ragewing emblem that Setsuko found at the end of the day. It just really opens up that Ragewing aspect to like, oh, I have so many different ways to do this now. And they found absolutely one of the most powerful ways to do it. That's a combination of managing your economy well, of keeping your game rolling, so that way it's on par with everybody else's and fighting throughout the rest of that. And then, as Boop said, finding exactly what the rest of the players are ignoring and seeing what angle is open for you to take advantage of. It looked to me like the Xayah was super well in that lobby for a number of reasons, but the big one is that the mages were really what punished Xayah, I think, in the previous ones. When the mage angle is just on that Deja and you know exactly where that wave is going to go in a lot of positioning aspects, I think it gives you a tremendous advantage that you did not have versus, say, like Rise or Aurelion Soul, for instance, which are just going to be blasting the entire board at some point.
I totally forgot Rise was in the game. Until like
so bad
just
right now.
Like
all
just
right,
now you said that.
Let's ignore you said that. Yeah, because the rest of the lobbies have finished up. We have the standings ready. Let's pull those up. We can see how the rest of the lobbies played out. Lobby A, iLucky and King Cracks taking the top 2 spots. In Lobby B, Vile and Rainplosion again. Oh my goodness, with the top 2. Lobbies C, Z Hydration and Chalky. And Lobby D, obviously the game we just saw. I want to draw some attention to Rainplosion here. I think that's pretty fair to say, Boop. We saw Rainplosion time and time again yesterday in the top 2 spots, and it feels like she's back again in the top 2 of the first game of the day.
I can't tell you, since Appy's, a player that has really just shown up like this before. Right? Like, and we have a couple of them here, right? Because, Appy's, the special Gnar that Appy's, I think, is known for, really helped elevate his standing, I think, in the community. And now we all know who Appy's is, right? If you're a TFT player, you know who Appy's is. And I think Rainplosion taking a very similar kind of approach. We don't have, like, the Gnar situation yet, like that kind of content, but we have the wins and we have the potential, right? And at this point, I'm gonna call it Rainplosion is probably gonna be the next big thing in TFT when it comes to this. This is their only second big major tournament.
I think it's also worth bringing up right now the players not only on top but also the players sitting at the bottom here. There's a few players. We talk about this 1st or 8th play style, Nathan. You were just speaking about it before. Protect Roll, I think Within is another player that really fits this category, fits this mold of playing 1st or 8th. So I want to ask you, like, when it comes to this final day, what are the advantages of opting into a 1st or 8th playstyle rather than just top 4s alone?
Well, the nature of having a 1st or 8th playstyle is that it can be very volatile, and since you have a limited number of games to display this in a tournament setting, if you pop off with that playstyle, you kind of pop off like really hard and crush everybody on this one. It's, when you have your bad days, it's going to look exceptionally bad. But again, there's 5 games in order to take advantage of this with, and so the idea here is just, can the right units show up at the right time? Can you have the right augments? Can you manage your economy well? And then also handle the pressure points? Because I think a big highlight of the 1st or 8th playstyle is recognizing when the 8th place is going to likely show up and try to turn that into a 6th place or a 5th place. And it really starts to pad that loss total so that when you have your first, it's highlighted even more. It's like the 1st or 5th style of angle. Like, can you piece something like that together? And so for within here, starting out with an 8th, it's not a welcome feeling, of course, but it is something I think to be expected just from that style of play is when you're going to be playing to either blast off or say, you know what, I'm just going to have to take a seat for a moment.
All right, well, we've seen who won these lobbies. Let's take a look now to see how they did it. We're going to look at our lobby winners, rather. iLucky winning with Shyvana and Corky Revels. VLA winning with 9 Ragewing Set. Z Hydration with 4 Shapeshifters, Shyvana carry, and Setsuko winning with 6 Ragewing Zaya. All right, I see a through line here, Boop. Are you seeing this as well?
I am. I'm seeing some Rage Wings on the board. Let me see. Let me count them real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them. Okay. So all of them have Rage Wings attached to them. 3 out of 4 of these have Rage Wing half of these have Rage Wing augments. But you know, Shyvana Corky is something that we have kind of seen before. I bet Revel Shyvana is super fun to play. Hydration though, with the Shapeshifter, that's probably the outlier here outside of the obvious, which is the Zaya 3, right? So that's going to be something I want to look at. Maybe after this game and kind of look back on and see how we got there, because that was also a portable Forge game, and I love kind of seeing how those items transition into late game results.
Nathan, it brings me back to a point you made before where you said there's skill expression not only in capping your board, but also in uncapping, because it kind of allows you to take a step back and say, well, how do I actually get to a point where my board is stronger than the rest of everyone else in the lobby? And even though we're seeing Shyvana in all 4 of those wins, all 4 of those players do it differently. And I feel like that kind of connects pretty well with the point you're making, that a capped board doesn't always mean the same board across every game.
Yeah, like in Setsuko's game, we kind of saw it in a more traditional sense. It's like you hit the Zaya, you found the biggest possible angle for Zaya, which was the 3-star, and then just using your economy advantage to find the units you need with an emblem. We saw it on the side with the Shapeshifters, we saw a Beast Den as the 3rd augment. It's like, how do I now support my board to have more attack speed? That's a very, very unusual one to take, and frankly, it's kind of difficult and I think unexplored. It doesn't really show up that much, and when it does, how often do you really take it in that spot? Shyvana being a naturally powerful shapeshifter, just got to figure out how to surround that unit now. And then again, it just kind of rinses and repeats itself as you go the way across. Corky being a big part of the support damage in the first one, and then in the second one, the 9 Rage Wing set, because of you have all of these implants on Rage Wings because of the augments you were able to find. It's just so crazy that all 4 players' boards were heavily leaning into Rage Wings and different ways to do it. Like what a crazy looking opening game that we have across the 4 lobbies for winners.
All right, that's going to do it for game number 1. We'll be back with game number 2 in a little bit, but first, take a look at this video where you can learn a little bit more about our partner Ball Street and Fantasy TFT. welcome back, everybody. Jade Cup, day 4. That wasn't a Ball Street video, but we love them anyway. Crowan and Mort Dog are back here on the desk with me. Crowan, Mort Dog, welcome back. Glad to have you. We just caught first game of the day, Vertosaurus, Asa, Setsuko. Battle of Titans right off the bat. And Crowan, we've been talking about Setsuko all weekend. Setsuko, the player with a chip on his shoulder who said audibly, he said out loud, he said, I don't want to have this title of being a ladder warrior. It really does feel like this is the path for Setsuko to prove that he can translate that success into tournament as well.
He very much can. He's proved it time and time again, and the Jade Cup here is more of the same. Setsuko is putting, his money where his mouth is, and I really respect that. And with the Xayah 3 performance like that, Xayah isn't a unit that's winning lobbies, but I guess if you hit a Xayah 3 position well, play around it, get a really nice capped board at the end of things, Setsuko's doing it in style. You really love to see it.
This time around, we're going to be taking a look at Lobby A. We got some names in here. We got Casper, iLucky, Aniko, King Cracks, Kuramex, Malala, Milk Guy, and Within. Mort Dog, taking a look at this next lobby, who do you have your eyes on?
I mean, the 3 I've got my eye on, Malala with the performance yesterday, obviously trying to, keep that going. Top 4 last game, not so bad. Milk, you've always got to talk about Milk and what's he got up his sleeve. Has he figured out the meta? How's he doing? Managed to get a 3rd last game. And then I think Aniko is somebody that performed really well yesterday. Was able to get those 2 bonus points. Unfortunately, coming out with a 7th last game. And so we'll have to see if he can turn that around, or if he's sort of, going to fall back into the bottom 16 again that he's been before. Because again, I think he's always been one of those players that's always on the cusp and could be one of the greats. And so we'll have to see if he can finally turn that around.
It's true. I feel like we have a lot of bubble players in this tournament. But game number 2 is ready. We're going to head over there. I'm going to hand the game over to you, Crowan. Mort, hope you both enjoy game number 2 of the Jade Cup.
We very much will. Thank you, Gangly. On into game number 2 with Lobby A. Of course, as you just pointed out, Mort Dog, Malala had a fantastic run yesterday. See how they're going to be able to carry forward into today. They did secure a 4th place in the last game playing Shiou composition. But I think a lot of this, I want to bring it back up. I know, Deja is on the forefront of everyone's minds. Between Lobby D and Lobby A, at some point, 4 players per lobby were playing Deja, and it's not always the time where you end off on a Deja board. There still is a higher cap, right? So I think this early game setting the pace is really going to be telling of how players are able to achieve that. But Mort, what are you going to be looking out for say the players who aren't going Deja? Is there a specific counter to it that you think that people aren't quite aware of?
I don't know if there's a counter. That sense of deja vu is just hard to avoid here. But no, I think really the one of the reasons the Jade is coming up as one of the comps that can do well is because it can run that 3 or 4 Mystic. But the reality is, depending on which Mirage variant you have, sometimes that Deja can just stack up and become too big a monster, and so you need something that has backline access. That's one of the reasons why Xayah, despite being kind of underpowered, was a pretty good option there, right? It has that big AoE damage, that backline access, and you can see how quickly it kind of melted. Now, granted, it was a Xayah 3, but yeah, it's really going to come down to, something that can get onto that backline pretty quick, and right now there isn't a ton of that.
That's true, and actually, we saw before the break there was the winning lobby score screen. All of them are Rage Wings. There were no Dejas featured as the comp winners, so there's certainly a higher cap than just running Deja boards. Shyvana, a fantastic unit, but taking a look at this first augment choice, it's a snap portable forge. It's such consistent. You can go a bunch of different options. They're a solid option there, and can just slap it on to Sejuani there with that Eternal Winter or Braum.
Yeah. Eternal Winter is one of those items that, very powerful, frankly, kind of frustrating to fight against sometimes, having everyone, attack that thing, get their attack speed slowed by 30%, occasionally get sunned. And you can see here, look at this front line. Like, this is just a Braum 1, but with these items, you've got that high amount of armor and MR. This is a really good front line. The only thing you really have to fear is something like, those early Kanes and Dianas that can kind of skip that. But otherwise, this is a great spot. You can even see a Nico kind of responding to that front line like, well, this is going to be a pain to get through. So.
Thumbs up from Malala. Knows that it's a very solid option, of course. And yeah, everything's going to be attacking it. Gets all that gargoyle value, the Eternal Winter value. It's just such frustrating to deal with. Even without Guardian, right? This is just a Braum with no synergies, but still it's so good, still alive. And the upgraded units, of course, from Malala. Like, this is a fantastic early game. Surely there's going to be more synergies coming online soon, but this is a 4-0. That Braum did not fall to 4 units from Milk.
Yeah, if you watch the attack speed of those champions, it just feels like they're stuck in molasses. They can't quite do anything there. It's just a lot of power. Moving over to this board, though, we see another pretty strong start here. Maybe not Eternal Winter strong, but another Gargoyle showing the power of that single tank front line. The Ionic Spark as well, giving you some extra magic resist shred, doing some extra damage every time they cast. If they can get a Tahm Kench 2 here, this is another really powerful 2 Bruiser, 2 Cannoneer start.
Yeah, interesting. Lucky decided not to play 2 Trainer to get Namzi in. I had played it, I believe, on 2-1, but take it out for just favor of a stronger board, even though they're not streaking. Maybe just want to, make it more likely they're going to be able to kill more units. But looking at Namzi in general, playing these early 2 Trainers, I think it leads in one of 2 directions, one being a Corki composition, but also some players play it with a Alawi Varus reroll, which I think was definitely a comp on my mind and had a decent play rate yesterday. I think was 5th in terms of popularity of the comps, but how do you think that the trainer fares well into that Varus reroll?
Yeah, the thing with the Varus reroll is you need as much time as possible to buy yourself, time for that Varus to get stacked up, to unleash those auto attacks with big AD, oftentimes being played with something like Double Trouble to give you that extra AD. And so if you can get that Namzi up to 2-star, 3-star, or even, 4-star, that's just enough extra free frontline. And then the Varus in particular benefits from that attack speed of the Lulu, that carrying a Heimerdinger isn't really that big of tax to, give you that 3 mage and be able to play that. And so it can do really well. And again, despite the big nerfs that we saw of the 3-star AD, Varus surviving kind of shows just how powerful it was beforehand.
Yeah, definitely. There's a player in this lobby who, I believe yesterday, played Varus 2 games in a row and top 4 at both games, and that's going to be Casper Wu. So Casper definitely being comfortable on that. There was a bit of a shout out. I think Soju pre-tournament today, I was watching his stream, was saying Melk was the best Varus player in North America. So maybe we'll have a chance to see multiple players have the option to run Varus, at least in this lobby specifically. Not sure the truth to it, of course. Soju speaks in hyperboles a lot of the time, but still, there's some merit to it, I'm sure.
So looking at these augments here, we can see Milk's going to be trying to go that Cannoneer route. We've already seen a bunch of other players in Cannoneer. King Krax gets that early, static Shiv with the extra itemization power that comes to. But probably the most interesting picks here are Casper with Pandora's Bench, which is not a great early game augment. A lot of people use that to 3-star their dragons or 3-star their 4 cost, but early game not so much. And then a Nico with Clear Mind. That's going to be another interesting one where Clear Mind can get you much higher level than, people are expecting, but it does require you to play kind of weaker boards, and so we'll want to keep an eye on Nico's health. Being at 86 with Clear Mind is not that bad a start.
No, they're level 5, I believe, having at least an okay board. But yeah, this Casper, Pandora's Bench, this is one of my favorite augments, to be honest. I think it allows for such interesting situations if you're able to pick it early and what you're going to reroll, right? I think he's deciding, Casper is, to reroll these 2-cost units as opposed to tearing up the 1-stars. And they're still 1-star, I guess Senna, is the only 1-star, 1-cost, but Braum as well. Really wanting to find these Tristanas and Braums, I think, that would allow Casper to continue this streak forward, but it might end here because that's a Braum 2 for Malala, and that was such a tanky threat that wasn't able to be killed on 2-1 from Melk. And yeah, it looks like it's more of the same. This Braum is an absolute barricade. Nothing can get through it.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't like this position here from Casper. You're kind of banking on the luck, the 1 in 13 luck of each time can that roll that Tristana you're looking for or that Braum, and especially knowing that Malala has come the Braums out of the pool as well. It just seems like a really rough spot to hold all that extra econ.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, Milk was at 76 health going into the stage and then won his fight. Knowing his style and how he likes to kind of, lose stage 2, get that econ up, and then spike that later. I'm kind of surprised he won that fight and probably didn't want to.
Hopefully at least able to win the next round to get a little bit of streak going before neutrals. I think the only player that's looking likely to streak all the way is Malala, of course. And interesting, the slam onto with the Archangels onto the Lilia, I think is actually pretty good. It's going to be on, 2 skill score and 2 cav, a little bit tankier, going to be dealing this amount of damage. No mages, of course, but doesn't even need it. Lilia is actually one of the units that was, carried in that 4 skill score and composition that was really prevalent a couple of patches ago. I don't think there's going to be quite anything like that being seen here, but still a great early game carry. But okay, we know why Milk has won some rounds, I suppose. Tristana 2, a Senna 2, but also a Siphon up there. Super early.
Yeah. Getting the early Siphon here has got to be really good for Milk. The fact that often people run the Idis, but Siphon has become a really good alternative. It gives you that built-in armor and MR shred that you get from Whispers, allowing your Cannoneers to do even more damage. And you can actually build Siphon pretty tanky, knowing that he'll get that stacks of AD and AP, usually run something like 4 Whispers, something like that. So pretty good transition here for Milk, and so hopefully you can get some augments that support this, maybe turn this into a Corki. I doubt we're going to see Tristana reroll.
Yeah.
But again, we're also seeing that the early Cannoneers are being ridiculously contested here. We saw Casper trying to do that. We're seeing this on Milk's board. So a lot of Cannoneers here, and we'll have to see who transitions into what.
I actually want to further elaborate on the point that you brought up there with the, in these Cannoneer compositions, how Siphon can be built tanky. How tanky do you think is, merit to build Siphon? Because Milk's going for, Titans is kind of tanky, but it is still, offense oriented, same with the Bloodthirster. But what is kind of your ideal, if there was one, of a Siphon build in this Corki composition?
Yeah, it's interesting because you need that sort of solo frontline, and so I actually like, the Gargoyle and something like a Bloodthirster, because he has such a high base HP, that Bloodthirster provides a lot of extra shield. I think Titans is a pretty good choice here. You're getting a lot of armor and MR, allowing you to do some pretty good damage. So this is good. It'll especially be really good, obviously, in Stage 3.
Yeah.
The one thing we have to worry about is late game, this will fall off really hard. We can sometimes see Siphon get bursted down, especially by those Dejas that are going to be shredding the MR here. But at this point, we're going to get a lot of key bites here. Tristana doing the big, splash here, and manages to beat Malala of all people with that comp. Yeah. So that's got to feel really good. Leveled to 6 here, and that was a good play.
Leveled, got rewarded. The item slams were very key there as well. If both the Titans and BT weren't slammed, I think Milk definitely could have lost that round, but takes Malala's streak and ends it. King Cracks only one actually on top 96 should be on a streak, but we have the augments coming through. State United 2, I think the data very much supports that as like the best gold augment in the game. Obviously data is only one part of the story, but hard to go against State United here, I think.
Stand United does require you to play, specific comps. One of the reasons it's doing so well right now is Corki in particular.
Yeah.
Kind of naturally ends up with a lot of active traits.
Oh wow, re-rolls it.
That's pretty interesting to see. Going with Scale Scorn though, and so that's where, like if you're going Scale Scorn, even if the data looks really good, that's not necessarily something you want to play here. Interestingly, has the Olaf 2 already, so that is a very early Olaf 2, but that can kind of be both a good and a bad, right? Because you've got the early Olaf 2 for some power, but that means you're not going to have as many stacks in the late game.
Yeah.
We've also seen Olaf kind of do well when he's an assassin, but not nearly as well in this situation. And we can kind of see here, despite the Olaf 2, 3 warrior, isn't able to pull off a win against Kuramax, who just has a itemless Corki 1. Yeah.
The thing going well for Within is the econ, right? It has that early econ augment with the rich get richer. So hopefully we'll be able to, gets the 4 scale score in now because picked up the Braum. Is going to be able to go level 7, maybe get a lot of key upgrades, and then save up enough to be able to find Olaf 3, Dyna 3, right? That's going to be a huge factor in terms of this comp having success. Even it's rolling on level 6 right now, actually. A bit early, trying to find some things, and having that skill score and emblem means you can find one more and then go up to 6 skill score, and that can have a super high cap. But it's the question of which one for now do you want to drop, being the Lilia or the Braum. And opting to keep Lilia on the bench right now, but leaving it open in case of, maybe another augment comes through with a tome and you get another scale scoring from that, perhaps.
Yeah, this position, when you've only got 46 health and you've only got 3 Olafs, is going to be very difficult to buy yourself the time to get that Olaf 3. And again, the RFC Olaf, I just don't think has been performing as well as it can. It kind of struggles up against things like the Itis, the Siphon here. Barely manages to win this fight, and this is not a fight you want to be barely winning, right? Scale scoring is really good in the mid game, and then starts to fall off against some of these 8-cost dragons. And so, just really going to need something big here. Is going to be able to get the spatula, but this is so tricky now because you don't really want to run Assassin and RFC. That's kind of double doing there. Nico here, by the way, gets Last Stand. Getting that Clear Mind into Last Stand. It'll be really interesting to watch what happens when he hits 1 health and spikes up. Casper going with the Featherweights, clearly going that Tristana reroll, probably trying to get that going. Other than that, I think Trade Sector Plus was actually taken, which is not an augment you see a lot of challenger players really lean towards. So interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, super interesting. I really, like you mentioned, my eyes are going to be on a Nico with how that Clear Mind plus Last Stand kind of, I guess I'll say synergy works out. Nico obviously in 8th place right now in HP, but a big spike once that Last Stand does proc. And Casper makes sense having that Pandora's Bench and rerolling for Tristana. Good augments here. King Cracks did lose the streak in that last round, barely versus the Olaf. Looking to pick things back up though, but it's going up against a board that already features an Itis and a Corki with some solid items here. Gonna be hard pressed to win this one, I think, unless Siphon gets a good bite in the back line. Does not hit the Corki though.
Yeah, you can see Kurmex with the Goldmancer Staff. This is a pretty good item to get. You can often get, 4, 6, even 8 gold per round if you get some really good procs here. Isn't able to win the round, but all he has to do is build that up and get that Corki 2, and that can fuel the gold that you need. So that can be one of those kind of high roll moments. Nico down to 32 health here with that Clear Mind. We talked about that, where you got to really keep an eye on his health. And so when's he going to spike that up? We want to keep an eye and see when he goes, I imagine, level 8, tries to roll down, finally stops using that Clear Mind, and so we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, definitely. This board for King Crack still strong enough for now. Thought it might have struggled in that last round, but no, the Corki one wasn't quite powerful enough yet. King Crack's trying to econ back up. Pushing level 7 in stage 3 is really indicative of like the pacing of this lobby. And Nico was able to do it as well, going to 7, but still has 50 gold. Very rich there. Nico going to go a fast 8, roll it down, hopefully land on a good board, and again has that kind of last stand security. Still getting Clear Mind value, of course, nothing on the bench. Nico taking a lot of losses, but again, that's kind of the game plan here for Nico.
So one of the things to call out here with a Nico, and it's going to be very difficult to do this, but he's looking to run that Volibear Legend Cavalier comp, and Last Stand gives all your units extra armor and MR, which will then be eaten by the Legend. So there's a situation where he might have one of the most powerful Volibears we've seen if he can pull that all off together. A little lower than gold than I think he'd want to be in this situation here, but you're starting to see pick up those Cavaliers, gets tempted by all those dragons.
There's so many Dejahs. Aurelion Sol even was in there too, but no, Nico's sticking to the game plan of that Volibear Legend, like you were saying.
Yeah, hits the Volibear 2 here. The big thing he really needs is the Ornn and a couple Cavaliers, right? So he can get that extra armor and MR, and then he can get, the Legend going. And so really going to expect to try to see him find that Ornn. Does find the Sejuani, that's really big. But again, Ornn is going to be the key here. Can he find the Ornn? Finds a Hecarim, that's another Cavalier, that's really good.
Yeah.
Find that Sejuani. But again, no Ornn.
Pair. I wonder if there's ever a world. I mean, the augments don't mean that Nico has to play this Volibear composition. If he finds Shoyu 2, it could be a pivot angle. Rageblade not the best item, but still can kind of work out there. And Nivea, of course, having Nivea 2 works with that Shoyu Jade composition. Bench pretty full, but did not find the Ornn in time. And Nico would have loved to go 8 first before having to roll to increase those odds to find Ornn, but not doing that. And the Olaf is making quick work of his board, and Nico drops to 5 HP. Still safe because of that Last Stand. Again, remember, that next loss will not be lethal, but still has a lot of work to go and only 20-ish gold plus the units on bench to, find that Ornn. And I don't even know if he can get Volley 3. Maybe less in value will be able to buy enough time to get the Volley 3, though.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a Volley 3 here. The big thing is just can we get Legend online? Because Volley 2 with Legend can do a lot here.
Ooh, prismatic.
Certainly not taking Golden Egg. Does end up re-rolling it. Celestial Blessing.
Nice.
Celestial Blessing is a really good augment here. 35% Omnivamp plus the extra from Last Stand. There's going to be a lot of Omnivamp here. But again, without this Ornn, the plan falls apart really hard.
I mean, how much do we commit to this Volibear? I mean, there's another one.
Oh, there's the Ornn.
Xiaoyu sold. Legend online. Isn't Nico going to be a legend here, making this comeback work?
Yeah, the big thing is needs to get Cavalier in. Has 2 Cavalier, is able to eat some of that. Has 7 Volibears here, so we might start to see a big comeback here. The question is, what's the third item we're going to put on this? Normally it's a Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
I don't think you need the Bloodthirster, though, considering you're going to have 55% Omnivamp. The only thing is that shield is kind of nice, but otherwise, I almost wonder if you do something wild here, like double Ginsus, just to get stacking and getting to absorption here. Otherwise, I'm not really sure what you go here. And you can see some of this extra damage is going to be able to get CC'd after the Quicksilver runs out here. You can just see we really need damage to get those splashes here, and that's why I'm almost wondering if you're supposed to go double Ginsus.
I mean, we'll reach the attack speed cap, I guess, but getting there fast and, of course, getting all those procs, I might be there with you, Mort. I might think double Ginsus is actually the secret tech here. Moving over to Kurum. Has found the Itis 2 and Corki 2, so in a much better spot. Honestly, I mentioned it yesterday as well, but traditionally, this past couple of patches, Kurum has not done well while playing Corki. Definitely leans towards Xiaoyu pretty heavily, has a reliance, but is in a decent spot, I would say here. The Corki items aren't fantastic, but there is at least the upgraded units.
The thing I don't like about this spot is if you look at this, what you're seeing is like, yeah, 2-star Itis, 2-star Corki, everything's 2-starred, feels pretty good, right? Yeah. Well, not really, because they have Think Fast. Their entire Prismatic budget was, okay, let me upgrade all my units. You're now down a Prismatic. And so I think this will be okay for now, but stage 5, I think we'll see this really start to fall off. And so this is one of the reasons I've kind of been favoring away from Think Fast right now. It just doesn't feel like it's truly worth it, other than to kind of catch you up. Now, it might be able to be enough to get you a top 4. Uh-oh. The Volibear is almost down. Oh, look at that. The healing. The healing.
Oh, it's so
good.
The
healing.
Can it win? I think it can. The Itis just doesn't do enough damage. Volibear's going to clutch it out, and Nico saves that last stand yet again. It is one Volibear away. Any Volibears on carousel? No. There's not, but still, this Volibear, absolutely massive.
I'm really trying to think what you've got to get that third item on as quickly as possible. Yeah. I'm wondering what he's thinking here, because I was thinking maybe Giant Slayer, that could be another option.
Be great.
But goes with a belt, and I'm just not really sure. You're not going to go Morello here. This is really interesting.
I mean, maybe does want the Morello, right? The Anivia, kind of the off carry in this composition. Yeah.
Okay, the Morello on the Anivia can definitely help here, and it gives you some extra damage, get that anti-heal applied.
Yep.
Again, you've really got to get that Volibear is the majority of your power and damage here. You've got to get that going. It's just really unfortunate. I do like the frontline Anivia here, knowing that you're going to steal the Hecarim. That's going to cause the Anivia to cast quite a few times, which feels pretty good. But yeah, I need a third item on this Volibear.
Assuming that Nico wins at least one out of the next 2 rounds, is going to get to that Treasure Dragon and find a third item for Volibear. The question is, will they have enough gold to re-roll the Treasure Dragon if they need to find the item? Because they're rolling it kind of down to 0 every single turn. I think this round will be a win as well, just because, Nivea gets a great cast there. Volibear's still full HP, so Nico's making this work for now, and this is interesting. Kind of how far can this go is really the question. One Volibear away could hit that massive Volibear 3 power spike, and then the Last Stand power spike. There's so many more things to still look forward to for a Nico spot here.
Yeah, I know we're going to be looking at other boards occasionally, but I really want to focus on this Nico, especially.
Oh, there it is.
There's the Volibear 3. This is big. And the thing to note here is this board's going to get more powerful, right? As soon as that Last Stand procs, all the champions are getting extra armor and MR, which is then being absorbed by the legend, which means Volibear, Ornn, and Anivia are getting double the armor and MR, and the 20% Omnivamp, on top of the 35% from Celestial Blessing. This Volibear, like, it would not surprise me to see a Nico win this game.
I think Volibear is eating the karma there. Not as much value as you might have hoped for, but Nico from this point is going to be pretty strong and be saving up to go level 8, get another Cavalier online, right, with a Nunu or a Lilia. And I actually do think Nico has a solid shot of going top 4 in this game, if honestly not further. It depends on how capped some of these other endgame boards are going to be, because still at end of stage 4 is fighting against just Deja ones with, I mean, that healing with the Dawnbringer. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, he still wins. And that's a bit of insurance, of course. But anyway, yeah, still fighting against like Deja ones even without being paired at the end of stage 4.
Yeah, the big weakness here is going to be overtime damage, especially the MR shred of a Deja. So that's going to be one of the big weaknesses. And then the other one is the Yasuo. If you can get down to that 1v1 and the Yasuo is executing you...
She'll call it.
Okay. I don't actually mind the Jeweled Gauntlet here.
Yeah.
The AP is kind of wasted, but the critical strike, the ability to crit, and again, because it's Omnivamp, you're going to be doing healing relative to your damage dealt. The Jeweled Gauntlet's not a bad choice here.
Hey, everything scales a little bit of AP, I'm not, kind of wasted. Within finding another Olaf too. I think Within was that scale scoring player, and took a little sneak peek actually. Within is up to 6 assassins for scale scoring, so see how far that can't be able to go. Really interesting that we have multiple players rerolling for 3 costs, because I think tournament settings are when you can kind of really take everyone by surprise with everyone trying to go for this, especially in this meta with the Dejas, the Shioyus, and the Corkis, but finding their place with these 3-cost real compositions.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, the Volibear is eating the Sejuani here in this arrangement. You can see Anivia's on the Hecarim,
okay, yeah.
Ornn on the Karma, Volibear on the Sejuani. So the Volibear is getting that Cavalier armor and MR. Is going to lose some of that armor and MR from the Whisper Shred here, but you can see, look at these, 502 from that lightning crit, 541.
Yeah.
These numbers are massive. And you can just see that Volibear Shred. It does struggle a little bit in these 1v1s, but by then you've got the Ginsu capped out.
Yep.
And you can kind of see, and it's funny because Milk's been one of the predominant Volibear players on ladder here, so he knows what he's in for, and he knows he's about to get hit. And again, Last Stand hasn't even procced. This board's going to get stronger.
Wow, lucky going 8th after going first in the previous game. And yeah, speaking of Within, rolling for these 3 stars as well, hits the Olaf 3. Talking about a bit of anti-synergy, of course, with the RFC and the Assassin, but it's still working out relatively well. Within is on a 3-loss streak, but I think this Olaf 3 might shore up those weaknesses just a little bit. And 6 Assassins, a ton of damage.
Yeah, the other thing to call out here is the Verdant Veil. The Verdant Veil's really nice here. You can't stop those assassins. Watch how quickly things like this Corki and Tristana die here. Olaf's going to jump back there. These autos are 7 under. They're just gone. What backline? There was no backline. I did not see a backline there.
I blinked and I missed it. Where did all those units go, Mort? It went goodbye. Same as Casper Wu. Getting taken out in 7th place there. Did not position accordingly for the Assassin matchup, and that's a little unlucky, some may say. You just happen to roll into it. It was a 1 out of 3 chance. Casper not happy about that result, especially because that's 2 bottom 4s in a row for Casper now on the day.
Yeah, definitely a rough finish, and we saw that Pandora's bench just not working out here. Getting a look at Malala's board, we're seeing pretty common here, the 6 Mirage. Unfortunately, still running a Deja 1, and doesn't have another Deja in sight. By the way, we see on the side the Diana 3 was hit for Within, so that nice. 6 Assassin comp's very strong here. Knowing there's a 6 Assassin in the lobby is also kind of hurting everybody. We're seeing this positioning where you kind of have to backline everything, because if you face Within, you're going to take a ton of damage. And when you do that, you end up in this situation now where your Nico that you needed to be in the front line is all the way in the back, and so that kind of puts you at a disadvantaged situation here. And again, this Deja 1, I'm not sure is going to be able to cut through. Is able to hit the Corki. The Corki doesn't have any healing. Maybe one more big strike can win this fight. But this is definitely... Neither of these boards are looking particularly strong. On the other side, we talked about Kuramax being down a Prismatic. And so you can kind of see, like, this is kind of an even fight.
Oh, Deja not hitting the Corki, though. Can it cast one more time? It cannot. The Yasuo does get some nice healing there. Can it be able to get that slash off? No, it does not get to execute. Malala not losing that much. But Nico is still on a streak and has not procced the last stand yet.
Like I said, it would not shock me to see him win the lobby, which from that position being at 5 health at 4-1 while everyone else, that would be a very good turnaround. So pretty happy to see. We're starting to see everyone drop out. Within did drop that round despite having the Olaf 3 and Diana 3. One of the big weaknesses now of Assassins is the fact that they jump a little sooner, which means if people do backline properly, they can be countered pretty hard. Now, that is one of the rare parts where the RFC can help, because the Olaf won't have to do a bunch of walking around and stuff like that. But the reality is one bad matchup can kind of be the end of you here, and so we'll have to see if those Assassins are able to get to their backline targets.
Definitely. Looking at Kerm's board here, for being, you know, quote-unquote down a Prismatic, Kerm, I think, is in a solid spot. Was able to utilize that Prismatic augment to get everything 2-starred, and after that, econ back up so he can go level 9. And Corki boards still can cap out very highly if you're able to consider something like a Shyvana, you know, Nico pairing in the end game. Kerm has 80 gold right now, a decent amount of health with 34. Might start losing some of these rounds, though, because, yeah, is, you know, a Radiant or a Prismatic augment down, but still these fights are going relatively well, able to kill the majority of units, if not even win this round, honestly.
Yeah, the big thing helping here is the thrill. That Corki doesn't have any healing, but every time he's getting a kill, was able to heal up with the thrill. It's just not quite going to be enough, but at least Kerm not going to take a ton of damage. Do have to call out Within, despite having the 6 Assassin, does drop out in 6th. And then Nico does proc Last Stand. So now we're in this situation where everyone just got 20% more Omnivamp and a bunch of armor and MR, which is going to get stolen, as I've talked about. So now, can we see any of these fights turn around here? And so it'll be interesting to see. Tries to reposition here. Is it enough, or does something take him down?
You thought Nico was strong before. He's reached final form here with the Last Stand proccing. Ornn 2 has to lock for it, though. Cannot purchase it this round. What's the matchup going to be? It's going to be into Kurum. And Kurum did just go 9.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. But let's watch how big these splashes are and how much this Volibear heals. So here we go. We're online. We've got the casts. We're getting about 424. Mystic is going to be very powerful against this Volibear. It's starting to stack up here, but it's still at full health, just not taking much damage. And now we're seeing the backline lightning start to hit.
Yep.
And again, it just isn't even below full health. This is 55% Omnivamp.
So much.
The one crazy thing, though, is that does mean everyone's going to lose by 1 unit, usually, with the Volibear the last thing alive. Sure. So we might see a very slow bleed out here, going all the way to stage 7.
Ooh, Warmogs. I wonder if that's going to go on to the Nunu that Volibear is consuming to get just more stats for that Volibear, or if it goes in the Ornn. Probably the Nunu, I'd say, though. What do you think, Mort?
I definitely put it on the Nunu here. This is a comp that is 100% all about keeping that Volibear alive. And so giving that Volibear the extra 1,000 health that he's going to eat through, it's basically like a 6th item slot at this point. This Volibear is basically running 6 or 7 items. And so I think putting that on the Nunu makes the most sense to me. Again, the only thing to worry about, and the only reason you might make the argument to put it on Ornn, is because the one weakness you've got here is the Yasuo execute. And so if you can keep 2 units alive, maybe you're not as as weak to that. But it's going to put it on the Hecarim.
Okay, the Anivia is going to be benefiting from that. Interesting. Wanting more of a dual threat, I suppose. But yeah, it really is all coming down to this Volibear at the end of the day. Because he really is living up to the true Volibear, godhood that he literally is in the lore. Nico still has not secured the top 4 yet. Has to work through Malala at 14 HP and Kurum now down to 20 HP. Can Nico continue to do it? Is up against a Radiant TG Hecarim that applied the Morellos to it. And there's a Deja in the back line who Volibear is very far away from, but it just has so much healing, so much damage. Every single round is going to be just like this. Volibear just chews through everything. Slap, slap. Volibear does what he does best.
Yeah, and see, oh, by the way, we see a 2-star Yasuo here. This is the thing that Malala has, I think that a Nico has to be very afraid of, right? Because that execute will kill the Volibear, and so that's the thing you want to look out for. We're on Milk's board here. Milk got, the pretty much the quintessential Corki comp, has very good augments for it, has Best Friend. We saw that early Siphon getting him to this point, and so now we'll just have to see. But I really like these augments. These are 3 combat augments. This is a lot of power. Really much the only weakness looking at this board is the fact that Corki's down an item, but
positioning is not getting best for. Oh, there we go. Okay, swaps last second. I was gonna say those units are all touching each other in the middle, but does swap that positioning, making sure that Siphon is going to be jumping into the correct spot, right? Siphon positioning can make or break these boards, but Milk, obviously one of the TFT greats, is going to be well on top of that one. Gets the Siphon into the back line, takes out the Corki, starts autoing the Sona as well. Milk showcasing why he's amongst the tournament greats in NATFT history.
Yeah, and so now this is a ghost board, so I'm kind of watching the side right now. Kurum wins the fight, so King Krax gets taken down. We see the Volibear here. There's the Yasuo.
Oh, that's the
The Yasuo.
No. That's what you were talking about earlier, Mort. The only way, or one of the only ways that Voli can get taken down is a stacked Yasuo that can live until the end of the fight, and that's exactly what that was. A triple item Yasuo 2. For all that hard work, Nico ends up in bot 4. This is a sad day, Mort Dog.
It was kind of worst case scenario too, because the Yasuo had Edge of Night, which meant it was very likely to guaranteed live to the end. And so that's just a really sad end to almost an amazing comeback there with that Volibear.
I know, but hey, a good recognition of the rest of the lobby, right? Saying that, oh, there's a Volley in the lobby. Yasuo was just good anyway, but it's especially good in this situation here. Gonna be Corki versus Corki here. Kurum is level 9, but has that kind of weaker board, is down that prismatic. Can Milk still being on level 8 win? The Siphon did not jump towards the Corki. That's a big thing, and didn't even kill the Sona either. So Kurum is in an okay spot right now. The Itis is still surviving. Does eventually get taken down. The Namzi value as well. This is a close fight. Can a healing come through? And it does. Corki does not get another cast. The Sona gets the cast though. Takes out the Corki. And it's just Sona v Sona, but Tristana for Kurum X. What is this going to go? What direction the Tristana? No! Kurum losing out, but still surviving in the round. Such a close matchup there between both Corki players.
Ooh, this is a big deal. There's a Cannoneer emblem on the board. And I feel like, that's a big spike if Kurum wants to take it. If not, I think Milk takes it. He's got Rebel, Cannoneer. Goes with the IE. Interesting. It feels like there was a lot of good options for everyone here. Kurum taking the Sunfire for some anti-heal.
Yeah.
Milk, though, definitely looking like the lobby favorite here. And this is one of the big changes we talk about, by the way, with the Namzi nerf that happened in the B patch. Weaker in the early game, but stronger in the end game. This Namzi has more health than it did before the B patch.
Yeah.
And so this is giving Milk a lot of frontline, as we saw, between the Siphon, the Silas, and the Namzi, and so it's just barely enough. The IE for the Corki does make a ton of sense here. Make sure you have your third item. I kind of like that. 3 Cannoneer isn't going to be a big spike, neither is 3 Rebel. This is just banking on Corki doing as much damage as possible. Good Zephyr there, though.
Yeah, no Deja, but feeling a little deja vu here at this matchup yet again. Great Zephyr, and this time around, the Siphon's in a bit of a better spot, but does get stuck onto that Namzi 4, but still getting one shot. The IE on Milk's Corki gonna make him even that much more powerful, and yeah, this matchup is way less close. Kurum, great job at getting a third place here, I think, with that Think Fast stabilization, but not gonna net much more than that. It is just a top 2 situation where Milk has a lot more HP to work with. Both players on a win streak, actually. But Milk still is able to cap higher, go level 9. Now has that Namzi 4. And still only is on Lulu 1, right? This board can get a lot better between Bard upgrade, Lulu upgrade, and just a or I guess an 8th unit.
Yeah, the Namzi 4 here, though. Namzi 4 has 175 armor and MR, so ends up being really, really tanky. We'll have to see what Malala's running. Malala's got that Yasuo, though, and a really strong Deja. Really good front line. This could go either way.
Oh, this is the middle positioning Deja. You don't see that often, but see where the cast goes here. It doesn't hit the Corki nor the Sona, though, so I actually don't know if I like this middle Deja positioning. The Siphon is going to be dashing away from it, though. The Yasuo is still alive and has the healing coming through. This could be Malala's comeback here. Melk loses out the round, but 76 gold to work with. Still has a stronger board to reach. Malala, one of the standouts from yesterday, the standout, in fact, getting first place on the day. Can they make similar stuff happen? They did, of course, get a 4th place game number 1.
Whoa.
Looking to make it a first here in game number 2. But the Zephyr versus the Edge of Night.
Yeah, the big difference here is the Zephyr. The Zephyr is going to be really handy. If you can get that on the Siphon or the Corki, that's going to make a big difference, allowing the Deja time to spike up. Whereas the Edge of Night doesn't really have a great user here. You're not going to Edge of Night your Silas. Maybe it goes on Sona. That's not going to make a massive difference. We are going to see a level up to 9 from Milk, I have to imagine, here at 7-1. Oh, he's going for a Sona 3 win condition.
Oh.
This is really bold. I like this play a lot from Milk. Oh, misses a Sona, though. We definitely saw one go past.
There's a Corki.
Kind of just last-minute nerves. Going for Corki 3, Sona 3. Can he pull it off here? This is a big roll down. We saw one Sona missed. Hits the Bard. At this point, it doesn't look like there's 7. It ends up stopping. Isn't going to make it. Has to worry about positioning. The other thing when you do these crazy roll downs is you don't reposition, and that can cost. I didn't see where the Zephyr. Okay, the Zephyr hit the Namzi. That's not bad. It's not great.
Yeah.
But here comes the big Deja waves. Is going to do some damage here. As long as the Yasuo and the Deja live, this feels like it's Malala's game.
Just have
Yasuo's
to
down.
live. Yasuo is down, and there's a Siphon in the back line. Looks like with one more bite. Woo! Yeah, Melk will do it. Did not hit Corki or Sona 3, but didn't need to. Melk taking a much needed victory here in game number 2. A great start, showing why Corki, even if you don't have this crazy endgame cap as well, you could just Corki Siphon all the way to a victory with just some good solid play.
Yeah, you brought up a good point there. I felt like for a lot of that game, Mort, Crone, you were highlighting Nico within these players who were trying to slingshot themselves back into the game. But in the end, it was Milk and Malala, these strongest board kind of players who were just playing what they had in front of them, making a strong board and keeping their health high, who ended up taking it. So Crone, I think, there's a certain clash of playstyle that comes across in these games where just because it didn't work out in Nico's favor and didn't work out in Within's favor doesn't mean that slingshotty style doesn't actually work.
Yeah, and in Nico's case, I think, we were all rooting for him, I think, at one point or another in that game, because it was just so hype. Hitting the volley 3 when it was like, oh, there's probably no way. I think Morty even said, it's like, yeah, probably not playing for the volley 3 condition, win condition. Did hit it, just a great Yasuo counter there. But I think that's not really indicative of, say, like the 3-cost reroll is placed. I think they still can be very good. It's just, unfortunately, not the case in this lobby. And every lobby has its own, unique dynamic. It's hard to really want to go that direction in the face of these 4-cost really consistent things, though, because that's really what you got to think about a lot of times in tournament is how am I going to be the most consistent, and I think Milk displayed that right there.
I think we got to give some credit to Kurum X there. Mortdog, you called this out in the middle of the cast. He took Think Fast as his prismatic augment, and in the most Kurum X way, he's taken Think Fast, where most people take this prismatic and opt into rerolling. And Kurum X says, I'm just going to take Think Fast, play strongest board, and you know what? Find my way into the top 4. But the rest of our lobbies have finished. We have the scores ready. Let's take a look at how these have all rounded out. We saw Lobby A with Milk and Malala taking the top 2. In Lobby B, Liquid Robin and I Copy Keen. Lobby C, Amda and Chalky, and Lobby D, T Kamat and Zhao Dan Dan. Mortdog, we talked at the top of the show yesterday about how Robin is maybe just this most set-resistant, meta-resistant player, and time again, it feels like we're finding him at the top of the lobbies in the final day.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting to see, and Robin's definitely coming here to play. We even saw that intro video between him and Soju, and Clearly, he's here to try to make a name for himself. Getting that first place is going to be really key here. The thing to note here is today is only 5 games before the cutoff of top 8, and so these first places are very important. The sample size is smaller, and you have to be in that top 8. So these are really important. Milk, Robin have to be feeling really, really good, whereas you look on that bottom end, I think Valet, had that first and then turned it into a 7th. That's not nearly as good. There's not a ton of time to come back today, and so I think already we're hitting game 3 here, and it's going to be like, you've got to be in that top half or you're going to lose hope pretty quick.
It's true. We've spoken a lot already about these first or 8th style players like Within and Protect Scroll, both of who have found themselves on the bottom. So they really need to turn up the jets and find themselves a couple 1-1-1s. Let's look at how these lobbies played out. The winners, we saw Milk with the Siphon Corkies, Liquid Robin, Six Mirage, Deja Carry, Amda playing Shyvana, Corky Revels, and T Kamat playing another Shyvana, Corky Revels. I definitely, Crowan, it feels like we're seeing a lot of things we've seen already this weekend, right? The Deja, the Corky. Yeah. I think this is no crazy surprise to see these compositions on top.
Definitely not a crazy surprise. I think what I was talking about as that game kind of ended was Milk, getting the win with Corky Siphon. That's great. It's a great comp, but usually you see it come through with a Corky, Shyvana that you pivot to in the end game. And I think there was some compositions that won game 1, the same thing. I think this is 4 out of 8 lobby wins of the day featuring a Shyvana in the end game board, so speaks to how powerful that really these end of stage 6, even stage 7 boards can get to. But a definite trend here with Corky being obviously very good, a lot of Deja, but I think Deja kind of falls into the trap sometimes of, with a lot of players go for it, kind of similar to Corky, but you can kind of all take a bit of just a limited size, right? And everyone is going to be just not that great off for it, and oftentimes just bought for. And Deja doesn't really have that kind of high cap, say like this Shyvana board, so it doesn't feature quite as many wins.
I know Mort talked about it yesterday when talking about the value that the B patch has on the meta, where these 10 cost units, while they are the highest cap, typically you have to find a way to get there. And before the B patch, we were kind of seeing everybody race to the Aurelian Soul. Now it seems like we're seeing people use these 8 cost dragons as a stepping stone, to your point, Crowan, where as you can build out these stage 4 and stage 5 boards that have a higher cap, in stage 6 when you can hit level 9, find those 10 cost dragons. The reality is, if you can find yourself with a Shyvana or a different 10 cost dragon that makes your board find a higher cap, that is your ticket to success. That is your way to a first place. Now, we're going to take a quick little break, and this time I promise you there's actually a Ball Street video. Going to break down a little bit. You can learn some more about Fantasy TFT, and we'll catch you after the break. Hey, what's up? Game number 3, Jade Cup final day. I'm back. My two best friends for the next couple minutes again. It's Admirable. It's Boop. Hey, how you guys doing? Actually, don't answer that, 'cause I have a question for you. Don't worry, no. Just don't answer.
Technically, that was a question for us, but continue.
Listen, we're coming out of that game. Nathan, you've talked a lot about clash of philosophies here, right, on the day. And I think that there's actually a really good example there. We kind of talked a little bit about it before the break, and I want to dig into it a little bit more right now. There's kind of 4 characters of that last game that stand out to me, right? You have Milk and Malala, the 2 players who were playing strongest board. You had Nico and Within, the 2 players who were looking to slingshot their way back into the game, right? And the thing is, sometimes these players are going into the game with a certain playstyle, which we've talked about, a player like Within. And sometimes it's a play style that you fall into. I don't think Nico is really known as just being the slingshot kind of player, but there's a key in TFT where sometimes your ability just comes in your strength lies in your ability to adapt to whatever the game throws at you.
The game's foundation is knowledge, and if you're able to piece together the right things at the right times, that's really what's going to end up making the difference in that one. And I think one of the big highlights really that I look for in that one is the fact that Kurum had taken the think fast at the end and just kind of steamed through their board and tried to piece together the strongest thing you could at that point. Like, that tells me at that stage that your augments are really not well shaping up to help your board out at that point, and you're going, I just need to place as high as I can at this point. And it's spots like that that are very hard recognitions to make. It's very easy to fall into some of those categories at times because you don't see a path. But in a spot like that, I've watched a lot of Kurum's play, and very often he'll say something like, I don't know, and then just try to piece together a strong board. And I'm guessing that's exactly what happened in that spot. So taking the think fast and getting 5th in that kind of lobby, because the boards did look pretty strong, or I'm sorry, hitting a top 4 in that lobby, something like that. It's such an interesting spot to watch, because like think fast is one of those augments that really stands out as like the early game augment to highlight and shine right there. Having to take it in a spot like that and try to cobble it together in that lobby feels like a pretty tough thing to do.
I think there's also something to be said there about a point you just mentioned. Sometimes a player will say, oh, I don't really know, but kind of internally they do. And that's what makes these players so great, that their intuition is just better than the rest of the field. But game number 3 is ready. I'm going to hand it off to you two. So I will see you after the game. Enjoy game number 3 of the final day of Jade Cup.
Guys, gals, and pals, intuition has too many syllables for me to understand, so I'll just pretend to. From here on out, we're going to start with Soju, an up-and-coming streamer, if anyone isn't aware.
I knew you were going to make the joke.
I always do. Up-and-coming streamer is really nice to see someone find success in TFT streaming. And hopefully one day, you never know, he might be a top 10 streamer on Twitch.
Yeah, he might be. You never know. You just tune into Teamfight Tactics, and there it is. Soju with the most. We shuffled up lobbies here coming into game number 3. And we have had a pretty big shuffle-up take place, and this lobby is one that interests me in so many different ways that I just don't even know where to start on this one. So let's just start with the Soju one. Currently, where he has had a pretty bad kickoff to this date, sitting at 6 points and in 28th place. Now, the reason I'm going to be highlighting the points a little bit more in this game is because we're having a bit of a different format than what we would normally see, which is it's 5 games, and then we cut to 2 more lobbies to piece all that out. So we're effectively having 2 cuts take place in today. And so when you're sitting at 6 points after 2 games, things need to turn up a notch. And for Soju here, sitting at 6 points and with a duelist's dexterity as the Mirage here, I'm seeing an Olaf on the open, and I'm a little bit excited about where this could end up going.
Okay, duelist dexterity for the Mirage. That's actually something we haven't gotten, I think, on stream just yet. A lot of spell swords, a lot of Dawnbringers for the Mirage, and a lot of pirates. But this is a different one, so I wonder how that is going to affect the Deja play that we've been seeing. Not a lot of Dejas winning lobbies, but a lot of them, again, the top 4 so far. And, I mean, we've been seeing at least, 2 to 4 Dejas per lobby. Positioning has changed as we get to our first augment, Axiomark, Cybernetic, and Featherweights.
This feels like a pretty stark contrast, again, between these. I'm kind of weeding out Axiomark in my head, and Soju's just going to go with the one that feels like it's most generally powerful and least committal. Cybernetic just tends to be a very powerful augment. Love seeing that one here. And now it's a question of how you're going to piece out this board. Is this a level up and take the win streak style of stance? Is this going to be a try to preserve things and make the most of it? What's the angle that Soju is going to take in a spot like this? This is going to be the level up and just strong board. 2 stars, warriors, bruisers. Feels pretty spot on to me.
And we're going to split the items here. And this is actually really, I love cybernetics early because, we've talked about inherent stats before, right? So the cybernetic comp, say we move up against a set of a similar nature, right? Or a similar team comp, ours is inherently going to have better stats to start out with and will most likely defeat the mirror matchups. Is it enough to defeat some of these earlier matchups against Malala? Probably, especially with the set 2 already and the cybernetics. However, that Anivia did a lot of damage there at the very end with the Archangels, and rounds can last pretty long here in the early game too. So Archangel's not the worst early game slam in the world. I mean, not everyone can start with an Eternal Winter Gargoyle Stoneplate Braum, right? In the early game. So this is going to be a lot more traditional as we move over to Chalky. Not just the best milk, but a great player as well.
Chalky is a player that I have known for a very long time, and our history goes pretty far back. Chalky and I started playing Hearthstone together in like 2013, and invariably in my head he became one of the best players in the world, and it wasn't even close. Like, I actually called him the best player in the world for so many years at that point. He's just a mastermind when it comes to strategy games. Now, TFT mixes up a number of these strategy calls where you have to piece a lot of things together, and I think planning has been one of Chalky's strongest elements. So when you have like this cobbling together style of thing where it's like, well, make do with what you have, it opens up new strategy angles. He eventually became a developer for the game, and we got into TFT like really early on. We just loved this game, and we were playing it so much together in set number 1. And just every single time I've looked up at Chalky's profile and gone and looked, it's like he's played a number of games and he's done really well. And in set 7, he really got the interest for tournament stuff. He performed pretty well in Astral Cup, and now he's here in Jade Cup doing the exact same thing. He's actually sitting in the top spots right now for this one. You can see 5th place with 14 points in this one. That is on par with just about everybody in Jade Cup right now. Robin is sitting in 1st and 16th. Milk and Setsuko are sitting in 2nd and 3rd. With 15 points. Malala is right there at 15 points as well in 4th, and then Chalky is right after that with 14 points. A pretty strong kickoff to the day, and frankly, I expect him to perform very well, but that's because I know him so much. If you don't know Chalky, he really likes to plan all this stuff out and then just hope it comes together at the end of the day, realizing that sometimes it just doesn't.
It's a legitimate strategy at the end of the day, right? And what's actually always really cool to talk about, you bring this up with Asa, and basically I feel like everyone in TFT plays another game or has come from another game. It's like the melting pot of games, I feel like, with TFT. I know, like, there's, coaches in first-person shooters that have done very well in things like other tournaments, and that multi-game experience, plus being a developer, I think is uniquely suited to a game like TFT when understanding game systems is so important. So obviously Chalky's going to be pretty good at it, because I think there's a lot of comparisons to this game with card games just in general. So you get that experience plus the game dev experience on the back end of it. There's going to be a lot of contents that Chalky will just inherently have that other people might not even have access to based on his previous experience, which might be paying off right now. Same thing with like Ace and poker, right? An obvious advantage when it comes to playing a game like TFT poker, understanding your outs, understanding percentages, for example, right?
Risk assessment.
Exactly. As we go over to my son, Bertosaurus. Thanks. And
it's always going to make me laugh.
100 HP.
Just both Osauruses.
Yep.
There's a lot of different Osauruses. I just want to make clear. There's a lot of different Osauruses. I've read those books.
Yeah, I've a lot of kids, so keep their name out of your mouth. So Valet did take Tiny Titans, though. We've actually seen Tiny Titans give a top 4 to people by having exactly 30 HP over 5th place, for example. So the fun thing about Tiny Titans, and again, a clash of philosophies, is do you lose streak? Do you try to maintain some winning so you just have that extra HP for a little later on? But in the early game, HP is one of the better resources, as because we also have Duelist Dexterity as well, we might actually see some of these Yones stick around a little bit longer on some of these Mirage boards once we do get there.
It also has best friends to open things off as well. I feel like one of the big weaknesses of the Yone competitions is just being able to piece like a front line together while this Yone can deal damage. When you have a 2-star Yone this early, plus you have best friends to highlight the attack speed plus the front line, it feels like a pretty natural angle here where you still have the openings for say like like Olaf coming together, if you just happen to find a heaping pile of those. RFC's just, it's not even that bad on Corki at the end of the day. There's still a lot of flexibility here to the way that Bertosaurus has built this out. But what we're really seeing here is, I think, one of the highlights of why Bertosaurus is so strong is just, it feels like every single time I look at one of his lobbies, he's found a way to piece together a chance at a 5-win streak. If he can hit this 5-win streak here, I'm very afraid for the rest of the players in this lobby.
Very few people can understand their advantages and push them so methodically well than Bertosaurus, right? A lot of people, will try to do something different to try to get an extra advantage, but again, sometimes you have to learn how to make really good vanilla ice cream before you can make the sundae, right? And I think Bertosaurus, one of the best vanilla players out there, and that's not, a diss. Like, I wish more people played better vanilla. I wish I could play better vanilla TFT, to be honest.
It's the base of all the taste.
Yeah, exactly. And so this Yone actually doing some work there with the RFC. And so, yeah, very little Mirage aspects actually so far. We have one here as we are observing. The Duelist Dexterity, though, is not something you see every day. Karma's Spider-Man meme. All right, Chalky does take the loss here. 2 people getting to this round on a streak.
Yeah, the economy difference here was just enormous, too, as we hopped over from Jockey to Casper's side of the board. Life total is a resource in some effective manner. But when you look at Casper having 60 gold in this spot, like, this is some real blast-off potential that's taking place here. Because if there's something that we know about Casper, it's that he's very flexible and he's very innovative, I'd say, in spots like this as well. I feel like he has a great amount of flexibility with this much gold and not a reasonable life total, but not a terrible one in this spot. You just have so much gold that I'm not afraid of his life total right now.
Well, again, AFK, right? We got 30 extra gold. We lost streak through 58 HP. On the low end, but not anything to kind of like pull the parachute on, right? So we can still kind of play the game that we're playing. We could lose a couple more times too, as the probably Deja items are on the Jinx right now. It might go somewhere else, but so far we've seen Archangel's Jeweled Gauntlet pretty much only on Deja when it comes to the units so far. We could, again, change them up in the future, but I don't think that is going to happen quite here. Casper, also one of the few people in the survey that said that they would win themselves in the Jade Cup. And there's something about that I actually appreciate when you have that kind of confidence coming in.
Yeah, I always like to see that. Why else are you entering the tournament if you don't think you're going to win?
Exactly.
I guess to enjoy yourself, but there's no fun allowed. This is TFT.
It's about the friends you make along the way.
I'm glad you went with the cliche angle.
So, 58 HP here. Still pretty low, but we're going to get the win here. Actually do a lot of damage on Jason Java at the same time, who also has a very interesting answer on the survey, right, Admirable?
Yes, and also it just, on Jason Java's side, they also had AFK in that spot as well. So it was actually the 2 potentially weakest players in terms of board state going up against each other that round. That feels like actually some breathing room for the 2 of them. As we head into 3-2, gold augment is showing up now, so some pretty powerful boards I think that are about to take place here. And when you look at the health total angles, again, we kind of have like a canyon between the top and bottom spots, but the top spots are pretty stacked right now. Like Chalky sitting at 92 in 5th, 92 in 5th.
Yeah,
Malala and 92 on fire, in like tied for that 3rd, 4th, 5th spot. Like, there's a lot going on here, and I am seeing a lot of stuff pop up on that right sidebar right now, where Jason Java's taking a lot of time on this augment because this is a big moment for them. But how are you going to try to take advantage of this gold aspect right now? Your health total is starting to diminish. Your board is very weak at the moment. I feel like your time to roll down here was really limited, but a Deja shows up, and that feels like a gifted angle from the Mort gods.
Sometimes you just hit, right? Sometimes that's the strategy. Just hit. And we got to see the, 5%, right? 6% on level 6 for cost. So even though it is that 8 gold, that is still technically the same level as a 4 cost champion. All right, and we have good items for it, too. We got Giant Slayer, which is actually going to be very nice. We've seen some very, very, very tanky comps here in the late game, like the Volibear that Aniko was running. Probably one of my favorite lobbies to watch so far, as Karma 1 wasn't quite enough. Deja sometimes, If you need to stabilize, all you need is a Deja. As Casper did take an L on that last round, Jason Java, who I believe decided to enter this tournament because he enjoyed Astral Cup. And that's pretty much that's it.
Yeah, I'm glad that you got to that point as well. I know you kind of, you pushed me in that direction. I just really wanted to talk about the world in there for a second. But literally, Jason Java said in the questions that Boop and I sent out to the players that they watched Astral Cup and thought it may be fun to enter the next tournament.
And now here we are in
Wow.
the final day. We might be in 20th place, but I mean, that's called setting your mind to something and doing it.
The final
right?
day that's the hard part to get to in this one. It's something I always want to highlight about this one. It's not just placing top and bottom in the lobbies. It's how far your progress actually goes in this one. You know, I do want to mention also that Jason Java said that they really just play what they think is overpowered and they don't innovate really at all. That's like a quote. It definitely is kind of demonstrating here where it's like taking a long time to evaluate the augments, which one of these is going to be most powerful, save up the gold, and then figure out how you get to that angle that you're trying to take advantage of. So really looking forward to what Jason Java can piece together there, sitting at 9 points in 20th place. As we head over to Casper's side of the board, sitting at 44. And it's time for Casper to really piece some stuff together here. They had a ton of gold to work with. How can they capitalize?
And there is Malala with Dragon Alliance, who's probably playing the best TFT I have seen them play ever during the Jade Cup so far. Really, really excited to see what Dragons are going to show up for Malala, which one already showed up after taking the augment as well. Looking around Soju picking Exiles, it looks like. So we're going to be able to spread out some of our AD potentially in the front line. We don't have to do completed items, so there's not going to be any chalices or banshees that we have to worry about wasting value from. So that's actually a pretty good spot for Soju. We're back on Casper's board.
Well,
And
Deja once again taking the stance. You have the triple crit.
Appropriately named Deja. I mean, it is Deja. All over the convergence.
Goes back to the Brady Bunch at the start.
Yeah,
of the
we're
show.
old. Yeah.
How could this actually function though? I mean, you have effectively like a built-in Rage Blade right now to your Mirage units. So can you take advantage of that properly? I would say that this is arguably 3 of the top items that you can have on Deja right now. I love the double crit angle from the Deja builds. It makes this wave just smash through the line that way. Vile sitting on a jeweled Lotus with 50 gold. I think that this is something that they're looking at from an aspect of that way, but it feels like everyone right now has been looking at Deja.
Yes, and it's happening again. All right, Deja
boy.
Vu all over the place. At least 3 players playing Deja in the lobby. And once again, what that means for the rest of the lobby is you have almost a 50% chance. I don't know if that's the real statistic, but if half the lobby is running Deja, there's a high chance that you're going to be facing a Deja. So your positioning is going to be a lot different. And I don't know if people have noticed, but within the last 2 lobbies, positioning has been wildly different because of these Dejas on the board. You can really see it with the Jade comps when you have the kind of 3 groups for the Jade comps split out everywhere, so Deja doesn't one-shot everyone like we just saw in that last round.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting line. I like that positioning has such a big impact, despite the fact that I tend to be so terrible at positioning. But I like when it plays these big roles because it gives players creativity in a way that isn't just putting your board together. And so, like, Chalky's angle here, he's taken the Jade stance. This is a very common one I've seen Chalky take. But this board is about to just get absolutely demolished by this wave. And so for Chalky here, their early game yielded them a high life total, but now it's time to really make something happen here. Is that make something happen, wait till 4-5 and establish the big, kind of Jade angle maybe that you're looking for, or something else that's strong? Or is it try to piece it together at 7 and realize maybe your spot isn't the strongest in the world, and it's time to just put together what you can? It feels like the middle of this lobby has really evened out, and it feels like that while there's still this big trough between the top and the bottom spots, that it cascades down pretty reasonably as you're looking at the health totals here.
Okay, the other thing about Deja too is because of the duelist dexterity being the augment, you're actually seeing no shivs, no rage blades, right? So depending on what the augment is for the Mirage, that's going to decide a lot of your itemization. So if you're asking what best in slot is, it determines what the Mirage is and who you're talking to when it comes to what it is. Here's a Deja. It's going to look left on the board for Siphon instead, but also kind of getting context for the lobby, knowing that 3 people are going Deja means that there's going to be a lot open, right? There's going to be the Zaya is going to be open, right? So we might see something like with Setsuko before, right? That you go a little bit more on the scenic route, but at the end you get there faster than everywhere else because you identified that line.
Goodness, the items here for Dish Soap are not the best. I do feel like that Dish Soap is taking a pretty strong stance here with this one. You have the phony frontline supported by Bruiser. You're getting a heavy Whisper aspect. Everything kind of pieces together here, I think, from the Corki angle. It's just the item economy is not really looking up to this super strong. So if Dish Soap can manage to survive for a reasonable amount of time here and put together some items, I think that their board's pretty dangerous. But invariably, I keep looking at Casper's side of the board. Like the double crit plus the Archangel Staff, it is going to be really tough to break through with this Deja being able to sweep the board so clean with just one wave and a prismatic augment showing up to really speed things up here. People's boards are about to get out of control.
Yeah, we might actually end this lobby before round 7 or stage 7. Let's see. High Roller is something that a lot of people get earlier on to tier 3 for their reroll comps. The other two were cybernetic augments. It'd be very interesting because Chalky has cybernetic implant, cybernetic shell. I wonder if Chalky got another cybernetic augment there, and that's just 3 cybernetics, and that is brutal to go up against.
Yasuo showing up.
Okay.
Big Mirage find.
And we only need one item component on the units here to get that cybernetic buff. And it's perfect. You know, is Easy Rock going to be in the front line? That's kind of 1.5 tanks there in the front line to give opportunity for the Deja. But once that Orin is gone, right, it's all up to these cabs and these tanks. And we had to put the Tahm Kench in the back line because of the locket. So there's going to be a little bit more movement on the enemy team to get one hex further, and that ult is exactly what your opponent wants to see, especially if it's a Deja versus Deja.
So Casper inevitably cut the Yasuo line, saying, you know what, I need to focus on the frontline aspect here. And I think this is actually a pretty wise choice to focus on the frontline aspect. You just need to give the Deja enough time. You really need more damage on your board. That's a tough call for a lot of players to make, like myself included in this one. I looked at that Yasuo and I was like, ooh, this thing's going to be powerful. They chose to cut it and focus on the front line, and it paid off in that one. Vile, with 2 tomes now to try to make the most of this, is presented with a Legend emblem and a Cavalier emblem.
And a Mirage now for the second one.
Whisper as well, so the Whisper Deja.
Love that. Love that. Okay, so do you want the Whisper Deja?
I mean, I want Whisper everything.
So the Whisper Deja, just like a lot of other auto-attacking units, the Whisper is going to make whatever unit it's auto-attacking weaker, which inherently with Duelist Dexterity going to put even more damage onto it, right? Look at how much faster our Deja for Valet is getting through a lot of that front line. Just so much damage from Jason Java. So is that 4 Deja comps? I believe it is. So 4 Deja comps on the board. Casper is going to be on fire now. Where is Soju as
sitting at
well? Sitting in 5th.
Kind of peppering in wins and losses.
Everyone's tempo is pretty similar right now, especially since all the Dejas are still tier 1. Corkis are still tier 1, for example. Now is the time to make things happen.
Everyone's just got a pair of Dejas.
I wonder how many there are left.
Jockey did find a 3rd cybernetic, by the way. Bertosaurus showing up at the Verdant Fail. I haven't seen like a ton of CC on the board when you go across, because there's just so many Deja comps. It's like, where does the CC really come in?
That's why you think Varus might actually be a good counter. Because of that ultimate. We actually
feel
like
Vile is actually the player who came away with the weakest augments across the board on this one. And it is kind of showing, you know, the Titan's really hanging on for life in that aspect here. And it feels like everyone's got like a different Deja composition as well. Malala here holding on with the Dragons alliance here. This is such a big difference in how the Deja comp's going to be put together, if it's put together that way. Love to see this. The Jade emblem making it to where you don't have to have that Shio-Yu on the board to make something happen. Taking a peek at what the Shimmer scale is going to be. Wow, how do you piece this one together? I'm dizzy and I'm just looking at it.
Malala seems to be a little not as intentional as some of our other lobbies so far. This definitely seems to be an unfamiliar place, but we're gonna double the itis here. Good stuff, actually. And then we, you know, one of those things that you can do, that item, the investment there, you can wait to put on until someone's gonna die, so you don't waste it on someone like Itis who might survive the round. So that's one of those kind of soft pieces of tech as Malala takes the L there. And I don't know if Malala has run this before, but Dragon Alliance is like built different, right? Where it's just you're gonna have less familiarity with it because it only happens when the augment comes up, right? So we might be in a little bit of a spot that feels unfamiliar, but we should be able to rely on how good we are as a player to make this happen. As an Itis 2 can potentially get bought
here as well. Itis 2 shows up, and you have the option now for 6 Jade on the Xiaoyu angle.
Okay. Also,
I don't think you need it, though. This is wacky. I'm confused. I don't know what to do.
production has also told us that there's only 2 Dejas left total in the pool. So for everyone who has a pair, they're racing to find those last 2 Dejas. 1 left now, and I didn't see it get upgraded, so I still think we're all in Deja 1.
It's just very interesting. When everyone's trying to go Deja, it's like you're starting to hold hands. It's like who has the lowest life total at that point. Because if you can't improve the Deja, what that means is you're going to be taking losses to players who are improving their board. And so again, you look at it, and this board is entirely spread, like first to last right now, 50 to 35. That's such a low difference across the board. As we enter Treasure Dragon here for Chalky, lots of items feel good, but where's the carry on this board right now?
So, I mean, basically this lobby has been hold, you know, the whole time,
the
right?
whole
Like,
time.
yeah, and so eventually that's gonna, like, that will stop. But who's gonna be the first person to say, you know what, I'm breaking through, I'm gonna start pacing, let's make this happen, right? Because sometimes that's what it's required. We're getting a lot of good upgrades here. There was a Talon 2, a Hecarim 2 on the side of the board. This is still anybody's lobby based on the HP totals and what's left on the board. Bertosaurus, though, with that Yone 3 and Duelist Dexterity potential, just hit level 7, so we were re-rolling for that as well. Level 7 at 5-1 is late, but we're, you know, in 3rd place, 42 HP in a slower lobby. Something like Yone could stick around a lot longer, and it should be able to stick around even longer than that now that we're at Tier 3.
Big find here for Chalky on the Xiaoyu. It feels like this is exactly what they were hunting for in this spot. And now how do you make the most of it? Too many Jades in play. Sunfire on board.
Okay.
How do you build out the rest of this?
Pair of Dejas on the other side of the board. I mean, maybe the goal is not play Deja, because, like, the unfortunate thing is whoever is the last remaining Deja player has such a huge advantage of winning the lobby because of it, because all the other Dejas are going to be feeding into the other players as they get eliminated. But because this is so close, will they have the money to even roll for the Dejas? Will they even, you know what I mean? Like, when those Dejas do get back into the pool, are you even going to be able to roll for it? That's the question.
It's a pretty tough one to figure out. Bertosaurus, as we take a look back at their board, they did go with the Yone angle on the reroll there. So 3 Cavaliers in play, 2 Warriors, 2 Bruiser, and a pair of Mirages to just pepper in that natural Rageblade aspect. You know, a 3-star Yone in this spot is not dealing a small amount of damage. It's also pretty wild Ash on the back line here. Like,
yeah, so I think that Ash and Yone might actually have almost the same attack rate. No, it should be 2 or 3. Does it double? So, okay, we'll see it here in a second. 2 RFCs. We're going to stay in the corner. Yeah, so that's 3 hexes away. And we're feeling great with the Deathblade, too. We saw how good the Deathblade was on any Tier 3 unit, but it's just so strong, especially on, again, a little bit of a slower lobby. This is just a Siphon 1. A Yone 3 should be good to go against it, but not the rest of the
That's a
dragons.
Siphon 2. For sure. Shyvana, though, it's like the breathe didn't even hit the backline there for Bertosaurus. So Bertosaurus in trouble. Vilay's in trouble. It wasn't able to piece together. Chalky taking another loss. Malala, Java, Soju, Casper, Dish Soap. 30 to 39 in the 6th to 1st place right now. This lobby is so tight.
And there's still so much more to go, right? Like, this is just an Ornn 1. In the front line right now, Shen 2, the strongest unit on this board, is a double RFC Yone. Oh, man, there is a Dragon Alliance on the Convergence right now. That is Malala. We're going to go over to Valet. This is a potential elimination round. Still Deja 2 for Valet.
This is like just wild seeing these items come together on Bertosaurus' side of the board. I don't think I've ever seen a board put together this way. When was the last time you saw Hecarim carry a Bloodthirster, an Archangels, and a Morellonomicon?
In my Summoner's Rift game.
Elay down to 4, Chalky to 13, Bertosaurus to 14. We're going to the stage 5 carousel. No one's eliminated yet.
Okay, so did anyone get Deja 2? I don't think anyone's gotten Deja 2 yet. Okay, so 39 at the top, all the way down to 4, just 35 HP, separating the entire lobby. Almost everyone playing not best-in-slot items on almost every carry on the board so far. This is a little bit of a, I'm going to say it, it's a little bit of a fiesta on the Convergence right now. We got double RFC Yone, a lot of creativity here when it comes to the overall Convergence. The question, right, is the vanilla going to start just kind of floating to the top because that's what's good? Or is this going to be the time where the Dejas really just hold hands into last place?
It's a very good question right now. Soju able to find the Cavalier emblem off of the carousel feels like a pretty big deal here. Stand United, you have a lot of aspects highlighted over that. The Exile's giving you a bit of that front line, and the Cybernetic kind of peppering that extra damage right now. It feels like this board can deliver some wins, but it definitely feels like that matchups can be a big difference, and the positioning still is going to be everything across these boards.
Here's a Deja 2, I believe, coming
Soju
up. Yep.
up against Casper. That's a Deja 2 with full crit items as well. I mentioned that Casper was the player I was worried about from the Deja angle right now, and you're seeing why. Goodness, that wave just clears so much of the board away.
Yep. And you don't need the attack speed, right? You see the Rage Blade on our Tier 1 Deja, right? But you don't need it. It's dual dexterity. It's probably still a good item for her, as there's a lot of Bloodthirsters on this board. Double Bloodthirster on the Siphon as we, continue to have a super close lobby. The top 4 starting to solidify themselves, but also because this is prismatic, we mentioned that this might not even make it to stage 7. I think we will get to 7-1 or 7-2 based off what we're seeing here, but we're still separated by very little HP. I mean, these are literal units in stage 2-2 that have died that are going to determine our final placements in this particular lobby.
It's just everyone. It's just everywhere you look, it's just Deja at this point. Chalky was trying to piece together like a counterboard with the Jade Mystic angle, but wasn't able to find Shioyu 2. Bertosaurus able to cling on, still at 3 health. It just feels like the top 4 is still anybody's at this point, and it just really is going to boil down to matchup and positioning on this one. That's a Shioyu 2 on the other side right now.
Okay, we're starting. It's starting to happen. These Dejas are going to start really falling off, especially against the Shioyu, who has actually done pretty well against the Deja. We also have that Cav Spat Talon that's going to get into the backline, but also get Edge of Knighted too. So the Shioyu going to take a little bit of a walk in the park and then come down to see Olivia's concert against Soju here, and it's going to be a 6th place. Honestly, every spot here was hard earned, right? Even this 8th place spot could have been a 3rd based on maybe 2 other rerolls, right? So very interesting lobby here as Bert falls in 7th again because of a single unit in the early game.
Goodness gracious. It's so much across the board. Dish Soap and Casper both on fire right now with their win streaks. And now it's the 4th place claim. That's the next highlight. As Jason Java is looking like that they've got a pretty solid board set up here, but I don't think that you have the time to get to 9 given the health totals right now. So it's how do you make the most out of what's available to you right now at the moment. And that feels like with a pair of Yasuos and a pair of Bards that you're going to get the roll on.
Yep. It would be interesting if Casper and Java are the ones that make it to the final 2, as the Deja 2's Mirage is so strong with duelist dexterity, particularly with this Yone and Yasuo combo, along with that Deja. Again, no attack speed on this board pretty much, right? I mean, there is a bow, for the Giant Slayer, but that's where it's coming from. Everything else is coming from Best Friends, as well as the Mirage, which you see, again, in the corner, in the bottom left.
We were talking about this a lot during the break portion.
I was trying to go through some personal growth and I failed. Jason Java now. Let's see if we're going to catch anyone who's on fire. The Corgis seem to actually do really well in this lobby where a lot of people were competing against the Dejas, but now the Dejas are here. Is that going to continue being the case? Probably not, as the tier 2s are so strong right now. Here's that Shioyu getting into the back line, taking count Casper, and that's once again Shioyu doing well against a Dejacon. That was Casper, a Deja 2 as well.
Casper's been saving up gold here, though, and they have a very limited time window for hitting this level 9 and taking advantage of it. You maybe have another round here. They're going to say, no thank you, I would like to have this extra attack damage and guild right away.
Okay, so we're going to get a little bit of mana, too, because of the guild buff when it comes to the Bard. I think a lot of us kind of forget, like, the little percentages we get from guild. But yeah, we're 2 Deja comps, a Shio U comp, and a Dragon Alliance comp, I believe is what we're seeing here. Chalky on Elimination Station. Malala could also be eliminated on a bad loss. It's going to be Dish Soap with the Siphon and the Corky. No Itis on this round, but we do have the Phony Frontline, which should kind of compensate for that.
Yeah, I think the Phony Frontline here is like a big highlight of the Bruiser angle here as well. It's just this Deja, it's not being threatened by the rest of this board, just sweeps away the Corky. Casper going to get a win here. I'm very curious to know how much of an impact that this level 9 actually has in this spot. But Dish Soap taking a hit on this one, down to 7. Chalky still in a fight with Malala right now. And this feels like a pretty desperate angle. Just the Shioyus battling it out.
Oh,
Sirach on the other
Titans wins.
side.
Titans over the double Bloodthirster. Edge of Night also such
Malala
a
falls!
good one. Malala falls -1, 2, 7, 16, 21. No one maintaining a win streak into the late game so far. We might not make it to stage 7 depending on how this goes. Chalky has been at 2 HP for what feels like forever. And I just want to kind of update everyone. The weirdness is not just in this lobby, folks. I just learned from production that another lobby had 4 players eliminated in 1 turn. So it is all over the place right now. I wonder if the final lobby winners are also going to be, in terms of comps, different this time, because this is definitely, we see a lot of Dejas, but I don't remember the last time we've seen a unit that contested in a lobby before, where there literally weren't enough to sustain a lobby.
Very close in this opening with the Zephyr. Chalky wasn't able to hit the Siphon with this one. And I'm looking at that Corky right now, where it's still guarded pretty well, but the Corky steps up because of the Edge of the Night. Retargeting, is this enough, or is that Siphon going to break this through? That is not nearly enough for that Shioyu to hang on. Chalky going out in 4th, -16 on that one. Jason Java hanging on at 2 now. This lobby was so tightly fought on this one. It is unreal.
Yep. And it's going to come down to 2 Deja comps and a Siphon comp. We're back to the old familiar stuff, right? That's the thing about the meta, and why it's the meta is eventually, through all of these changes, all of the creativity, it's still the one that lasts the longest, right? We're here with the Dejas. This was always going to happen, really, when it comes to a unit this contested. Once 2 of them were eliminated, the other 2 Deja players were probably going to get their Deja 2s and start building other parts of their comp, which is exactly what we saw. Your favorite, and everyone's favorite item. No one wants to see it deleted or removed from the game. The Frozen Heart.
Dish Soap has 8 Corkies.
Whoa.
8 Corkies?
We just need 1 more. 1 more
You have to
Corky.
win this round, Dish Soap. You don't have an option.
All right, this is an elimination round. It won't be a double elimination, as the 2 lower point totals are the ones going up against each other. It is Corky versus Deja once again, and this is all about targeting, and it's actually the Yasuo getting into the back line. Hextech Gunblade trying to keep the Corky alive, just not good enough. This is all she wrote for Dish Soap. 1 Corky away from a potential win condition. It is Casper and Jason, who happen to be our 2 Deja players in the final 2.
I also just love the quotes that we have from these 2 when you ask them about their playstyle. Casper has said they are flexible, innovative, and unconventional, and Jason says, "I only play what's OP. I don't innovate at all."
I just don't like innovating. So
Such
I
a
wish I could
beautiful
be more like
contrast
that,
here.
to be honest with you.
At the end of the day, they both have Deja in play.
Yeah. Different clash of philosophies, similar result.
It's the path of how you get there. That's really like the big highlight of TFT. It's the make do aspect that is the foundation of the game. You are going to get to these final aspects right now. Is it going to be the crit or is it going to be the sustain? Which one wins in these aspects?
Oh, CC on Jason's Deja into the backline there really quickly. Oh, I don't know if this attrition's going to be able to work for this Deja for Jason Java, but no, it will. I am wrong. Hextech Gunblade getting him all the way back to full health. Casper going to be bringing this to stage 7. We're going to have 1 more fight between these 2 Deja players. Thornmail, I mean, anything to give time to that Deja is a good item. Not a lot of crit on the board. We see it for the Deja on our side. Java probably would have liked that Thornmail potentially.
I called it out that it isn't going to be the crit difference, the sustain difference. And while I think the sustain played a big role, ultimately I think it's this Yasuo 2 that's playing the bigger role here, able to stun that backline and just continue to deliver damage throughout the course of it. It really supplements what's available there. That is really the difference in this one at the end of the day, is going to be that little bit of power structure here. So can Casper improve or reposition to change that aspect? Because right now that Deja got stunned in the backline, and that was enough to shut down the fight and ultimately win it for Jason Java.
I also want to bring to attention, Nathan, look at both of their first augments. This is the second time this has happened on stream, I believe, when the two AFK players finished in the top 2, maybe top 3. Just overall, honestly, if you see it, I say take it. You're going to lose through, but if you do win through your AFK things, that means you win TFT. So you can do it. Here it is, the last battle between Casper and Java. It is Deja versus Deja, Hextech Gunblade. The Radiant version is going to be helping out, has helped out. The ult, though, from Casper's Deja doing a little bit more work this first time around, half health on Deja. Oh, this is going a lot better for Casper. Oh, the ult from Java not quite good enough, and it's going to be Casper and his Deja winning the lobby. And we're going to actually have a little bit of bonus TFT, folks, as we're going to go over to Lobby A and see how they're going to be finishing it out. We're in a final 3 here. It's going to be Robin, Taco Bell Wi-Fi, our favorite name, I think, in all of TFT, that and Finger Licker, along with T-Kamit, who I don't think many people know about, but has actually been doing very, very well today.
It's been doing very well throughout the tournament. We're at the final day of Jade. You know, if you're here, you've been doing well. It's kind of the definition of it. I'm trying to let all this sink in and take into place all these augments and try to give some sort of valuation here. It looks like we're on a Dawnbringer aspect for the Mirage angle. I saw a lot of Mirage units kind of heal back up at the end of this fight, but this is just an extremely powerful board that has been put together by TKMot here. They're on 9, Yasuo 2, a Siphon 2 with holding on to Mirage.
Oh, look who it is.
We have a crit angle with a Jeweled Lotus supporting that Infinity Edge. Robin on a win streak, which gets broken here at this final spot. Look at the left sidebar on this one and how beautiful it appears because of all these emblems.
Well, also, we're at stage 7-2. This is a very long game. To have 3 people at 7-2 is actually on the rarer side. I think the most people I've ever seen at stage 7 is 4. So seeing that there's 3 people here means that this is a close lobby throughout a lot of this, but not at the top, as T-Kamit, who's sitting in 8th place right now, has a very large HP lead, already a Shyvana 2, has the Dragon Alliance, like you mentioned, good tanks, and the best tanks in the game are going to be some of these dragons that are going to help enable this Deja, who has Archangels. So it's just going to get stronger and stronger as the rounds go through. Liquid Robin, though, has the Corki. Shyvana, though, going to get right into the back line, but doesn't target the Corki with the ultimate. That is best case scenario for Robin, but we're already getting access into that back line, but we did get through the Yasuo. Oh, no, we didn't get through the Yasuo. The Yasuo is on the Siphon right now. This should be a Deja win. Robin will have to try on the next lobby, potentially, if this should be an elimination here for Robin in 3rd place as Taco Bell Wi-Fi sneaks into 2nd.
That damage, too. 10,000 being cranked out from the Deja in that fight. And very little improvement, I think, that can be done with this board realistically. For Taco Bell Wi-Fi, it's really about just the positioning and making sure that you don't get stunted in some way that makes a big difference. Both players with Jeweled Lotus and Infinity Edge on a Deja. That is some scary stuff. Like my prediction on this one is it's Taco Bell Wi-Fi, just simply because the life total is larger, and so it appears that they are stronger. But they're kind of fluttering back and forth here to continue to check this positioning. The Shroud, how did it come together on this one? Not the strongest spot for the Shroud. And both players are sweeping final, it looks like.
Yeah, I cannot believe that this is also going to end up with 2. The Dragon Alliance is a little different. All right, so the Archangels is going to be a really big deal. The late game will be for T-Kamit. We just have to get there. The Yasuo is definitely helping us out. Cav, Edge of Night, barely taking any damage himself. This is all she wrote on this one. The Wi-Fi's out at Taco Bell as T-Kamit takes the lobby win.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Wow. Gangly, listen. I mean, these are just like some crazy games we've been seeing. It feels like Deja is really starting to crop its way to the top in every single lobby, though.
Yeah, I think it's time to talk about the big blue dragon in the room right now. Listen, let's look at the first game we were looking at there, where everybody is playing Deja, right? And it kind of calls back to the first game though, because when everybody is playing Deja, nobody hits. And when nobody hits, it does allow these players who may not be playing compositions that are as strong to sneak their way into a top 4. And I think Chalky is a great example of that, despite not playing Deja in a lobby where Deja is obviously dominating, but because he's the one that's able to hit a 2-star dragon, he's able to find his way into a top 4, Nathan.
Yeah, and I think it's just a good call in general, too. Like, the Jade is invariably kind of working out strong because of the natural Mystic angle that you have to go with it. The fact that a lot of the dragons are already peeled out of the pool as it is, so it kind of opens up the angle for that, making a 2-star 4-cost unit. But really the big callback I have to this one is just looking back at game number 1 where Setsuko was like, okay, well, I'm just going to go for all these Zayas then, and piece together a Zaya 3 pretty early on in the lobby and just rocketed their way to first place on that one. It does really have that holding hands aspect to it, which would again highlight the early game factor and how important it can be when it comes to life totals and piecing together a board that everyone is racing for. But again, I feel like I'm never going to forget that Setsuko angle there, piecing together a Zaya and winning with it. Is played like 4 total times this tournament as a final composition.
Sometimes the strongest composition is just the one you can hit. Now, Boop, you made a really cool point in that game, which is that sometimes the game comes down to these really small life totals, and these are decisions that you make in round 2, in round 3, and sometimes shaving off or saving 2 HP or 4 HP in the early game is the difference between going 8th or going 4th. Now, the scores are ready. We're going to see how the rest of the lobbies shaped up, so let's go ahead and look at that. We saw Lobby A, we saw the end of there with Tiamat and Taco Bell taking the top 2. In Lobby B, Milk Guy and Stellar Minhee. Lobby C, Rainplosion and Kermex. Wow. And Lobby D, Casper Wu and Jason Java. So we see, Boop, you already know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Rainplosion, Lobby C.
Okay, and I also want to bring up Stellar Minhee as well. Coming in here with the 3 extra points. Both of those players, Stellar with a little bit more experience, but I don't know if I've ever seen someone play this well in their second major tournament ever. Right? Rainplosion has, I think, maybe 1 or 2 not top 4s in maybe the entire tournament so far. So she is absolutely crushing it. I also want to bring attention to Kurum here, who I think has been well known to kind of like get that 4th, maybe 5th place, barely miss these things, playing really well over the weekend. And Setsuko setting himself up for a good day. But looking at the bottom side of the leaderboard, I think the bigger names, Bertosaurus, Ramblin, who's been having a little bit of a harder time than some of our other favorites.
And it's important to note, with only 5 games being played before we cut off to the top 8, you have less time to build yourself back up. So the next 2 games are going to be vital for these players. Now we saw who won. Let's see how they did it. Tiamat, we saw Deja siphon the Dragon Horde. Milk with 6 Mirage Deja carry. Rainplosion with an Itis Corki. And Casper with another Deja. Nathan, it's Deja everywhere.
It's everywhere you look. It's just Deja right now. It feels like that everyone is caught onto this one. Like, wait a second. Mages were technically nerfed in this one, but Deja is the new mage. And so if that's going to be the case, stack those AP items there and let that unit do its carry. Now, if everyone's racing for that, you're going to have to open up some different angles and look for something else because you're not always going to find it. I mean, it felt like the lobby that we featured in this particular round, it felt so slow because nobody could put together a 2-star Deja. As soon as those players started to get eliminated and 2-star Deja got built out, that lobby got cleared right away afterwards. So if you can't hit the Deja right away, so open up something else because it's very tough to get there unless you have the higher life total.
It's important to note, too, we heard Crowan talk about it after the last game, that while Deja is an incredibly strong line, it does cap you at an 8-cost dragon. That's just the reality of it. And when you do have lines that can go into some of these 10-cost dragons like Shyvana that can disrupt the back line of Deja, we've seen it today. It's not uncommon to see a board like Shyvana take over. So obviously, Deja's strong. Is it the end of the world, though? No. It feels a little bit like Full House right now, right, though? Where everywhere you look, there's a blue dragon who's about to kill you. Now, we'll take a zoom out right now and look at the overall scores on the day. Milk Guy on his throne. The comfortable Milk in first place right now. Liquid Robin as well. And let's take a look at the bubble, though. We saw Jason Java, Kurum X, players that we have been talking about pretty much all day, Boof. What stands out to you here?
What stands out to me is that there's a 3-point difference between 7th and 8th. So I don't remember the last time there's ever been kind of like that big of a point difference. I mean, that's a 6th place versus an 8th place. That's not nothing to scoff at. So this is a tougher bubble than we're used to already at this point, because everyone on the bubble is already at least 3 points behind. So that is definitely the thing that is sticking out to me, especially with some lobby winners outside looking in still, right? We just saw Casper win that last lobby outside looking in, and some of our 3-point starters on the complete other side of the board right now, like Scroll, right? So, a lot of things can still happen. We still have 2 lobbies to go, but because we have 2 lobbies, that 3-point difference is even more valuable for someone like Malala.
That's an excellent point, Boop. And Nathan, we've been talking about Setsuko all weekend long. If you're Setsuko right now, it's got to feel pretty good to be sitting in that top 8.
I feel like it's just this particular tournament has really been highlighting a lot of his stride and why he's such a strong player. It's the recognition of what's happening in the lobby and being able to take advantage of it. So when I look at these point totals here, because it is so closely stacked, when you look at that top 8 spot, the bubble is really where I'm focused on. And because we're only at 5 games, what that means is the point totals are really going to be shaken up, especially given the pepper in of the bonus points that are coming from the previous days. So when you look at this is a very harsh cut for the final 2 lobbies that we're looking for. We are moving from 32 players to 8 players. It's one of the harshest cuts that you can have in the game right now. So 25 points really looks about like your target range for that bubble spot right now. With 2 lobbies left, if you're sitting at 16 points, that is 2 pretty strong finishes in a row to try to hit that mark, but ultimately that's where I'm expecting those tiebreakers to really kick in.
I think this is the part of the game too where we've talked about it yesterday. Discipline really kicks in. You're sitting on top of that bubble. You have that 3-point gap. You might start getting your head say, "Yeah, I just need a 5th. If I get a 5th or a 4th, I'm probably good." Anyone changes their game plan though and goes 7th or 8th, all of a sudden you're out of the bubble. So definitely all those players in the top 8, keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully you stay in there. Now we're going to go to a quick break, but before we do, we still have time for you to join us on fantasytft.com. You can play along, buy some stocks, sell the players as they're winning or losing. If you do well, you'll earn some points in the fantasy game that's there, and you'll walk away with a rare Little Legends egg. Make sure to check out fantasytft.com or download the Fantasy TFT app on your smartphone or device. Listen, like I said, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 4 of the Jade Cup after this quick break. Hey, it's us. It's me, Gangly, Crowin, and Mortug, the three of us back here for game number 4 of the Jade Cup. We're going to get started in just a little bit in Lobby B. This is a pretty interesting lobby. Obviously, Milk is sitting in this lobby, the current point leader. But, Crowin, I don't want to talk about Milk right now. I want to talk about Pokygom, one of the bubble players. And this is something I love talking about with Pokygom. Pokygom, when we think of player style, some people talk about top 4 players. Some people talk about 1st or 8th players. Pokygom is a player that actually has a very low percentage of 8th place finishes, but a very high percentage of 1st place finishes, which does beg the question, is this guy just really good at turning his top 4s into 1sts?
Yeah, I think Pocky is one of the more consistent players. Like, even if Pocky is playing from a kind of, like, bad spot where all the players be like, okay, I probably just take an 8th here, whatever, go next. Like, Pocky consistently finds the ways that are able to make these, like, just get 2 placements higher out of seemingly nowhere. And that same philosophy, like you're mentioning, works when you're taking, like, a 3rd, but being like, ooh, how can I really stretch all my gold, all my everything to be able to, net this in a 1st place? Pocky does that, I would say, very consistently well over the past few sets. So there's conversation not currently of Pocky being like in peak form, one of the best. That was probably a couple sets ago, but I think this certainly could be Pocky returning to that form here.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't that long ago, right? I felt like set 5 regionals, everybody was talking about Pokygom is the guy to watch. This is the person we want at the World Championship. Wasn't quite able to get there, but still has always been a really, really strong tournament performer. Now, this is the part of the tournament where you don't really have that much time left. You got 2 more games, and we talked about it yesterday quite a bit. Discipline. This is the part of the tournament where you cannot afford to make any more mistakes. So when you are these players either on the bubble, in the bubble, or on the outside looking in, what do you do?
You've got to be playing to those big wins, and this is one of those moments where, like, if you're one of the players in the bottom 8, it is correct to play a 1st or 8th style. And even if that 1st or 8th style would give you an 8th place 90% of the time, that's still correct. And so for players, they're sitting in that 7 to 10 point range, if they go 8th place, it was still the correct play to do, because your job is to get 1st or it doesn't matter. A 4th place is not going to save you. And the cutoff on today's format is brutal. 32 players down to 8 in 5 games. Every point matters a ton.
Absolutely, it does. All right, well, the game is ready. Crow and Mortog, I'm going to let you go. Hope you both enjoy game number 4, the final day of the Jade Cup.
Thank you very much, Gangly. About halfway through the day, Mort Dog, in Lobby B, of course, the perspective of Melku. I mean, everyone knows him, everyone loves him. Maybe some people don't, but you certainly got to respect his TFT play. That is for sure.
Certainly. I mean, coming out strong today, he's definitely had his big performances. Clearly, he's doing something right today, has those 23 points. 2, I believe, were from yesterday, so still just doing really well today. Really, unless he hard 8th the next 2 games, is looking in a really good spot. And that's kind of the story of the standings right now, is like the top 3 or 4 people are in a really good spot. Milk, Robin, Ringplosion, and then after that, there's a pretty big opening here. Because, again, there's only 2 more games left before we do that cutoff. And so, looking at the start here, nothing too early. Ended up going with a Cloak start, which I don't think is one of Milk's favorites. It does lead to some options like Gargoyle. Glove, on the other hand, is another one that players have not really been enjoying. Has that sword. Has the BT here, and so some decent options. Oh, Spell Sword. That is a definitely one of those mirages that has been leaning into the Deja.
Oh, yeah.
We saw a lot of Dejas today. At the start of the show, they showed that number that was like 1.5 average. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that number has gone up since, we've been watching. So it'll be interesting to see who manages to hit it first. I feel like someone like Milk, though, should not be trying to play Deja, right? It's like, try to get one of those safer, more uncontested lines like the Jade, and just get your 4th place and move on to, the final 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's already a lot to talk about here, but first, let's get to see the augment choice for Milk. Going to be a weak spot. I mean, very consistent. It doesn't have to build a Last Whisper if you want to consider things like a quirky composition, but Milk playing an early 3 Jade board. Not the strongest here, so is Milk going to consider going for Econ here? Can sell to 10 is going to do exactly that. Milk is a very strong player when it comes to having an early Econ advantage and rolling down and spiking later on, so he's going to be dropping pretty low in the early game here, but still be in a very fine spot. Milk also, I think even if he goes like, 8th or like a couple of bottom 4s, still has a solid shot. I'm not sure all the math behind it, right? But I still think it's a solid shot to make it into the top 8 and make it to that final lobby. The thing is those points carry over, so Milk still wants to keep this momentum going to really lock in that top 4 on the day at least and make it to that mid-set finale, but also come up with some prize money as well, right? We have, $7,500 on the line. This is still, wonderful stuff when it comes to just competing in TFT as your primary career.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, unless he really hard bottom 8ths from this point, should be in a decent spot here. And this is the position Milk is comfortable in, right? 10 gold. He's probably going to lose. We're going to, we might see him at 70, even 60 health in this stage. And that's just his comfort zone, right? Then he'll roll that down. Like you said, with that weak spot, probably looking for something in like the Corki angle, maybe the Shioyu angle, and should be pretty good. Nico, on the other hand, is kind of like middle of the pack right now, low middle. Really needs 2 strong finishes here to have a shot to move on.
Yeah.
We saw that the last game you and I cast was that unfortunate Volibear game where he just quite couldn't pull it off here. Has a really good augment here with the cybernetic uplink. It's going to give that mana regen. Has some pretty good items here. Is going to spread those out. This is a really strong start. Did lose his first game or first round, but should be in a pretty decent spot from here on. And so, again, you look at these items as well, have some pretty good options here. Doesn't really have, with the Spellblade version, a lot of people I think really favor that Ginsu's to build up those stacks.
Yeah.
But, couldn't go from a couple angles here. And again, with that Jade, should be in a pretty decent spot here. Karma, not a bad early opener.
It's interesting to see these players' small decision-making in the early game, right? Because even with cybernetic value, you want to spread out your components as much as possible. But that is a Karma too, so could have, made the Archangels really early. It does kind of lock you in, I suppose, into a little bit of AP direction, whereas this is a lot more flexible and you still get a bit of value. But I guess Nico is really valuing that flexibility, even though it is a lobby that is spell swords enchantment. We might be seeing similar to like last lobby on at least this main broadcast of 5 Deja players, and there's just not enough in the pool for everybody. Milk was even talking about, I think, in the pre-game lobby chat, like, he was like, screw it, let's just see a spell sword game, and hey, he got what he wanted. So certainly Deja, again, a lot of players' radars. And I do want to bring up another point actually quickly as well. I was talking about how Deja doesn't really get that many lobby wins usually, but it's great until you get these cat boards. But last game kind of threw my whole point out of the window because 3 lobby wins were Deja, so certainly going to continue the trend probably here.
Yeah, it's been interesting how, despite the fact we have 4 different lobbies, each grouping has been very similar, right? The first game we saw a lot of Shyvana, a lot of Ragewing. The second game we saw a lot of the Corki, and then the third game we saw a lot of Deja. So however, through whatever sheer coincidence, we've sort of ended up in these, like, every lobby's playing the same every game. It's very fascinating.
That means game 4 is going to be something different, right? It's going to be, what are we going to have? Varus this game, all come out with multiple victories? I don't know, something crazy. We can hope, right? We can dream. Maybe Shioyu. That's the consistent comp that we haven't really seen be truly dominant in the end game quite yet and make up multiple lobby wins.
Maybe some Volibears, get that Legend Cavalier going.
True. Run it back, Nico. Let's see it. It was, again, so heartbreaking for that last stand to not quite work out. But we know that Volibear is a composition that can have success. It really hasn't lived up, I think, to the hype, though. Even with players, I'll keep bringing up the name, but Melk, very practiced on Volibear, at least on ladder recently. I think I was watching a little bit of Lobby A, and Cottontail was trying to go Volibear angle, but I think ended up in the bottom 4, unfortunately. Really want to see someone like make it work out and take it to a lobby win, though.
We got to look at the augments there, and it's only a tier 1 augment with those silver augments, so not a lot of power in here. We saw 2 weak spots, a tiny Titans, an item grab bag, cybernetic uplink. Just really not a ton of power. I think the only person that picked something that kind of locked them in was Amday with the Jade Crest,
Yeah.
and we can see that on the other side here. So that's someone that's clearly looking to go that Jade angle. You're probably not giving that up and, going Deja from that point. So definitely signaling that they want to go that route, signaling to everyone else. And kind of like we see here, Pokygom with the Deathblade, for example, that's another sign that you're probably not going the Deja route, probably looking to something more the quirky. Those Cannoneers benefiting from that Deathblade really well. Pokygom able to win streak, and so now we've got Pokygom versus Within for the win streak. And Within got the Spatula from the Carousel. Spatula has been an item that can have some pretty drastic transformations, but only if you have the components to go with it for things like Cavalier. Mirage is another popular one. Assassin, although we haven't seen the Assassins do nearly as well today, so we'll have to see what Within builds that into.
I think Within was the player that was trying to go that 6 assassin skill score in Olaf, right, a couple of games ago, and wasn't able to make it work out. But we know, I guess Within has comfortability with spats and different emblems there. But Pokygom with this matchup definitely going to carry that streak forward all the way into Krugs. I guess the question is, can Within do it as well? This is an easy matchup, and like you called out with the Deathblade, this is locking you kind of out of Deja, more into the AD routes, and with Weak Spot as well. This is already huge synergy that you're getting, not really maybe needing an anti-heal item as prevalently as well because of that Weak Spot. Moving over to Within. Not going to work
I don't
out
think
here.
so.
No.
Oof.
Karma 1 snaps Within streak.
Yeah, the other thing I want to call out, kind of called it here at the beginning, Milk 60 health. Again,
Yep.
very much his comfort zone. Has the 60 health, is just now hitting level 5, probably a ton of gold, and so that is just Milk to a T. That's his style. We know it here.
Yep.
Looking at Lucky's board, level 5, 40 gold here, so really liking the economy. Not a lot of strong units. Has nothing on the board 2-starred. Literally only holding a pair here, so definitely opting to get that economy up. Another player below 70 health here. Hopefully is going to be able to get some 2-star units, maybe get an early dragon if they're lucky, to be able to spike that up. Otherwise, we may see them kind of bleed out if they don't convert this gold into some board strength.
Yeah, Lucky is one of the players who's kind of, I think, flown under the radar when it comes to conversation, just talking about them. Lucky, I think, came into today being 25th out of 32 players, so kind of barely snuck in that latter half, and has a long way to go today as well if they want to get into that final lobby, currently sitting at 10 points. But I think it is still doable, kind of in that current mech situation of yesterday. You need to, chain a couple top finishes back to back, maybe even some firsts. They're in an okay spot right now. Haven't seen too much Yone reroll be successful. It might just end up being an item carrier, but I mean, these are solid Yone items. Still on a Yone 1 though, a long way to go.
The interesting thing here, and there's been some discussion about this, is clearly Ginsu is sort of the favorite item.
Yeah.
But Ginsu isn't as much attack speed at the start of the combat. RFC is actually quite a bit. Now, it doesn't cap as high, but can give you that initial power. So, looking at these items, I feel like this is a good slam, and we know it's Spell Sword. So, these are actually decent Deja items here. You might just go RFC, something like Giant Slayer, Jeweled Gauntlet. The question is, of course, can you get the Deja? But I don't actually mind the RFC slam here.
Yeah, it is solid. Not typically an item that you would think for Deja, but it does work out pretty well. Ooh, Recombobulator. I always look at it and I'm like, ooh, what if? Because there is an Ord on there, right? There's that 4 cost, could be a 5 cost. It could just end up being useless, though. So probably not going to be the pick here. But iLucky does need to make some magic happen, right? They're in 10 points and they need to take high risks.
Yeah, the board's so bad that there's almost an angle where it's worth it just to chase after the Yasuo. Goes with the item grab bag though, which is the safe answer, and ends up with a Last Whisper. That backfired horribly. That is not what you want if you're trying to build a Deja board. That might be the worst item you could have possibly gotten.
Yeah.
So this is not a good spot to be in.
It's just pull an Echo, go back 6 seconds, repick, a Recombobulator, get that Yasuo, and then everything will be fine and perfect in iLucky's world. But yeah, certainly not perfect right now. Maybe there's a world they can hit, a Dragon Alliance on 4-2, play dual Dragon carries and make some use out of this. But yeah, I'm not sure. For now, it's not looking too hot.
we've been having a lot of gold and silver augments throughout the day, I think. But this is the first lobby I think we've seen in a while that's just in silver start. So this is definitely one of the weaker starts, and we're going to see some pretty low board power.
Yeah.
And so we'll have to see how people convert that in, because now it's going to come in when you get in these states where the augments aren't providing a lot of the power, the items become a lot more necessary, and the items start to dictate the board power because there isn't as much from the augments. And so that's going to really come down to these key decisions. And sure enough, here we see our first Deja. Within is the person who manages to hit it, has that RFC we were just talking about on the Deja.
Yep.
So some pretty good base attack speed here. Also has the Cavalier emblem, which is pretty good because we see that run with like Nunu, Sejuani, that gives you 3 Cavalier, gives you that extra guild power. So not a bad spot to be in here, just need some other AP items to go with it. And remember, you're getting a ton of AP from that spell sword, so something like Jeweled Gauntlet, Giant Slayer, things like that can really make this a stronger board.
Yeah, oftentimes the Deja boards that really have the highest caps are the ones that can go something like a 6 Mirage, like 4 or 5 Cavs, and it's just so much power in that Cavalier frontline that buys Deja the time. Another bow is on Within's bench, so could go a Rage Blade as well. Kind of that attack speed item is already with that RFC. But we'll see what Within decides to go for.
Oh.
Milk is now at a kind of concerning HP number, I would say.
Yep,
Sure, 60 HP by Krugs is like, okay, that's manageable, but Milk has really taken this about as far as he can push it. Probably going to level to 7 here and start rolling.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Looking at the augments again, silver, not a ton of power. We see Band of Thieves, Item Grab Bag. The Cavalier Heart, which is okay, gives your team a little extra armor and MR. Even Thrill of the Hunt 1, though, is not really enough healing to do a ton of power here. So no one, I think, honestly, the strongest one is a Nico who got double Cyber. So you're getting that double value by spreading out those items, so that's pretty nice. But yeah, otherwise, looking at the lobby, Pokegum still win streaking, and Milk at 32 health. This is pretty scary. But again, it's very much in his comfort zone here. He's playing that Volibear that we've seen him play before.
Ooh, okay.
Still on a Volibear 1, though. This roll down sells the Volibear, looking to go Shio-Yu now, and so hopefully can stabilize from this point. Does have 2 Nikos. So yeah, we see already 8 Jade, actually.
Yeah. Almost having that 9. I mean, right now it's kind of... Oh, wow. Big swaps over here. Finds a Deja, and that is a snap selling the Shio-Yu. Milk making a lot of things happen with a little bit of time. But it turned out pretty well. 4 Mirage, 3 Jade, 2 Cav. Items are a little bit spread out right now that Rageblade does want to, hop over to that Deja. Is this going to be a round win, though, because of it? It's a bit close. Deja, one more cast. Oh, needs the auto attack to take out the Karma. Needs to walk up and auto the Ash as well, and does it. The Hodge healing was enough. Milk turns the streak around, and can he keep it going? Milk had so much econ, he leveled to 7 and had 50 gold to roll with, and those rolls, I mean, they were good enough to take that win, and still going to continue rolling here.
Yeah, you kind of like the items here. He's got the Ginsus, needs to move that over, so I think looking for... one more Jade unit that he can put in and move that. There we go. We're seeing
or
that
just sell
transition
everything.
here. Has the 2 Evoker here. It's gives some strength. But again, want to move those items over here, and so I like this play. And so now we're seeing a Deja 1 here. And Deja 1, especially with Spell Sword, can just stack up that AP to where you barely need the Deja 2. And so I kind of expect him to do really well from this point on. This is a good spot for him to be in. And again, This is Milk's comfort zone, right? Is get to this point, have enough gold, get those strong items. And we talked about how strong items are going to be really important in this lobby. This is... We could easily see this become a top 4 again.
This is where the micro skills of TFT players really comes into play, when you're able to do a lot with a limited amount of gold, limited amount of time, make all these snap decisions while being in a high pressure situation where you're losing health very quickly, and say, how can I make my board strong enough to win right now, but also balance that with not over rolling, right? Because a lot of players will fall into that trap of like, okay, they're rolling too much, then they can't recover their economy. They might salvage like a 7th place, but then just close off their options to getting a top 4. But I think Milk is playing this very, very well in terms of making his board just strong enough to carry this win streak at least into the neutrals and see where he'll go from there. I really, really like how Milk is playing this.
Yeah, moving over, we're looking at the Jade board here, and the big thing is we're running 5 Jade now, not 6 Jade. We don't have that Shio-Yu. Shio-Yu kind of being the anchor. We have an Anivia 1 Hopefully can turn that at least into Anivia 2 here. So this is their classic 4-1 roll down at level 7. There's the Shioyu. That's going to be big. And so interestingly enough, we've seen quite a few Jade in this lobby too. And so there's the Anivia 2. That's really nice. Items-wise, has that Edge of Night and Bloodthirster for the Shioyu.
Yeah,
so those
solid.
are both really good items. Titan's Resolve, kind of traditionally that third item here. Might be okay from this position to just run the Shioyu. Try to work your way to level to the next level. Get in that 9 Jade. And because you have that emblem, you're able to play the Lulu. That gives you the 2 Mystic, which is also good, knowing that there's a lot of AP damage in the lobby.
Yeah, gives a bit of Evoker as well with Anivia blue buff. That's a lot of casts, certainly, to worry about. Maybe we'll land on more Anivia items a bit later on. But MD in a decent spot here. The Shioyu 1 at stage 4 is oftentimes with a couple items good enough to carry some wins forward. And yes, MD snaps the loss streak, 4 losses, but no longer. Don't think they're really contested by that many players either, so it's going to be not that difficult to find the Nikos and the rest of the Shioyus as well.
Yep, so we see our third augment here. It's a gold one because there's no such thing as 3 silver. So this is literally the lowest power augment game you can get. And so again, we're just going to have to see on the items. Looking over at the side, we're seeing some people hit level 8.
Yep.
Milk is still winning from that point where he hit the Deja. So it's a question of which augment do you take here. Not really a huge fan of many of these options. It might even be component grab bag, although still have that reroll. First aid kit, which is okay. I mean, if you're gonna run, actually, for this is the Cannoneer board. With the Cannoneer board, it's gonna be Cannoneer emblems.
Yeah, for Pocky,
Yep, and so that's gonna give Cannoneer here. Hopefully, find that quirky, can get that into maybe even a 4 or 5 Cannoneer board.
Yeah, Pocky's been so long on that augment choice, they weren't able to make too much happen when it comes to improving the board strike besides just leveling up and being on about 30 gold. Probably will sell to 30 here, and yes, does just that. Cannoneer Talon, the backline, not something you see every day, but that's just going to be here kind of for now, I think. And Senna is still a good carry at this point in the game. Is she able to make it work all the way? I don't know, because it's Deja healing with the Hodge. The Jinx stun was enough. And Pocky, 93 HP. Really very far out on top of the lobby and still doesn't even have the Corki.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice spot to be here. And so now we see it. This is like a pretty classic Deja board right here. 6 Mirage, 4 Cavalier. You know, has the Hecarim, has the Deja. The big thing to note here, though, is everything is 1-star basically, except the Leona, Sejuani, and I guess the Nunu. The Nunu gives a little bit of backup here. Exiles is going to give you a lot of time to stack up. I like the Exiles choice here a lot, actually. It's going to buy your team that extra time. It has the high effective health because you get the armor and MR from Cavalier combined with the health shields. That's going to allow the Spell Sword to stack up quite a bit here. So I really like the Exiles pick.
Yeah, has another Deja in the shop back. She thought it'll be a pair. Has to lock it, though, because just not enough gold to work with. Facing up against Omdi, who just found themselves on that Shioyu, but Deja just a little bit better right now. Going to another player snapping a 4-loss streak. People are landing on, kind of early to mid stage 4, what their end game comp wants to be, assuming that we're not, hitting these super insane capped end game boards, but these Deja is very strong. That is a spatula on a Yasuo.
Yeah, I feel like Milk goes right for that.
There he goes.
Yeah, you get that. You get a cloak. You can pop that off, get another Mirage emblem. Opens up your options quite a bit. And just frankly, Yasuo is a very good endgame carry. Milk did lose the last round down to 20 health, but honestly, not a bad spot here. The thing to call out here is we have 2 people at the top here. Pokygum and Mordenix both doing really well. Definitely one of our most top-heavy lobbies from this point. Sure enough, has the cloak on the bench, is going to level up. I totally expect this to either become, Mirage. It'd be a little greedy to try to hold this for Cavalier, but that is another option you could do here.
True. Milk right now just really wants to find some more Dejas. Level 8 rolling down, the odds are better as some of the other players. Yasuo does go in. Yeah, makes the Mirage emblem. 6 Mirage, 3 Cav, a couple Bruisers as well. This front line is not the best. And with just being stuck on Deja 1 for now, Milk is still in a very rough spot here.
Yep, again, we've seen this. We saw this last game where if you're playing that contested line and everybody wants the Dejas, you kind of end up in this world where nobody hits. And so kind of a not great spot here. Up against Stellar, who we called out had that Exiles shield to buy the time. The CC has been going Milk's way, though, here. The Yasuo did a lot of work, and so that is going to give Milk the win, stays ahead. And so now we're starting to see some of these lobby health converge a little bit.
Here's an interesting unit. Lee Sin being the item carrier right now. I love seeing players utilize, like, specifically Lee Sin as a mid-game item carrier. It's just, I don't know, fascinating to me randomly. Does a lot of damage, is cool, and then allows you to, you know, hopefully go fast 8, find one of these dragons to work around. The IE Dual Gauntlet combo we've seen on Deja before. I think even in the last game, be very, very strong. Again,
yeah,
just
certainly
so
on Spell
contested.
Sword, it's very good. But if that's where Nico is heading, it might have been too late.
Yeah.
You know, we might not be in a position where you can really take advantage of that. And one of the things I think with something like Lee Sin is that we've seen it this sort of higher level play with the meta. That's oftentimes where it can either work out and you're brilliant, or it doesn't work out and you often get criticized for being sort of too creative and trying something that maybe you really shouldn't have. And so we'll have to see. Nico's been much more willing to play some other lines, as we've seen today, you know, the Volibear, some other choices, and so we'll have to see if this backfires or ends up working out.
Yeah, with the way the meta looks currently, at least, I'm not going to say this is like, you know, fact, but it seems like we're in a meta that creativity is kind of at a low point here. There's not much room for it, but that's just because of how everyone is approaching it, right? It could, you know, change if we give this, like, if we, in theory, if we give this patch like a month, it could change up a lot, but can't really be creative. Is Nico being too creative? I think that's a wonderful question to kind of move forward here. How is Nico going to do this? Yep, it's going to be finding a Deja, swapping the whole board over, but is it too late? These are some great items, work very well at that spell sword as you mentioned, but still a long way to go and is only on one Deja, and this is moving into stage 5.
So
How
I think
can you find a good comp here?
I think when we talk about Deja items with Spell Sword, this is about as good as it gets. You get the IE Jeweled Gauntlet, which gives you the crit. The crit is really good if you have high base AP, and you're going to have that because Spell Sword is stacking that up. The Hand of Justice gives you more critical strike because it's got a glove item, which then gives you even more critical damage from the Infinity Edge. You get that healing, you get some base AD and AP. Deja has low base AD, so the autos going from 20 to 40 AD or even higher can be really good. I think these are just great items. The one thing you could argue is the no Ginsus means you're not stacking Spell Sword up nearly as quickly.
Yeah.
So that's the one trade-off, is like maybe you want that Hodge to be something else, but we'll see these really big crits here.
Oh,
but on the other side is
great
Milk,
cast.
and this is going to come down to a lot of your frontline positioning, and so this cast might decide it here. Oh, nope, gets the Yasuo execute before the cast can happen. And so the other thing is the lack of frontline here. Remember we saw some of the other boards here. We saw like 6 Mirage, 4 Cavalier. Whereas Nico's board was like 5 Mirage and then 2 Cavalier, 2 Guardian. That is definitely not one of the stronger versions that we've seen. Meanwhile, here we look at Within, who has the 2 Cavalier spats and the 2 Chalices. Chalice not nearly as valuable with the Spell Sword, but still gives you that initial burst that can be really good. I'm looking at this Nami, and I'm kind of like, this isn't quite what you want for your front line.
No, it's a Mystic, I suppose, and this is, if I'm counting correctly, Mort, this is a 5-player Deja lobby with 2 players running Corki and 1 player running Shioyu. That makes up all 8. So I guess Mystics is good, right? In theory.
I mean, it's certainly good for sure, right? That higher effective health, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you the win, but having that higher effective health is really big here, and we see it make a pretty decent difference here.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is just the Deja 2 being the player to roll into that one over everyone else.
So Milk eliminated in 8th, and we were just calling it, so maybe we did our caster curse thing here a little bit. But Milk was in such a good spot, his only way of not making it was kind of like back-to-back 8s. This is one of them, so that's not great. Hopefully he can just top 4 next game and make it on.
Yeah.
But that is literally the worst thing that could have happened.
I really wanted to dodge the 8th, but couldn't. Again, these Deja players cannibalizing each other. And Nico, next on the chopping block. Hard stuck Deja 1. Great items. But up against Within with the Deja too. Within is just going to be the Deja slaughterer, it seems like here. And yeah, looking like this matchup is going to go about the same as the last one.
Yep.
So much more power on this board. The double Chalice and Lulu as well. Yeah, Nico is next to fall in 7th. Seems like it's the dodge Within game here.
Obviously, Deja very powerful right now. Very clearly sort of the S tier comp this meta. Unfortunately, what we just saw was Deja taking a 7th and an 8th in this lobby. And so I do like the Mystic Emblem here. Mystic Emblem is a very strong choice. Waits till the last minute, takes that. That's quite good. If you can turn that into 3 Mystic, that's even more effective health here. And so, again, I kind of wonder what our top of our lobby's looking at right now. You know, we're seeing a lot of Deja and Deja counter, but it's like, how are the Jade players doing right now? We'll have to see if they're the ones that can come out on top this lobby.
Yeah, I think Amde is the sole Jade player in this lobby, and they're kind of sitting at the bottom here. The board looks solid though. They have 9 Jade, they have a couple Mystics, the Shioyu. With the IE, maybe not like the ideal third item, but still is a very fine one. Has a Shroud now as well, shrouding these Dejas and say some key frontline units. Be very impactful. Lucky does get up to that 3 Mystic as you mentioned. They're the quirky player here. Has some good cybernetic uplink value. Goes up against Within.
Look at the left side here. Don't you wish you had Stand United with a board like this?
Those synergies look so good. Minus the 3 Whispers, I guess. You know, that doesn't look perfect, but still, no, it's so good.
I mean,
but is it good enough to deal with the Deja Mort? It is not looking like it, unless the Corki can survive for another cast. Deja's targeting the wrong units, but can he auto the Corki once?
Quite.
Yes. Deja does it once again within 3 win streak, I believe.
Yeah, the big thing here is it's really tough to get through that Cavalier front line. Even with the last Whisper you saw, it just took a long time. And so the Deja was able to get through here. Couldn't get through. Namzi's only at 2-star, just hit 2-star in fact. So This is not a very big Namzi to give that extra front line.
Was that Namzi 1 and Namzi 2 diff last fight?
I mean, maybe a little. The other thing I'll call out here is that the Corki has Shiv and Last Whisper, right? Both very good at shredding defenses, but also is running, instead of the Itis frontline, is running the Siphon frontline, which is kind of redundant, right? You've already got the armor and MR shred, so these Corki items end up being pretty wasted. And so this is not really where you want your Corki to be compared to something like a Gunblade, a Deathblade, stuff like that. Is able to win this fight, thankfully, but yeah, these are just not really optimal items.
Yeah, ran into Mordenix there, who was another player who actually did have Deja too. Those items were RFC, Rageblade, and Hodge, though. Not powerful enough, it seems. Already has the Hecarim too. Blue buff Hecarim, actually like kind of low-key great with that tech. Jill Gauntlet, not quite as good, however.
You know, it's kind of surprising, but with the right third item here, a Hecarim can actually do a surprising amount of damage. Certainly it's not like a main carry by any means, but can hit pretty hard. And getting that instant cast to kind of like lower everyone's health down to half, and then maybe the Deja cleans it up. There is some wonkiness here that can be very good. But I totally agree with you. Blue buff Hecarim is surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Getting that instant CC. We often see people put it on the back line, so you get that full clear AoE and can be really good here. But yeah, if he randomly like gets to carousel and stumbled into an IE here or a death cap, that's not the worst thing.
So what you're saying is low-key Hecarim carry, something we should be thinking about. That's what I'm hearing right now.
I mean, as a secondary carry, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know, you'd love to see it. Say, you know, you happen to get an IE somehow, right? You know, last pick on the carousel, which, I mean, Mordenix will probably be one of the first picks. We'll see what happens, though, a bit later, as Mordenix going up against Amde right now, the Jade player. This Edge of Night, though, is going to be a big deal. Even when the Deja starts targeting it, it's going to be able to walk into the back line very soon because it takes out the front line. Hecarim gets a good second stun off, but this Shioyu, Edge of Night, yeah, there it goes. It procs. Shioyu's still alive, gets the knock up and heals back up, but not quite enough. Not in time. Such a close round, but the power of Deja and really the power of 5 Cavaliers, just it took way too much time to get all the way back there to the Deja.
Yeah, the big call out for me there was the 5 Cavalier, right? Because the only way you're getting through that 5 Cavalier is every time Shioyu procs that true damage. But that's only happening every, 5 to 8 seconds. And so that takes you a long time to get back to that Deja, which has built up all those spell sword stacks. And by the end of the fight, it's just doing a ton of damage. Frankly, kind of got lucky with some of the fights there where the Deja waves didn't go towards the Shioyu, and so other versions may not go nearly as well. Look at the triple Zeeks here.
Triple Zeeks onto the station with the Shiv as well, so it's kind of getting that MR shred for itself. Oh, a nice cast throughout the majority of the board, but Soraka healing back up and just the passive Jade healing. That's where this Deja can run into a problem if it can't finish off these units with the casts. But oh, that cast finishes off a lot of units there. And Amdi is starting to find a lot of losses. They are just to 1 Deja though, so not the worst thing in the world. But we see some more eliminations come through as Lucky, one of the Corki players, drops in the bottom 4.
Yeah, and we saw, again, the lobby was very top heavy early on with Pokygom and Mordenix. Now sitting at 28 health and 10 health. Mordenix might not even top 4, so that's a little disappointing. Other interesting call out here, by the way, is that Stellar has Exiles and is like, hey, this dragon has enough health, I don't need to opt into the Exiles here, and is putting the triple Zerat and giving up the Exiles bonus. I think that is absolutely correct here.
Yeah, Triple Zeke's providing a lot of attack speed. I mean, if you have Triple Zeke's, you might as well say, yeah, screw the Exile's value. Again, like you mentioned, it has enough health, but everything else still benefits from it very well. So you're not even losing like that much value from it. Just a small percentage when it comes to, just the whole board power. Really like that decision making. Stellar levels up to 9 here. Maybe that's gonna be the difference in this fight. Hecarim 1 does not get a new cast off. Really is just Deja versus Deja. The Bartolds didn't come through, but still Mordenix was able to win that one just barely. So many of these fights are just 1 unit left alive, 1 dragon kind of ruled them all. Amdi, the Jade player, getting out in the bottom 4 as well, and we got a couple few Dejas here left in the top 4. More.
The big thing here is that loss for Stellar gave him the carousel choice, which gave him the Mirage Emblem. So that loss was actually perfect for Stellar. Big. Really good. So able to get that Mirage Emblem is going to be, that can take out this Leona, for example, and put in something else. And so that's the first thing we see. Leona go out, Lulu goes in, that gives some Mystic. Should make the comp a little bit more powerful. Does hit the Yasuo right after. Could actually go 8 Mirage here, which is probably incorrect. Sells the Hecarim. Are we gonna see an 8 Mirage here?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't
think so.
No, can't quite. And also is losing out on Zeke's value here. Stellar, a bit of a misplay. It seems like at the end of things, because they try to make too many things happen with such little time. Sure, they're not going to be eliminated in this round if they lose, but gotta be saying ouch on that one.
I mean, it is stage 6. It is totally possible this backfires. The good news is the fight's going well. If this kills the Deja here, the Yasuo execute, that's a lot of damage. It's not enough, but ouch. And Mordenix out in 4th, and Stellar losing a key round there. That's really unfortunate.
Stellar just went from a position where they could have maybe threatened the lobby win, still can if things go perfectly, but made it a lot less likely. There's no more room for error now, where there perhaps was some before. That was the error coming through right there. But within on a streak, 29 HP for streaking. Pokygom though, Corki player, still in a good spot, and has a bigger cap to go, still sitting on a Yasuo 1. As we see there in the back lines, Cannoneer Yasuo has 3 items. That's Yasuo 2. That's going to be really, really scary.
Yeah, for sure here. The Corki... Now, these are Corki items, right? You've got that full AD. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much way to heal, though, and that's going to be the big thing, because the second Deja cast is going to wipe it out, just showing the power there. And so it is also a ghost fight, so a little bit of an easier fight. We'll have to see on the other side. Pokygom does win the fight within taken down, and so we have Stellar here with the triple Zeke's Deja versus Pokygom and within. Here we get a look at Pokygom's board. Has that 4-star Namzi. That feels really good. Has the Corki here. But again, Corki just rough matchup into the Deja without any healing. That's the big scary thing here, is because the second Deja cast is going to wipe that Corki. You've also kind of got to position in a way where those Deja ults are less likely to go to you. It always hits the group in a biggest line, so the way Pocky's positioned right now, it's not great. The Corki's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get some better positioning here to get secure Pocky the first.
They ever just reforge everything on the Sona just right now? I think there's some consideration there. You can put one Shiv back on, maybe roll into some Itis items, because there's just one Gargoyle Itis.
The big thing here is that while it is only a Gargoyle Itis, your front line's not even that important in the Deja matchup.
Yeah, true.
The Deja matchup is just going to hit your backline anyway. What you're really going to want here is as much damage as possible. Now, I'm not sure 3 static Shivs is as much damage as possible.
No.
You know, maybe you reforge and get that last Whisper to get through some of these Cavaliers here. But yeah, this is not looking like a great matchup. And again, we have to watch where the Deja wave goes. Boom, there goes half of Corki's health. Spellblade is stacking. Here comes the second one. Nope, here comes the second one, and not quite enough, though.
Wow. Corki lives, and second win
Ooh,
value, I
there
think,
you go.
came in big in this matchup. Stellar taking a huge hit and is going to be out in third. Assuredly Within does win the matchup, so we're going to see another round. Perhaps the last one. But I think Pocky getting at Yasuo 2 might have secured it. Is there anything else Within can do to improve this board? Taking a look at both boards here, and there's a couple Yasuo 2s on either side. A Talon 1, Frozen Heart, great value though if it's able to jump back onto the Corgi Shroud, as well as a fantastic item.
I feel like the one big thing that would help here is sell the Lulu, move the blue buff onto the Yasuo.
Oh, true.
That would have been a big thing here. With the Cavalier blue buff, Yasuo would have provided so much CC. We're not going to see that. It is still a Cavalier Yasuo, which is still a lot of power. But already, there goes Namzi. There goes half of Corki's health. Here comes the second wind, restoring a lot of the health back. This one last cast, I think. Can it hit the Corki? It does.
Oh, it does. Big. Oh, Yasuo's still alive as well. Pocky takes a big hit, but is still 5 HP left. That fight was still kind of close. I think it could go either way. Depends on a lot of Yasuo targeting, I think is the biggest thing, and where this Talon jumps. The Talon did eventually jump all the way to Pocky's Corki and was able to get that attack speed slowed. Deja finished it off, and I think that's kind of one of the big things of why that fight went Within's way. But this is going to be the last fight. Mort is able to, oh yeah, replace the Talon to get the perfect Shroud.
Yeah, that's going to help quite a bit here. You're going to be able to shroud either the Corki. We'll have to see where he goes. Yep, goes with the Corki and the Trist and the Lulu. That's some really good shrouding here. So this is going to kind of come down to Yasuo versus Yasuo. There's the first Deja ult. Corki down to about half health. Here comes the second wind. That's really big. Does get the Bard ult stun here. That's it. I think that's it. Pocky's going to win this.
Yep, Pocky. Let's see it. The Yasuo is still alive, and it is going to be against the world, but Pocky does it in beautiful fashion there. We're just talking about Pocky coming into this game, being a tournament great in set 5, and is coming back into peak form right now with the Game 4 lobby win, Gangly. You love to see it.
Listen, we talked about it before the game. Pokygom is one of those players who's good at transferring their high roll into a top 2. I feel like it's not uncommon to see players 100 streak through stages 2, stages 3, then they go into stage 4 and 5 and they kind of run out of steam and it turns into a top 4. But that's an example of a game where someone can turn an early game high roll into a first place finish against some really strong compositions.
I mean, one of the big things that really helped, though, right, was just there were so many Deja players not contesting Pocky, right? He gets to slam early high-value items like that Deathblade and use that to win streak, and then also hit the comp that's going to use those items well and puts him in a very strong situation. Oftentimes, when you're one of those 100 health win streakers, you're kind of slamming suboptimal items. We see people like Goose who are really good at doing that. That wasn't the case this time, right? He basically had Corki all to himself, was able to get those items, get that Namzi up to 4-star also. That was a very powerful Namzi. And so that allowed him to really secure that into a first place. And so that's pretty cool to see. And that last fight came down to some really key Yasuo ults. As soon as that Yasuo got that big ult and that Bard ult on that Deja, that was huge. Everything you can do to slow down that Deja from stacking up that spell sword was massive. And so that was really well played by Pokygom, who's been on fire today.
Rowan, we talked before the game started about Milk, the point leader going into the game. And I think it was Mort. I don't want to listen. The caster curse is always going to be a thing. It's always going to be real. And Mort says all he has to do is not go 8-8 over the next 2 games. This is the first half of that. Hopefully the next game goes a little bit better for Milk, but the rest of the lobbies have finished up. So let's take a look to see how everything else is shaped up. Looking at Lobby A, Z Hydration and Cottontail in the top 2. Lobby B, we just saw Pakigam. And within Lobby C, King Cracks and Zhao Dan Dan. And Lobby D, Jason Java, Birdosaurus. Crowan, anything here in particular stand out to you?
I mean, right now my mind's just on that Milk thing. Like I was coming today and be like, oh, you know, cooking up these caster curses, maybe I'll cook up one. But no, it was Mort who took that mantle, I suppose. Hopefully can recover as well. I think players are still in a lot of players still in a very unique spot, kind of on that bubble. I think looking at Karamex with the slight bottom 4 finish there with the 5th is going to be still very near that bubble as well. I think maybe is Dish Soap in that category as well? Yeah, I think so. So these kind of consistent placements, you know, not going bottom 2, not going bottom 3 is great, but this last game is going to be so important for so many players because the cutoff is just so harsh with that hard top 8 out of 32 whole players.
I want to say a quick word about Dace here, the bottom of Lobby C. This is Dace's 33rd game in competitive TFT in set 7, and this is the first time Dace has placed 8th. So it was a long run before Dace could inevitably find that 8th place finish, but do want to say a quick shout out to him that despite the fact that this tournament may not be shaping up to be exactly where he wants it to be, 33 games or 32 games without an 8th place finish is not something to be ashamed of. That's definitely an accomplishment. Now we saw who won. Let's see how they did it. We'll take a look at the lobby winners for game number 4. See how every composition shaped up to find that victory. Z Hydration with 6 guild Siphon Sona carry. Pakigam with the Itis Corky. King Cracks with another Itis Corky. Jason Java with another Itis Corky. This time with a 3-star Itis. More, break it down for me. I feel like everything here is kind of interesting, but there's 2 in particular that stand out.
I mean, certainly Itis 3 is going to be a big standout here. Z Hydration, as much as it says 6 guild Siphon here, one of the things we have to talk about is that Cursed Crown. I think that's doing a lot of the work there and giving him a lot of power here. It's one of those really risky augments, but using that to get to a first place I think is really big. The other thing I have to tease about, and I said this while we were casting the game, is that it feels like for whatever reason, we have 4 different lobbies and they all choose to play the same damn thing. And this time, what do we see? We see 3 Itis Corkies win. And it's I don't understand how this is happening. It's like, are they in the player lounge telling each other, all right, this is the game we're going to go Itis Corky? I don't get it.
We'll see how the next game shapes up. Let's take a look at how these games affected the overall standings. Liquid Robin now sitting at the point leader with Setsuko behind him in 2nd place. More importantly, though, I think let's look at this bubble where it kind of shaped up. We talked last time, Crowan, about how there was a 3-point gap between 7th and 8th. All of a sudden now, Crowan, it feels like these scores are very, very close.
I think if you look at everyone from around, you know, T come out with 23 points all the way down to, you know, Kurum with 20 points. That is, 12 players there. But they're just a couple of points. This next game is going to be so insane. Even to a lesser extent, I don't want to, you know, math is hard, but maybe Dish Soap with the first place can have some like insane run into the top 8. I don't know, but certainly for that bubble I just mentioned, it's going to be a game to watch for all those players.
I gotta call out that like the top 4 going into this game were in such a good position, and it seems like they all performed very poorly. And now this is just wide open, right? We're going into one more game, and this could be Kuramex, Stellar, Malala, Asa going, you know, like this is crazy. Anything below Kuramex is probably knocked out, but the fact that we still have, you know, 18 players that could make it, that is not where that top 4 wanted to be. And so this is pretty interesting.
Listen, I mean, we saw it yesterday, the Cinderella run, the last game before eliminations. We saw Kuramex do it last time. There's a lot of people on that bubble that need to do a very similar thing this time, though. Yeah, one of you pointed out the players that I think a lot of us had our eyes on. Birdosaurus, Asa on the outside of that bubble looking in. Game number 5 is going to be the most important game of the tournament. You cannot afford to make big mistakes in this next game. Really, your fate is in your hand, so players on the outside of the bubble, this is your chance to step up and find your way into the top 8. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we go into game number 5. Before we go to that break, here is a quick video where you can learn a little bit more about our partner, Ball Street and Fantasy TFT. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Jade Cup day number 4, game number 5 coming up. This is the part of the day. The players sitting at elimination station. This is the part of the tournament where everybody's fate rests in their own hands. And Nathan, this is an interesting thing to consider because reality, TFT is a game of variance. There's no denying that. I don't think anyone here is going to deny that. But when push comes to shove, you have one game left. At the end of the day, you can't blame anybody but yourself for how you perform when push comes to shove and the pressure is on.
Oh, you're allowed to blame others. You're just also allowed to be incorrect. Thankfully so. That's why I'm able to be here. But really the big point to look at is the players who are going to be on that bubble spot, and then what can you do to maximize your chance to break through from that perspective. And this is, again, where that clash of philosophies dynamic really comes into play. What is your strength? What is your weakness? And how can you avoid the weakness and magnify the strength? You have one game to do it, just one game, and that's it. This is a really high-pressure spot, and this is a very harsh cut now for these last two games, which will ultimately decide our top four after this one.
You know, Booth, there's an interesting discussion here about this idea of the clash of philosophy, like Nathan's been talking about all weekend long here, because it applies on so many different fronts. And the one I want to focus in on right now is we've had a lot of players be upfront about the fact that I want to just play what is strong. And I think that accounts for all of the Dejas that we've seen in lobby. However, I think last game is evidence of the fact that just playing what is strong is not always enough to get you that win. And the reality is when you have one game left and you're on the outside of that bubble, you sometimes have to just play what is going to give you the win, whether it's the strongest composition or not.
Yeah, and this is always where it's time to put up or shut up, right? Like, we've talked about different play styles. You know, oh, this player likes going first, and they don't really get eighth, or this player, you know, goes first or eighth, 50% of the time, right? That player is going to have an easier time, in my opinion, making a final lobby through a one-game situation like this, because what this really boils down to is the fact that all day is coming down to one lobby for about 7 to 8 people on the board right now. And I also want everyone to kind of imagine this with me. Imagine everyone in the final day was playing musical chairs, and there's only 8 chairs in the middle, right? The absolute craziness that happens once that music stops is kind of what we're experiencing right here and right now, right? So even though you might be the fastest or most familiar with the game, you still might not get one of those chairs, and you don't want to be getting eliminated once that bubble pops.
Absolutely. And in Lobby A, the lobby we're going to be following for this game, we've got 4 players on the bubble. We got King Cracks, Zhao Zhandan, Amda, Stella Hermini. The game is ready. The game is set. Admirable, Boop, enjoy. It's a very important game number 5 of the final day of the Jade Cup.
Future leaders of the world, this is going to be the elimination game. After this game, we will have our final 8. Just like Gangly said, we do have a couple players on the bubble and a sleeping dragon on the convergence. Here we go. We're going to start with Liquid Robin. This makes me feel really bad, Admirable. I think you can actually go along with me on this. He's younger than us, and everyone calls him old.
Oh, yeah, so what? Yeah. People don't get... Look, the older you get, the younger you feel. It just truly is the case. Because you start to get the aspect of, like, wait a second, there's still so many years, like, technically speaking, like, on the paper count for this. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I don't really think about that sort of stuff.
All right. So, Robin now, going to start with that Bruiser opening. We have some Astrals. Not a ton of Astral players just in general. You saw that graphic all the way before Game 1 where the play rate for just Astrals in general just really took a nosedive. But it's still pretty good opening. Skarner, pretty great, opening unit. I don't know how long it's going to last here. Sir Thomas there in the front. Lots of gold on this one, too. In the front line can go a couple different directions as well. It is Spell Sword Enchantment. I feel like I've seen this. There's a term for that. When you, see something and it feels familiar. What is that called?
Memory?
No, deja vu. That's right. So Deja is gonna be around, right? Spell Sword's Enchantment should just equal Deja at this point. The question is, are we going to see any attack speed on this one? Maybe. It seems like a lot of people are moving into all crit like you like, Admirable. So we're definitely going to see Deja in this lobby. The question is how many?
Oh, up to 10 gold here for Robin as well as we kick things off. So Robin comes into this lobby in first place right now, 26 points. When you look at player number 2, it's going to be Setsugo sitting at 25 points. And let's move down to 8th place right now. King Crack sitting at 22, Zhao Dan, and Chalky tied with that at 22 points as well. Robin is in a very comfortable spot here, and this is really like a game of flex at this point. Like, you have shown yourself, you have shown that you have what it takes. Like, basically, don't get 8th place. You're probably sitting all right. Everybody else pretty much who's playing right now, it does feel like there's a lot more at risk right now. So when I come into this and I see this, really the only aspect I have for Robin is to just get ready on this one, and just who do you want to inconvenience the most is kind of like the way that I feel in this spot. Only has 2 item components to kick things off, but does have Trade Sector, has 10 gold, has a strong direction basically already, having a pair of Yones kicking things off. And when you look at Ramblin's side on the others, it's unfortunate that Ramblin just has not had a solid 4th day here. He's sitting in last place at 10 points right now. So for Ramblin, it is also basically a game of flex at this point. How strong can you perform? What can you show off? And then what can you make of that later?
And if you're going to play spoiler, right? We saw Pocky taking Dejas out of the pool without playing it necessarily the last time. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more of that. Just as a reminder, I think in the last 2 lobbies, we've seen about 8 or 9 Deja players, and I think only one of them has won the lobby so far. So a lot of Corky won that last round. And it's funny, I want to just kind of mimic what Mortdog said, how TFT players seem to make the same decision all at once on what to play in a lobby, right? That time it was Corky. Remember the first lobby, everyone played Shyvana, right? We haven't really even seen that yet today. So sometimes if you're the person who's like, you know what, I think everyone's going to go this, and you go somewhere else, you're either going to be the smartest person on the convergence, or you're going to be with everyone else because they thought the same exact thing, and they leave the common route unlocked.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to clear your mind, and like Stellar Mini here, just don't have anything on your bench and just be leveling up and really progressing for this one. Sitting in 17th place at 20 points, Stellar Mini still has a strong direction to make it into the top 8 at this point. You just have to have a strong finish to compare with it. A top 4 is usually not going to be enough in a spot like this. You need big points sitting at 20 points right now, because again, you go up to 8th place, 22 points. And there's a lot of space in between that as well for other players. So for Stellar Minhee here, this is very much about chasing down a win. At the very worst, I would say a 2nd place finish, and that's going to mean taking risks. Those risks are going to be associated with a lot of bad finishes, but really it's going to be one of the strongest ways that you can find a top.
It's something that one of my old professors told me back in music school while I was playing the Hufflepuff of instruments, the tuba, was leap and the net will appear, right? When you have to take risk, sometimes you just have to make the jump and trust there's a net underneath that's gonna stop you. That doesn't always happen, right? But if you don't take that risk, you'll never know if the net was there, right? So you have to balance exactly when to take these risks. And in Game 5, in an elimination lobby, you're going to see a lot of differences in play, right? People doing things that they normally don't do. For example, as Zhao Dian has a pretty great comp so far. That's Rise, I think, as well, giving a little bit of AP to everybody. But yeah, this comp versus this Jade comp doing pretty well so far. Good front line.
Yeah, going up to level 5 here, we saw a number of players do that this round. Zhao Dan went up this round. Ramblin went up in this round. Stellar Minhee getting the win streak disrupted in a spot like this. And so Zhao Dan, I feel like the first player to have Rise in play all weekend, able to pull off a win from it as well. I love these last-minute fights as well, where like just neither player's units have any health total left, and you're like, why aren't either of them dying immediately? And it's because it's that early game fight, so it's like seeing the 2 cats just like bat their paws at each other.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Nothing's happening.
Just like a wet noodle fight, right? So we're going back over to Zhao Dian, who is legitimately on the bubble in 9th place. This is everyone below Zhao Dian is looking up at him, and Zhao Dian is the one that can break through into that top 8. So Zhao here, again, a lot of the other players said that we probably are going to see a good result from this player, and it's good to see that those expectations have met reality. Let's see what we're running. This is our good frontline here. Tier 2 at Sir Thomas there with the Gargoyles, which has been the frontline item so far, along with some just little smatterings of, a couple other things. Getting the 2 guild with the Rise definitely helped with that first round.
I'm curious how much the meditation is going to play into the final comp of this for Zhao Dan's side. Meditation definitely a very interesting augment that helps your team in kind of an unusual way, where it's like mana is one of the rare things that you don't get without using items. And it's now you're actually getting a benefit by stacking items in certain spots. So how can you best support that? Meditation's always just fascinated me from the augment perspective. Like, and again, it's like the only way that we've seen Rise be a usable unit in this spot is like when you can highlight this unit's cast potential and how strong it actually is. It's exactly what Meditation does in this spot. And honestly, it's not much of a surprise to see Xiao Dan have this kind of big win streak and open up the 5 win streak door, which can lead to some of these top finishes here. And I will say, I pointed this out yesterday with it. Now, Ramblin is not a competitor for top 8 right now, but when Ramblin has an opportunity for a 5 win streak, this is a lookout for the rest of the lobby. It is bad news if Ramblin can put together wins for 4 players in this lobby right now. If he gets a 5 win streak here, this is one of the strongest things that Ramblin can have. And just look out when he's got it, because he tends to lean into the loss streak angle of it, building out a big economy and then making your impact later on. When he can make that impact early, that's dangerous for the lobby.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Ramblin, I feel like probably the player most affected by the patch order so far in this set. Every single time the tournament lands, the AP seems to be a little bit worse off, minus the Deja, of course. So now we're going to get to see this Jade with the Ezreal opening, which was very, very common. Still is when it comes to starting out this round. But we do have the 3 with the Anivia and the Morello, so that's a great start for this particular team comp. And we have already shredded through that front line. Someone that I actually know loved Anivia is actually Emily Wang, was kind of the first person that I saw really running some Morello's Anivia as like a tertiary or even a secondary carry, and it works out here.
Xiao Dan. The win streak is snapped heading into Krugs. And that's a bad sign for them. And Nico down to 72. And Nico also sitting on the outside for this one. Very difficult to see them landing a top 8 spot at this point. But again, this is a harsh cut for these final 2 lobbies that's taking place. 75% of the players today are getting cut down for that final spot of the lobby. King Crack sitting here with an Olaf that is ready to be sacrificed to the Krugs for additional power.
Oh man, sometimes you just got to make sure that no matter what, you've been playing to all your outs, right? And sacrificing to the Krug gods is just an out for this Olaf. Is he going to take one out
really
now?
Is.
There we go. He's going to take.
I always ask that question too. I'm like, wait a minute, is he going to?
Is he going to do it?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, and we have some Zeeks on the board now. Definitely one of the better items to grab when Spell Sword is the Mirage. You can bring your eyes to the bottom left side of the screen for the Spell Sword's enchantment. And we have the Ornn already as well. So now we actually could go a different direction here with the Ornn on the board. Not everyone is going to go Deja, right? Unless we pack it really early.
I mean, the items are open for a number of different options here for King Krax, and I think a lot of this pans down to like what order the units show up in. Like, let's just say that you spiked a couple shops in a row that had a bunch of Dianas and Olafs here, and you got a Scale Scorn augment on 3-2. That angle is open right now, and this is like one of those little tiny subtle things that I love to highlight about players, is because keeping your eyes open for these options, it's so much less about whether or not you're going that direction and whether or not you can. Because when that opportunity shows up and it makes sense, if you're not in a spot like this, you close that window. You close that window before you even get to it. And so just seeing stuff like this already is one of those things that I always want to highlight about players, is because it's just tough to keep these windows open while at the same time building a strong board. When you have both of those in your potential, that's when you find yourselves at the tops of these lobbies.
All right, King Rax barely in 8th place right now, 1 point ahead of everyone below that. Second augment choice. Oh, good choices here. We pick Stand United. Love that. We already have the Sunfire, which is probably why we don't pick Weak Spot there as well.
That Corki got bought so fast. It's like it just appeared all of a sudden. Like, and there were just 2 empty spots in the window for the shop right now. Like, that's also very much a viable angle in this spot, I think. Mm-hmm. Just everything's kind of open here for King Crax's side, except for just like, super strong AP only style of team here, which basically nobody's playing at this point. So for King Crax, I feel like they have a very comfortable position for this one, and they need that as well. Sitting in 8th place at 22 points, you have to have something good happen here. A bottom 4 finish is just absolutely big thumbs down. So do whatever you can to avoid that.
5 ticks on the Stand United as well, so everyone just a tad a bit stronger. We do have good Corki potential too. We opened the Zeke still. We still have IE potential. This Anivia though from Ramblin already at tier 2. We saw this Anivia deal with almost all the front lines, no problem so far. Does get knocked up by the Ornn ult, but no access to this Anivia versus the clumping in the front to back that King Krax is running is doing good work for Anivia here, as every single ult from Anivia has gotten at least 2 to 3 people inside of it, plus that CC. This is all she wrote for King Krax on this particular round, as Ramblin maintains the streak.
100 still after the augment. That is a scary spot. Gosh, Lee, it breaks my heart to see Ramblin not break through on these days.
Gosh, darn it.
I feel like I'm just a big Ramblin fanboy, to be honest with you, but doggone it, I'm not ashamed.
He's also a nice person, which is like the worst part about him. You know,
he's like the nice person, honestly.
Right?
It's not even like he's a nice person. It's like he is the model of the respectable human being. It's like it's crazy how strong of a person Ramblin is in general. On to Amdy's
He's
board.
like the Tom Hanks of TFT.
On to Amdy's board. Amdy's sitting in 16th place at 20 points, in a very similar position that we've talked about with Stellar Minhee here as well, where it's just you have to have a strong performance breakthrough. There's really no other way to find yourself in that top 8. So anything you can do at any cost is going to be the angle to take if it means finishing in the top spot. Those are going to be big risks, and oftentimes they're going to look like they failed. And that's because they're going to fail sometimes. But frankly, you just don't have another option. Your hands are cuffed in this spot.
These Anivias kind of popping off, at least against the front liners. Anivia won and not enough, but probably top fragged in that round. Ramblin wins once again. Robin, and we actually have the Ramblin Robin duo here too. They know a lot about each other.
Indeed.
Cool. And so Stellar Minhee now.
I want to follow up on this, but it's just like,
yeah, that's what it is. All right, we pick up the tier. Talk about Wi-Fi with that augment on the second side is the Tiny Titans. We picked up Dragonmancer Crest before that, which hasn't done well so far today. Curious to see where that will end up, but Stand United a couple places. Stellar Minhee has Thrill, Liquid Robin has the trade sector, and I want to mention that trade sector was at 10 gold on round 2-1, right? So probably getting a ton of value out of that. I mean, he's on fire right now, so we're definitely going to be seeing some tier 3 potential there. Plus we get an extra roll for even some higher units as the Shiv goes on to the Karma. We've seen a lot of Shivs.
Board here. Excuse me. Stellar Minhee's board here is fantastic, considering a clear mind. You're sitting at 52, you have 50 gold, you're 11 XP to level 7, and it's 3-5. Like, this is a level 8 pop-off that I am looking for right now, because this has some big potential to really spike up big and then actually close out a lobby. Like, this is a fantastic start for this one. Your life total is not, like, comfortable by any means, but it's definitely not bad yet.
We could potentially see on Taco Bell Wi-Fi's comp a Dragonmancer Nunu with Deja on that board. Ooh. So Nunu has actually done a lot in terms of enabling Deja. One ult from Nunu means that one ult from Deja will probably get ya. And with the Dragonmancer Crest, that might be pretty good because these items are perfect for Deja. Also, itemized Karma is pretty good in the early game. It actually had a little bit of a time to shine like a month ago, but pretty good opener. A lot of people just putting a lot of those items on other people right now. It's right there.
It has arrived.
All
the
right.
initial Deja.
We found the first Deja. It belongs to Robin at 3-6, and we're going to have extra rolls to potentially get there, too. So Robin has...
Nico just running over to this, the thumbs up.
And so now that we're going through these extra rolls, when it comes to a trade sector, we pretty much get double the amount of opportunities to find something like Deja, and that's how good Deja is. We had a bunch of, synergies on the board, and then we just put the Deja in, get one more Mirage, which is pretty easy to do since it is a one cost with that Leona.
I will say that Ramblin's board with the double cybernetic and these items spread out well, finding a Xiaoyu here is very powerful. Robin here on a 7-win streak alongside Ramblin on an eternal win streak so far this game. And let me tell you what, this Xiaoyu's life total has not budged.
Xiaoyu
that
good
is
against
a snap.
Yeah, Xiaoyu's been pretty good against Deja. Anyone with like internalized ability to either burst her down or sustain over the ultimate, that's why like Soraka 2 is actually a pretty good counter to just like the first ult from Deja, especially with Spell Sword. The second ult will just be too much for most of the units on the board, but anything that's going to give you the ability to take the ult and then end up with more than half health is kind of what you want to see. This also could potentially go the Deja direction. We have the Nunu. Let's see what items that we're going to get. We already have the double crit. We did get a spat as well.
Well, these aren't necessarily the items you were hoping to see, but they're definitely not bad.
No.
A lot of interesting stuff here on Zhao Dandan's side, and still a lot of open angles. Like, my head is like spinning with all the different possibilities that can happen when you have just like a double crit plus an assassin spatula laying around. Like, can you take this angle? Is there something that's valuable in this spot? Like, is that a siphon opening that's very strong? Stellar Minhee on the roll down, hunting for the right dragons.
We have an Evoker crest on Bard. That's gonna be really nice. It's gonna be a couple more Bard ults. Let's see.
Yeah, I am liking the Shyvana angle here. That does open up, I think, some pretty strong opportunities for how you want to piece together AP in this spot. And you have a Bard cranking on 4-1. So that big unit win show up percentage is just going to increase with every single doot that unit produces. Robin's board just looking good because of the Spell Sword plus the Rage Blade. It opens up that Deja a lot. You just need the time to cast. Stellar Minhee takes a 9th loss in a row and is at 29 HP. Now is the time for Stellar Minhee to make something happen. We're coming into the third augment of this one now. Is it going to be strong enough to take the cake?
Okay.
Jeweled Lotus, Blue Battery.
It is
Jeweled Lotus it is.
So we're committing to Jades. Or just AP right now. So the Jeweled Lotus is going to be really nice for someone like the Anivia, and we do have Aurelion Soul. 2 of them pop up in our shop, and this is going to be something that the whole lobby will now have to react to. 4-2 is very early for an Aurelion Soul. Aurelion Soul 1, a lot weaker, isn't able to maintain too much into the late game, and it doesn't seem like we're really pushing for that Aurelion Soul because we have Shyvana doing some changes. The intention here is not really there.
It felt like it made some sense, but at the same time, it feels like something's missing on this board, and I just feel like your item count just feels like, I don't know, fairly low right now. Honestly, it's just everything kind of comes together here. Zephyr onto the Shyvana as well. That is definitely not good for the Shyvana side of things. You want that unit to be up in the air as quickly as possible because it takes a long time to land a general.
Yeah, and by the time the Shyvana lands, most of her own team has already fallen. This Morello's on the Anivia. I mean, the value is like a TJ Maxx at this point in time when it comes to that item. I mean, Stellar Minhee is struggling. These matchups have not been favorable one bit so far for Stellar, who has, came into today with one of those extra points. I actually would be curious where the extra point getters are sitting right now, because I know 2 of our 3-pointers are out. They're just out. So how much impact did they actually have as Aniko is running it back? Probably the highlight of the tournament so far, which was Aniko's Legend Last Stand Volibear that we saw about 3 lobbies ago. Everyone was rooting for him, to be honest with you. And we might be able to see it today once more with that Legend pickup. All right, Amde now with the Itis. Gorky-itis.
Well, the Corki's not here yet, and they are taking what looks like the stance is going to be on 4-5 here. You have the little investment piece that you're looking to place right as a unit is about to die off. To make sure that you're cashing in each individual stack of that, you need a unit to die 7 times with that equipped to make the big difference here. And MD, again, sitting at 20 points, you have to have something big happen. So any of these large risks that you can take that have large payoffs is definitely what I'm looking for in this one. Almost every single player feels like they're making the right call right now in terms of the macro perspective of, should I be taking a big risk? The answer is typically yes in this lobby.
Well, and I wonder how much of Ramlin's play on this lobby is the pressure's off, right? We can kind of just play our game just like another game of TFT right now, and also play spoiler. For the rest of the lobby, this is the worst case scenario. in my opinion, is Ramblin winning it, right? Because that means everyone is going to get one less point to potentially make it into the top 8, and for someone like King Rax, that could eliminate you. So Ramblin might legitimately eliminate some people from contention just by winning a lobby like this, and that can't be understated as well. Robin also kind of in a similar position, right? If he finishes in first or second, the rest of the lobby just don't get access to those points, and it's going to be harder for them to break through.
Shut him down.
Shut him down.
Give him the business.
Okay. We're going to start that off with the Thresh, something that we haven't seen all that much of. We pick up an Aurelion Soul here and a Corki, so we have everything we need for the Corki.
Corkis.
Corki.
Champion Duplicator, pair of Corkis, pair of Idas.
Who do you put it on, the Corki or the Idas? Or do you wait because you can for
I think
like
you
one
keep
round?
rolling and see which one shows up.
None of them so far. Sona goes in, help with the Revel. It's going to go on the Corki, right? The Idas is probably good enough right now in the front line. The Dejas aren't there. Double Celestial
Shroud cheese
for Robin as well. We have Ascension here too, which is going to be very nice for a unit like Idas and everyone around the Idas as well. Beautiful Sona ult to start things off.
Gosh. Corki just delivers so much damage when given the time with this one. The Ascension of the Stand United cannot be ignored in this aspect either.
It's not over.
It's so much damage that gets delivered in an aspect like this one. And really boils down to that little tiny spot right there. So MD's not able to win this round, but honestly, when you're only losing by the one unit, it doesn't feel like that big of a loss. It does feel like the doors are closing a bit, and then you have to get something done. Over to King Krax's side, the 2-star Corki with a Last Whisper and an Infinity Edge, my personal favorite on Corki right now.
Ooh, that's a classic right there in TFT, the IE Last Whisper. That's pretty much been the ED composition for items for a very long time. Not seeing a ton of Last Whisper just in general. I think the bow and the crit glove just going into other items, as this is a double Stand United comp as well. So I think that's going to be 5 per synergy. So that's almost over 20 extra, AD in stats. In AP for this comp. So the Corki going to be really nice for that. The extra AD and AP is going to work very nicely with this IE Last Whisper combo. Though, if we get CC'd to Oblivion, we're not going to be able to see you anyway. So the Dragonmancer, it's going to be Nico in the front line doing enough. Everyone in the front line pretty much doing their job correctly there.
Just watching the Siphon charge while getting kicked by the Lee Sin was just a very unusual visual to take place, just charging completely across the map instead. Robin picking up another win. Ramblin finally getting snapped on the win streak side of things. Stellar Mini gets a win at 19. Zhao Dandan joins them down at 19 with a loss. And so now, the Treasure Dragon, what's the most you can make of this? Ooh. King Krax says, give me the gold, give me the items. This is enough.
We get our Sona 2 as well. We still have Siphon in the front line. I mean, the last round started off really great with a Sona ult that was through the entire team. And even with some of this attack speed on the Dejas with the spell swords, people seem to be directly countering it, specifically now with some of our positioning. I mean, I remember when assassins were really popular back in the day, people would just take the assassins, right? Instead of like moving their carries into the front row. I think we're kind of seeing something similar here with the Dejas and how spread out everyone is. You got 2 corners and a mid line for your tanks up in the front, and that seems to be the way to go. So Deja might whiff on an ult.
Yeah, pretty much a frozen spot here for King Krax's board. We found the Idas 2. We have Corki 2. We got a great set of items. What's the most you can make of this? It's lock down this Idas and hope for the best at this point. Your board is pretty much done aside from 2-starring things and maybe some like little final touches on where the items can come into place.
Ramblin did take, I think, his first loss on that last round. We have a double Stand United and a double Celestial comp in front of us. Robin has the Deja 2, though, and that is that win condition, right? We talk about ways to find those lobby wins, though the vocabulary that we use is the win condition, and the win condition right now for Robin is what we see right here is that Deja. Not using that IE, we're going to put the attack speed on instead, and that's going to help specifically in this 1v1 with Corki almost every single time to have that attack speed rather than kind of eating the Corki damage to get to an ult.
Shroud Gauntlet crit at the end just swept the board. Oh, it's such a beautiful thing to see. On the Zhao Dandan's side, a Revel Nunu.
So this is interesting because Revel Deja is really good. So, okay, we're going to put it...
All right.
All right, so every other auto attack should have the Revel on there.
Oh, you're right, because of the Yone, it's swapping between the AD and the AP.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I'm interested.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Let's see if I'm going to throw it away once I pick it up.
Dan, though,
during
needs some big wins here. Like so far, it hasn't been working out. Is this strong enough at this point? Going up against Robin, who's been sitting at the top 2 for basically the entire game.
I actually don't think I saw the Revel proc
no.
on the Yasuo there.
Deja
oh, no.
got popped up. Doesn't hit the other Deja with the sweep. Oh, no.
Rageblade versus not Rageblade. So what's becoming apparent, right, is specifically in the Spellsword Mirage, right? The way you itemize Deja is for the other Dejas right now. So that Rageblade is going to do really well against the crit Dejas because you're going to be able to do damage a little bit faster so they don't get ulted, right? And even then, because it's Spellsword, that Rageblade, 20 stacks, each time that stack, that's more AP. And so you don't even need the, IE for the crit. You can maybe luck into the crit for that as well. Deja doing very, very well today. We've been on that point, almost beating a dead horse, but I think it's valuable because it's good. It's obviously very good, but it hasn't been winning these lobbies as frequently as I think we would expect. Shyvana has taken a lot of dubs. Siphon has taken a lot of dubs. Corki, I think, has probably taken more than anyone else so far, as we have a very strong Shyvana on the board right now for Minhee.
Yeah, the Evoker Bard is still one of the big highlights for me is this one, because Stellar Minhee has been able, I think, to piece together some very close losses at the very least, just because you're having so much extra cast take place in these back units. So if you can't piece together the damage to take out a board, what you're hoping is to piece together the amount of time or the amount of cast necessary to at least wipe some of the board down. It's not enough here, though. Stellar Minhee is going to fall into 7th place as well. Taco Bell Wi-Fi going to fall out as well. Taco Bell Wi-Fi was not on the bubble, able to make it into this point. Stellar Minhee, Zhao Dan both were, however. Zhao Dan was at 22 points. Stellar Minhee was at 20. They finish in 8th and 7th place, and that is all but going to lock them out of the top 8.
And Nico might get another 5th place potentially with the same comp that we got a 5th place with last time. I wonder if we got Last Stand. Probably not. But the Legends have been fun to watch, but the performance hasn't really been there. I think they've gotten 4th and 5th a couple times. But even though that Volibear does seem to be a very big opportunity to win once the Yasuo is getting on board, it's just the Yasuo one sometimes is all you need.
Yeah, the Yasuo one is what crushed that comp earlier from an eco standpoint. Oh, wait. Oh.
Okay, so, Future Sight for Ramblin'. So what this means is Ramblin' knows exactly who is going to be going up against in the next round, and it's going to be King Crack, so that's why we are giving you that double view right there. It doesn't look. It's going to be Aniko and Nico against Robin for this round. Hopefully that Itis is going to die at some point. We would love a Diamond Hands and a Champion Duplicator. Might happen here in the front line. Robin, though, with the double Celestial versus King Cracks with the double Stand United. Both are pretty good options. Double Celestial, though, is a way to keep your Deja alive while you're getting CC'd like this. Lulu is such a good unit. Lulu is such a good unit. Gives attack speed, but also takes away your carry sometimes. That's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, we got word that Ramblin' actually fought the ghost of that board as well, and that's why it looked the way that it did. Why it panned out that way? Fighting the ghost. So, that's a little bit outside of our control. But I
hope Casper's okay. Get it? Because we have... Anyway, so there's a Casper Woo in the... Okay, anyway. King Cracks now. Thank you. We're not anywhere close to getting a Diamond Hands. We can pretty much assume that that's not going to happen. There's not enough HP available, but this is going to be a round robin between the two duos who are known as one of the best partnered TFT players right now in terms of duo tournaments, which is Ramblin' and Robin here. They know a lot about each other, and I'm pretty excited to see how a 1v1 through stage 6 might look as King Rax is going up against Amde in what might be an elimination round.
Gosh, I love the Corki crit perspective. It just when the big one takes place and it's that big hit, it is so big. It's unrealistic. Amde getting knocked out in the top 4 there. A 4th place finish, sitting at 20 points. We're going to see if that's enough. It is very unlikely that it is this spot, but we still have one player who is piecing it together. King Crack sitting at 22 points. Can they find their way into a big finish which can settle them into the top 8. Ramblin was sitting at the bottom of the rankings coming into today. Into this 5th game, Liquid Robin was sitting at the top. Right now, it feels like that Robin has pretty much all but got it locked in. So for King Krax, can you piece together this win streak and put together a 2nd or a 1st place finish here? Because that's going to be where the fist pump actually happens.
Second Rage Blade for this board too. Robin knows exactly how to win this game. We talked about the win condition being the Stasia and the positioning, and that is what we are going to see. And we have the Soraka now to help us against other Deja comps and get us all healed up.
You've been talking about this Soraka versus Deja the entire day.
I know. I really think this is how you count. Like, the way that the healing works for Soraka, if the timing works out, once the Deja ult goes through, just the first time, right, you should be able to heal up almost your entire team.
I have been watching it very closely, and I have noticed that if the Deja doesn't sweep the board, that the Soraka really pieces it back together. But that honestly, that feels true versus a lot of compositions as well. However, the one everyone's playing, that's definitely the one to highlight.
Yeah, there hasn't been a ton of, like, we've seen a lot of Morellos this round, a good amount of Sunfires, but the value for those aren't as high. They're still pretty high, though, right? We're talking about like a 95% to like an 80% in terms of value. And the Hextech on the Yasuo, keeping him alive, even though we got CC'd by the Lulu. And yeah, this is gonna be Deja most likely. The Corki takes down the Soraka, but that was enough time to distract. The Soraka does do its job. Ramblin loses. King Krax, are we going to make the run back at 13 HP?
It's very possible. I mean, Ramblin's sitting at 9, and it's going to start piecing together a little bit of a stronger board here. Robin building up the gold. Spending down the gold now to go to 9. Says, enough is enough. I have to put this one together.
Right. And, you know, you're kind of also assuming which player might be left with you at the end, and also trying to put together a comp to directly counter another one, because you start playing differently once there's less people, right? You're not going to play for an entire board and playing generally good comps. You're going to start changing little by little to make your comp a better version. Giant Slayer on the Shyvana this time. Very tanky front line. Shyvana is going to go right next to the Deja. Let's see where this ult is. And not in exactly the wrong place for that ult. However, the Shyvana is still alive. I don't know if this Deja is going to be able to do it, but we have double Celestial, so we were able to get one ult, but it wasn't enough damage.
Robin piecing together what looks like a possibility of a 3-star Nunu here as well. And I wanted to highlight that he dodged the Zephyr from Ramblin's side on that one as well. It's that last second swap in the corner with Lulu and with Deja.
Okay, Lulu has been a little bit of an MVP so far in this lobby. Krax is still winning. If we make it with 3 people in round 7, it's going to be very close HP-wise. They should all be around 15 HP if that were to be the case over the next couple rounds.
Robin's almost piecing together a 3-star Hecarim here as well. He's 6 Hecarims on Robin's side with a Bard taking out some dudes. That really increases the possibility you could find a 3-star one of these. Up against King Krax right now. If King Krax can win this round, I will start to be concerned for Robin and Ramblin in terms of winning this lobby at this point. For King Krax, this board is really piecing together nicely right now. Can you hit a big one without getting wiped off the board at this point?
Lulu
again!
Lulu! Oh my goodness. Lulu MVPing once again. Maybe that's the unit you try to target at the beginning. That is the second time a Poly at the end of a round will win it for the Corki, and maybe that's how we've been seeing these Corkis win these lobbies versus the Deja so far. Maybe it's the Lulu.
I mean, the Lulu is Kraxed.
Oh my god.
Hey.
All right, I'm going to make you not talk for the next 5 minutes, okay? So I'm just going to keep talking here, keep talking. Nunu very close to tier 3. A Bard 2 would be very nice. Some CC is a good option always.
Nunu.
We're 1 Nunu away, 2 Hex away, and we all hate Lulu. If we're not on that board, man, that's got to be frustrating. As Ramblin knows exactly where this is going. That is a Shyvana 2 and a Yasuo 2 already with a Nunu of our own with a Zephyr. That is a lot of CC. And of course, you're going to see a Mage Cap on Ramblin's board too. This time on the Soraka.
Oh, Ramblin going for the Zephyr on the front line there.
It looks like a little bit of a Bill Gates comp as well. Let's see how good we are on the King Crack side of things. The Soraka's already ulting, so that we're going to be pretty healthy, actually, after a couple of these ultimates.
Boy.
The Yasuo in the front line is doing just fine. Yeah. This
my god.
this
Oh,
is huge.
jeez.
Wow.
Oh,
Is that
gosh.
Nathan. Oh, goodness gracious. They have a family.
Cracks out in third. Was sitting at 22 points coming into this one. That means they're going to be going up to 28 points. That feels like a very nice threshold for making it to the top 8 spot. But now we are down to the duo. The top duo when it comes to duo competition. Now duo competing against one another.
Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is not a double-up competition. This is just the last 2 remaining players in this lobby. Ramblin versus Robin. Ramblin sticking in last place right now. Overall, ending the day with a potential win. That's like the best kind of way to end after a day like Ramblin has had so far. We should be a couple rounds into round 7. We're going to get at least, I think, 3 1v1 rounds, but this is Spell Sword Deja, which has been the comp of the Jade Cup so far, versus Shyvana, which has taken a lot more wins against this Deja so far. Just too much tankiness so far on the Shyvana, but she moves the wrong way. One unit in the corner was taking the attention of the Shyvana. Now the Rage Blade has stacked, but
Lulu!
one more ult from Zoe. Lulu again!
It's always Lulu. Look at the
It is
bench
always
here
Lulu.
from Robin's side, too. Pair of Yasuos, 8 Hecarim, 8 Nunu. Something's got to show up.
Okay.
Oh my, Ramblin's
Another
board
Rage
is
Blade.
ridiculous.
Redemption. That's gonna be that's gonna be nice on the Nico, actually.
Oh.
Hecarim 3 available for Robin.
That is an 8-second stun for that unit. Let's go. 8
If-
seconds.
If it doesn't hit the Deja, though. Oh, no, it's actually on the team of the Deja. So if it doesn't hit the Shyvana, or if the Shyvana's already in the air, it might be difficult still to pull the round.
My gosh. It is
Look how pretty it is.
it is gorgeous.
Moving past the Bard,
I
we're
have
looking for that new
never
3.
seen a more majestic frontline beast.
But you look in the mirror every day. As this double redemption Nico in the front line with Guardian. That's a lot of tankiness. However, they're going to get CC'd to death, potentially. So you really want to actually split this board so not everyone gets heck ult. 8-second stun, as you said. Shyvana might be in the air already.
Oh,
She
my
avoided.
gosh!
She avoids the first part of the stun, gets Lulu'd, though, still CC'd, hasn't attacked one time. That is the first attack so far, and is getting taken down by the Deja. And the Hecarim, the Deja, gonna win out this round most likely. The Yasuo, though, keeping this, a little interesting. But after this last ultimate from the Hecarim, that is going to be Robin taking the dub here, and they are actually tied after round 7-2, 32-32.
The Hecarim is just... It's dealing so much damage as well. Like, you can't even highlight just the stun potential at this point. That thing is like trucking through the line.
This is an elimination game, remember, so after this, we'll know who our top 8 is.
How do you beat this from Ramblin's perspective? Honestly, I'm not even thinking about the ladder dynamic spot at this point. I just want to know, can Ramblin defeat this right now?
The Shyvana, I think, did the right thing, was in the air before the Hecarim ulted. I think some CC from Zoe and Lulu could be very beneficial as well. We don't Zephyr
Wrong position
the
here.
front line, right? We Zephyr the Deja instead. Only 2 stacks on that Rage Blade so far. The Yasuo has done a lot of work already. Look at how much damage are in that front line. The Heck is down. Heck is down, folks. So Ramblin has the opportunity here, especially with that Deja. And the double redemption, really, really good against the Deja ultimate as well. Going to be taking a lot less damage because of that AoE mitigation. And Ramblin, so it's going to be Ramblin taking it back 32-10. It's not over.
That positioning from Ramblin's side was fantastic. It pulled the Hecarim to the far left side of the board. And with the way that the board is split, nothing is getting tied into that Hecarim ultimate. once it actually unleashes the stun. And so it was only the Nico that was taking that one. And that meant it got hexed by the Lulu afterwards. It then got popped up by the Yasuo afterwards. It then got stasised by the Bard afterwards. Ramblin absolutely immediately found the way to counter it right away.
Ooh.
And so now Robin positions it in a way to try and take advantage of that, where that Nico is isolated that side of the board. So now this Hecarim is facing that direction and it stuns half the board.
Only stuns half the board, though, so the Shyvana's going to be good to go right after she lands. The healing does go through. We're going to be firing off in the back line. Deja already at half HP, but we're not focusing down the Deja anymore. Shyvana deciding to take down the rest of the team instead. Will this be the last round for Robin? The Deja hanging on barely onto the edge of life right now. We have to make sure this Shyvana does fall, and it does. I think Robin is going to swap this right back around 13-6. We're going to get a 7-4 carousel, as I believe this is the longest lobby of the day so far.
This is absolutely nuts how close these fights are right now. This is like the TFT at its finest, when you get to these points where just the subtlest of differences create the universe of depth. And it's unreal how much the positioning is mattering in this particular matchup.
Future Sight pretty much is just a Zephyr now. We know exactly who we're going for, right?
Ramblin knows he's going against Robin in this next fight.
Every single time knows exactly where Robin is going to be. Mage Bard, too. Talk about 8 seconds to CC. That could be a way to do it as well for Ramblin. We know that Ramblin can take the dub. We know that Robin, too. This is it, folks. This is the last round of Game 5. After this, we'll know who our top 8 is. It's Shyvana versus Hecarim in the front line, and we have the back line with double Zoes here for Ramblin. So that's actually a lot of CC in general, and it's going to be hard to CC both of those Zoes at once. Deja, though, pretty good ultimate on the right side. Zoe responds with another one, and the Bard ult doesn't do anything. This is looking like a Robin win, and Ramblin will fall in second place in his best lobby of the day. Wow, what a crazy Game 5. Like, that's actually insane. So, Gangly, what'd you think of how that all ended up? I mean, round 7-5, Ramblin, Robin, best friends, right, in the final there.
Robin riding the noble steed to his place on the throne. And you gotta call out the blue buff Hecarim at the end there, Nathan. I know you saw that. The blue buff being rolled on the Thieves' Gloves, which stuns that Shyvana for 8 seconds at the start of the fight. You have to think, Nathan, that was where the tides turned.
You love to see it. Like, I love when you get to these heads-up matchups that have this unbelievable depth where both players just have these unrealistically capped boards. Like, there's no way you can build these compositions every single time. It's just impossible. It's not going to happen every single game. But when you have a Hecarim stun that half side of the board and then the Nunu just kind of chomp everything away at that final fight, it's just awesome to watch. And frankly, that's what I'm here for.
Absolutely. Now, Boop, we went into this game with a focus on 4 of those bubble players. Stellar Minhee, Amda, Zhao Dan, and King Krax all on the bubble there. And I think there's something to be said about the way we saw it play out. The bottom 2 being made up of players on that bubble, and then King Krax being the only one to really break through the top 3. Obviously, there was a lot of pressure going into this game, and I think it's fair to say that the results spoke to that. But actually, we're just going to go straight to the graphics because we have the lobby standings, see how the rest of the lobbies shaped up. Lobby A, we saw ourselves Liquid Robin and Ramblin rounding out the top 2. I Copy Keen and Chalky, another bubble player on the top 2 for Lobby B. Lobby C, Z Hydration, K3 Soju, and Lobby D, Urtosaurus and Pokygum. All right, Boop, break it down. What do you want to talk about? Because there's a lot going on here.
Let's talk about our kind of like dual esports people, right? We've got Chalky right here, with previous card game experience, and now we're going into a final, right? And that's going to really matter. Anyone who's had that kind of competitive experience in the past. The other thing I do want to mention is everyone who started with 3 points, right? I believe only one of them will end up making the final 8. So while it is nice to have those 3 points, you have to make something of those 3 points, right? Just like you don't get a cake unless you put you put it in the oven. You can't just leave them there. And I think for people like Stellar, that could be, something to look at in the future. Rough end of the day for a couple people like Stellar and Malala.
We spoke about it yesterday that a lot of those top 4 point scorers were the newer faces that people didn't really expect to see. And I think that there is a lot of old guard rising up in this to say, you know what, we're here because we are consistently able to show up time and time again. Doesn't mean that there's no room for the new guard to show up. We're definitely seeing them come through, in particular Rainplosion. Now let's take a look at the lobby winners, how they played out. Liquid Robin, we saw that 6 Mirage Deja, iCopy Keen, Varus reroll coming through. Z Hydration with Aurelian Soul Legendary Flex, and Birdosaurus with another Deja composition. Now, Nathan, Varus is pretty interesting here because we've seen a lot of Dragons win today, and we have not seen, I don't think, any Varus winning.
We've seen Varus played only a handful of times, but when it's been played, it's typically done pretty well. And it's really spelling out to me the fact that when you're going to go a Varus reroll, a lot of context has to line up pretty properly for it. And so if you understand that context, it seems like that when you see it and you go with the Varus reroll, it ends up panning out. It does very powerful. If you try to force this through and use that brute force astral angle, it doesn't feel like it's been doing as well. This is both from me watching, players stream this and attempt this, and me trying it myself as well. It's been very, very carefully selected, but that's in the same angle of the Aurelian Soul as well that Z Hydration won this lobby with. The selection for Aurelian Soul went down dramatically coming into the second week of Jade Cup, but when players understand it and they select it and they play it well, it has still had a very strong performance in terms of its actual percentage. It's just the frequency isn't there quite as much.
All right, well, the numbers are crunched and the scores are set. It's time to reveal the overall standings after 5 games of play, and our top 8 is set with Liquid Robin, Pokygum, Jason Java, Rainplosion, Z Hydration, Birdosaurus, Chalky, and Milk filling out that final spot. Boop. Take a look at this bubble. There are a lot of players on the outside looking in that I think a lot of people were looking to show up today.
Yeah, and you gotta say it. You have to say it. Setsuko missing out on a final 8 once again. This is a brutal cutoff. I actually think Setsuko played some of his best tournament TFT today based on what we saw. But also people like Asa, who a lot of people thought would win. Malala, who came in with a 3-point advantage not making it. Stellar, Malala, and Scroll, I believe, were the 3 with the 3-point advantage, and they all missed the final cut.
Wow.
We've talked a lot about Setsuko this weekend, Nathan. I feel like it's appropriate for you to have a couple words about this, because for me, looking at this is an amazing placement. This is, for all the players placing in the top 16, top 24, top 32 for making final day, you should be proud of your placement, even if you don't make this really tough top cut.
It's worth highlighting at all times that making it to the final day of a tournament like this. Making it to the final day is really one of the most difficult spots about it. And like Boop said, it's just a very harsh cutoff. We're looking at a 75% cut of the field to make it to this top 8 spot. So the top 8 spot is like a badge of honor at this point. But I'm gonna go with Boop on this one. I think Setsuko played some fantastic TFT here this weekend, and missing this by just a single point and a tiebreaker is a world of difference. Like, you're gonna look at this, and every single time you look at it, it's gonna look harsh. It's gonna look rough. Even for King Cracks in this spot as well. Finishing in the 3rd place spot in that one was a tough final lobby that they were in, and Milk winning the tiebreaker on that aspect to squeak their way into the top 8 here. It's just a brutal cutoff, so you have to give your hats off to the players who are at this day, but we still have more rounds to go, because we've not just cut off right there. These 8 players are now playing for that top 4 spot and that big invite to the mid-set finale.
And I just want to highlight some of these 8 players real quick before we go to a break. That something fascinating about this is that there is a cutoff here. There is 4 old guard, so to speak, or 4 reputational players, and 4 players who are maybe starting to build that up still. You have Liquid Robin, Pokygum, Birdosaurus, and Milk kind of holding it down for the players that people were really expecting to perform. And then on the other side, Jason Java, Rainplosion, Z Hydration, and Chalky, obviously not an unfamiliar face in esports, but in TFT, definitely fair to say that these are up-and-coming players who still have a lot to prove in tournament. Now, we are going to go to a quick break before we go to our final 2 games of competition. But before we do, I need to let you know it's not too late to join us on fantasytft.com. Listen, Ball Street has been doing so much for the for TFT and the community we have here, and they want to see it grow. Check out the news tab on fantasytft.com. You can earn eggs not only by playing the fantasy game they have there, but by reading and sharing the articles there online. So check it out, fantasytft.com or the Fantasy TFT app on your smartphone. Don't go anywhere. We still got 2 more games of the Jade Cup to finish up. We'll catch you after this break. Welcome back to game number 6, the final lobby of the Jade Cup. And welcome back, Crowan and Mortdog. Happy to have you both on here for your last game of the night. Now, Crowan, we got to break it down. This lobby: Liquid Robin, Pokygom, Jason Java, Rainplosion, Z Hydration, Birdosaurus, Chalky, and Milk. Listen, we got to talk about Robin up here, though. 3-point lead over second place, 6-point lead over eighth. You have to feel like Robin is in a position to actually run away with this tournament.
Of course. I mean, when isn't Robin in a position to run away with the tournament, right? It feels like that's kind of how it has to be at this point. Robin's just so dominant. That's one of your highlights, I think, Gainley, coming into this event, is he's not missed a final day of like a tournament or anything in so long. He's just in continuously such peak form. But there is so many stories here as well. There was the almost Mort Dog curse onto Milk as well, but he managed to scrape into the final lobby on tiebreakers, even though he did bot for a couple games in a row. But there's just so much here to break down and try to do it as this final lobby does get underway.
Listen, we have seen a lot of Deja on the day. We've seen a lot of, well, it's just eight cost dragons in general seem to be running the show. But I know, Mort, you were telling me it is not all that we've been seeing on the day.
Yeah, there was one of those final 4 lobbies you saw that the Varus won, but what was crazy is it was Varus overtaking Lilia reroll. It felt like that lobby was playing a different game, and it's interesting because I think a lot of players are like, they're playing Deja and these 8 cost dragons because they're comfortable with them, but it doesn't mean that there aren't other lines. So,
well, we'll have to see how it all plays out. Game is ready, I'm being told. Crowan, Mort, enjoy game number 6 of the Jade Cup.
Here we go into the final lobby of the Jade Cup, Mort. Just 8 players we have. Top 4 get direct invites to that mid-set finale. And the points carry forward, right? Robin is really in well within first place. He has a 3-point lead against Pokegum in second place, and there's a 6-point gap between Robin and Melk here in eighth. So only 2 games to shore up that gap is a really tall order, isn't it?
yeah, you know, it's funny, you keep bringing that up, and I keep wanting to talk about, like, the scenarios where this could go wrong, and I'm trying to keep my mouth shut because I don't want to curse anybody. You know, Robin's a really nice guy. I'd really hate to, like, talk about things. So I'm just going to be like, look, we got 2 games here. It's, you know, it's still anyone's game. Having those extra points can help, and so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh man, I'm so tempted now. I want to say something, but no, Robin deserves all of the success that he's had. It is just, I mean, played so well in tournaments. You know, ladder has not had the like it was always consistently rank 1 or whatever, but you don't need that, right? You don't need to just be a ladder warrior to be able to be like, oh, I'm a good TFT player. Robin has showed it again and again, and hey, finally have a game where it's not Spell Sword, it is Warlord's Honor. I'm sure you're happy about that one, Mort, because maybe we'll see some, you know, interesting things like Lilia reroll and Varus in the final 2.
I mean, it's nice for variety's sake. I do think we saw yesterday Warlord was still a comp where Deja can work, so it's not like it rules it out of the question. The thing that makes it a lot harder, though, is that for Warlord to reach its full power, you have to win 5 rounds, and so oftentimes that means you have to get the Deja in, then start winning, and that can be really hard. Looking at our augments here, we're seeing it is going to be a silver start, so not a lot of strength here. Looking at these augments, pretty much an instant reroll, some ones that aren't great here. I feel like this is an electrocute slam pretty quickly here. Sure enough, that's what we see. The one thing that could have been considered here was Shimmer Scale. It does give a cane, and they had the Aatrox in play. So I do feel like, you know, Shimmer was an option here, but Robin sort of playing to a much safer start here. Has that Senna 2, Tom Kench 2 with Electrocute. That's going to be some nice power. And so I do think it is smart for Robin in his situation to not necessarily risk it on a high-risk, high-reward comp like the Shimmer Scale.
Of course, a great point. It really depends on where you are in the lobby, the points wise, and Robin being far in front doesn't need to take really any risks. AFK from Bert on the other side of the board there. Solid augment, of course, especially because this board isn't even weak. It is a Karma 2 with the tier. Sure, it's not the best to deal with against Robin's board, but is going to get a 1-unit kill. No, not quite 2, but still, with AFK, any units you kill is a positive. The only thing that's kind of weird is that if he runs into another weak person and ends up getting a win, that would kind of suck.
Yeah, so AFK is definitely one of those augments that I think a lot of people, you know, can either do really, really well, or like we saw earlier today, there was a lobby where the top 2 were both AFK players, because it can be very powerful. Looking around, by the way, we definitely saw at least one player had chosen the Shimmer Scale Heart. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see as we look around what's going on here. We're looking at Rainplosion's board now. Has a really strong Jade start. You've got that Karma with the Morello. You've got the 2 Bruiser, which is giving everything extra health, including even the Jade Idol. So that's a pretty decent chunk of power here. Going up against Jason with just the Trist 1 should be a pretty easy win. But on the other side, you have to notice Jason got one of those gold starts. Only has 2 items with the 2 bows and already at 20 gold at 2-2. So seems like we're going to be in for a very weak early game with a lot of people with these silver augments. We have an AFK player, a gold start. And so, we're going to see if that converts into some really strong late games later.
It should, especially again with augments like AFK and just having these high econ openers. And while we're on board with Rainplosion, I do want to call out, this has been a fantastic tournament. No matter what happens from here on out, this has been a fantastic tournament for Rainplosion. It is really putting her name out there with some of the best, at least among recent TFT tournament prowess, being able to make it to a final lobby that's so competitive. So many great TFT players are already out, right? They hadn't made it into this point. Rainplosion had a fantastic day number 1, and that 3-point bonus points actually got Rainplosion here, right? That success in day number 1 has resulted in her being here right now and kind of has 2 games to really make that breakout performance. Can Rainplosion overtake a Robin Songs? That is a 4-point gap, but still very, very doable, especially with how well they have played thus far.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been really nice to see kind of that mix of old blood with people like Robin and Milk, as well as some of that new blood. And so we'll have to see who can do really well today. As we head into the carousel, that's also Bert's going to get his AFK cash out. Should see some strong items. Looking at the health, no one ridiculously low. And there we get a glimpse of our augments here. Like we said, Bertosaurus with AFK. Jason going that Cannoneer. Pokygom is the one who took the Shimmer Scale, so that's going to be really cool to watch.
Yeah, Pocky is the lowest player in the lobby in terms of HP right now, but Shimmer, of course, can have that high payoff depending on what item it is. Taking a sneak peek, it looks like it has Mogul's Mail, so not like the most swingy of the Shimmer skill items, but still a solid one. Is going to, of course, contribute to that econ. Pocky levels to 5, so does Rainplosion. 3 players to 100 streak here. Mort and all are going to be looking to keep it for themselves while punishing the rest of the lobby. And this is where you can see, even though there's a silver tier augment only, the power levels aren't going to be crazy, but the top of the lobby is going to look to hard punish the players who are taking these things like Shimmer Scale or taking augments like AFK. And wow, Chalky with a Yone 2 Warlords, that can be stacking up right now to, be pretty powerful mid-game. Yone carry.
Yeah, it's interesting because we talked about this a little bit, I believe, yesterday, where the more people playing a certain style, the better it can be. We know there's at least one AFK player and a Shimmer Scale player and things like that. This may result in a lobby that's pretty low-paced early on, which may be very beneficial for players like Bert, Milk, and Pokygom. And so I think we're going to have to keep an eye out on just how aggressive versus passive this lobby gets. And what that happens, and I think the key break point is going to be stage 3-5, right? Where everyone decides what are they doing with that high health or high gold. Rainplosion, unfortunately, is going to be one of the people to lose their win streak here. So Chalky versus Robin, if that matchup happens, will we see one of them lose their streak?
I mean, both are pretty strong right now, especially, Chalky with the Sunfire Slam, the Yone 2. Robin has 2 completed items on a Senna 2 and has a great front line as well. It might actually go the way if they do run into each other of Robin, but we'll get a chance to see in just a few seconds. Melk, of course, in the comfort zone of having at least 40 gold right now. I mean, that's just the Melk way, even though he doesn't have an econ augment or anything like that.
I was gonna say, though, last time we casted him and he said he was in his comfort zone here, he went 8.
True.
So I'm hoping that's not what happens here. Chalky, though, gets kind of a free pass here, going up against Jason, who's got that 40 gold. He's gonna be able to keep that win streak going. Buys a lot of units here, isn't particularly rich, but does have that 100 health, which is nice. Robin also, so we're going to have 2 people at 100 health going into Krugs.
Yep, meaning, depending how much gold they have, are going to be really incentivized to level up to 6 on 3-1. Not only punching the rest of the lobby, but trying to protect their own streaks. A lot of players at the bottom there are at that 50 gold breakpoint. Pokygom being one of them, near 50 gold at least. Already is level 5. Where does Pocky go from here? The Rage Blade is slammed and has a Shimmer Scale, which you don't have to play 3 Shimmer Scale for the whole game. It is nice you're able to find an Itis, maybe go like a Corki from here and play one more Shimmer Scale to run that 5. That'd certainly be great for the econ and allow Pocky, with what you were saying, right, to have a slow start, but then like such an explosive late game capped end game board. Pocky's kind of on road for that, especially with these items being solid to slam, right? You could just make an argument to slam Hodge and Last Whisper here if you're thinking about Corki.
Yeah, this is an interesting position. And, you know, it's funny because Pocky's been one of those people that have been willing to play other lines.
Yeah.
You know, this is a rare case where, let's say you hit that Itis early and maybe get another Shimmer Scale augment. We could see a crazy 7 or 9 Shimmer Scale game.
Also true.
And I know those are incredibly difficult to play, but if you can pull them off, you know, the Crown of Champions is still a very powerful item, and nothing's going to take down a Deja quite like, you know, a 3 million true damage auto. But it does require a lot to go right, so I wouldn't count that direction quite yet. But the second augment could really make a difference here. If we see like a prismatic augment, that could be sort of that Shimmer Scale angle we're talking about.
100%. So I think Pocky making the safe option here, just slamming the Hodge. No need to do Last Whisper right now, as that locks you out of a lot of other lines that Pocky wants to be open to, especially because, as you just mentioned, right, Pocky is willing to go all these other lines, is not just a, oh, I'm going to hard force the one thing kind of player. It is down to a Karma and Nunu at the end here. Nunu will, of course, not win this. Rainplosion going on a bit of a streak, trying to get it back at least.
Big thing to call out here is Robin did drop the streak here, so Chalky's going to be our person going on. Pocky gets Stand United, very good augment here, but we are looking at another silver game, so very low power. Does hit the Xayah here. Now this is an interesting situation where we've talked about how Xayah is definitely not, you know, quite the strength that she's used to be. But if you can get a 5 or 7 Shimmer Scale angle with the Xayah, these are good Xayah items. It is one of those things that can happen. Stand United is also giving you a bunch of AD. It's really risky, though.
Definitely risky. Pocky might be one of the players willing to take that risk, though. Although on the other side, Pocky is very consistent, is really usually not going, you know, 8th place, is able to make these, you know, kind of weird spots work out in a placement or 2 higher than most other players. Very, very consistently going up against Robin here, who, like you mentioned, did lose the streak, but it's still very powerful with that 3-item Senna. Very powerful AD items here at this point, and yeah, it's probably definitely gonna take out Pocky in this round.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that weakness of the Xayah 1 without much going on. Kind of needs a stronger front line here, but again, if Pocky hits an early Itis, this could turn this around pretty quickly. Will kind of need that Xayah 2, otherwise it's going to fall off really hard. Although I'm kind of with you that Xayah might just be kind of holding around until you can find that Corki. We'll have to see. Moving over to Bert's board, who had that early AFK, we now find him at level 6, you know, only 30 gold, which for an AFK start isn't particularly great, but does find the Corki early. That is a very good find to find this early, so that's going to be really good. But yeah, again, we were talking about lobby pace, right? And it's like we've got Robin, Chalky, Rainplosion all above the 90. And then on the bottom side, we've got Bert, Jason, and Milk in that lower kind of getting punished. And so we'll have to see, again, 3-5, I think, is where we're going to see these big roll downs from the bottom of the lobby.
Yep.
And where do they go from there?
Definitely. With this board, I almost feel like I'm watching That's Admirable, playing a Cannoneer plus a Guardian frontline. Something, that little joke for, you know, pre-game, pre-tournament Admiral queues up a game, and this is the board he kind of lands on every single time. It is strong, of course. Don't want to have Guardians into the late game with Corki unless you're running that Itis, of course, who's so strong. Bert, not quite there yet, but this is a good board, and like you noted, Bert doesn't have kind of the economy that you might have expected coming out of AFK start. Maybe because Bert rolled down in 3-2 and hit like the things like Tristana 2, hit a Sona, hit a Corki. I think that's probably what ended up happening there, and is going to be strong enough to win these rounds because of it. However, players starting to get a little dangerously low, like Jason Java here at 44 HP. Does get first carousel pick and picks up a belt.
Yeah, the other one to call out, Milk gets that bow Corki, so kind of looking at that line. Also has the cybernetic augment, so that's going to give that Corki some extra AD. Again, we're seeing a double silver, so pretty weak across the board here. Nothing really major to call out. Pokygom has that stand united. I think maybe the craziest thing to call out is Robin took Tiny Titans, sitting at 120 health. But yeah, here we go. Here's these 3-5 roll downs we're talking about from the bottom of the lobby. Hits a Volibear. I don't think he's going to play Volibear with these items. Sells that pretty quickly. And interestingly enough, we've been talking about how these lobbies sometimes group towards the same strategies. I think we're seeing a lot of this lobby all fixate on the Corki strategy this time.
It really looks like it. Double Siphon. I mean, that is good with the Corki line. Another Shioyu, though, and these are such expensive pairs to be holding at this point. It is going to opt for the Shioyu pairing instead of the Siphon. The less traditional pairing when it comes to the Corki, but still one that has worked out over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, we can see Jason doing the big roll down here, going level 7, 10 gold, and then still losing by 4 units. That is not the situation you want to be in, because you don't really have anything left to bolster up your army and regain strength. And, you know, unless something goes very right here, that could be it. Pocky, the other person we were talking about with that Shimmer Star, does hit the Shioyu too here, but these are not traditionally good Shioyu items. We have a Dragon Claw and a belt stuck on it. This is pretty rough here, and so while you did get the Shioyu too, I just don't like this situation.
Not a good one. The Itis shows up right now. Still no Corki to be found. Still Tristana 1, 6 loss streak. Jason in a very rough spot. These are the kind of situations where honestly oftentimes I'm like, okay, this is looking kind of like a bottom 4, but then honestly half the time somehow players are able to make a top 4 out of it, so I don't want to count out Jason Java quite yet. It's definitely going to be a difficult path from here though.
Yeah, for sure. On the other side of things, again, we saw Pocky, the Shimmer Scale player, kind of losing also, but Milk doing his usual 3-5 stabilization, has 54 health, managed to win that fight. And so we're kind of seeing the Shioyu down, a lot of the front line down here, the Yone down for Chalky. Can Karma and Ash clean this up? It's going to be really close here if they can target the Trist, and it doesn't look like it, so it looks like we're going to be able to save a little bit of health here. Chalky losing the win streak. Wait, oh! Not quite. Okay. Whew.
Wow, close.
Chalky losing the win streak there, though, is really unfortunate. By the way, kind of an uncommon situation here, but Chalky only lost to the Idol. Yep. Which means you only take the stage damage, and so ends up at a very odd number that you don't see that often.
Yep, Chalky's still in a great spot, even though unfortunately wasn't able to, you know, carry that win streak and get all that extra economy during the neutrals. Pocky is up to 6 Shimmer Scale now, and with a Aatrox, and I believe 7. Would be 7. Yep. Whew. So Draven's Axe onto that Zaya is going to be fantastic at farming that very, very quickly. Pocky has a lot of gold as well, has gold to level up to 8, really wants some Itis items here for a good front line. Has the TG, could put it there. Oof. Let's see. Oh, German Investor. Okay, for that 7th Shimmer Scale. A bit late to start stacking that one up, but I don't know. Maybe Pocky's in a position where he can do it. What do you think?
When I see these items here, you've already got the Draven's Axe. You don't need the Draven's Axe and the attack speed. And Determined Investor at 4-1, I feel like this is cut Aatrox, you know, maybe cut Kane, and you're only running 5 Shimmer Scale from this point. This does not feel like a 7 Shimmer Scale angle. The one exception would be, again, if we see, we know we're going to get a gold or a prismatic augment. If we get a gold or prismatic that can be Shimmer Scale, that opens up that 9 angle if you're able to find a Zoe off the carousel. That's the one thing I would do, is maybe wait till then. But otherwise, this is going to come down to, can you get Zaya without having to blow all your gold? Oh, see, Ancient Archive here. It's so risky. And he does it.
Yes.
And he hits a Zaya.
Oh, that's big. Here's one.
There's one. One more. One more.
Is he gonna pop it right now?
You gotta pop it right now.
Surely. Oh, he's rolling. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of great pairs to hit. Boom, hits the Swain, hits the Aatrox.
The unfortunate thing here, though, is he really needs a Zaya. But the problem is he can't put in another unit.
Unless he takes out the... Oh, there we go. You put the Shimmer Scale onto the Zaya just to run 9.
Oh,
you get
wow.
the Crown of Champions more. This is the fabled
Okay.
9 Shimmer Scale option. Another
Goes 10. Like, why even take this one?
Wait. So we could run more units that aren't, can take out Volibear or something, I guess.
He doesn't,
run
he
a
doesn't
real
even have the
unit.
Crown of
I don't-
Champions in. Okay, there it's in on the Zoe.
All right. Oh, I guess that's a Yasuo as well with that Draven's Axe. This is such a, I'll say weird game, but it's fantastic to watch nonetheless.
Yeah, the big, like I said, if we can get the Zaya online here, that's big. But Crown of Champions, I don't think people realize, like, when we look at the data, the difference between 7 Shimmer Scale and 9 Shimmer Scale is massive. Every 4 seconds, as long as you have at least 1 gold, you're basically deleting an enemy unit. That is so much power. And so you're just going to watch as these front lines that people have built up are just going to get deleted very quickly here. You can see kind of removing all the items, going to place them around here.
Yeah, I was say there's not that much value to it being placed on a Zoe. Very squishy, only being tier 1, nothing else there. Where's it going to get placed now, though, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think the big thing he's doing, which is correct here, is that every fight, he's making sure that, like, there's no assassin on the Zoe or that it's going to get taken down very quickly before he places it, and gives him that flexibility to move that. It requires a lot more attention, but I think it is definitely worth it here. And the nice thing is, while playing Shimmer Scale, you're also going to be generating extra gold. Again, we really just need to see the Zaya pair hit here, because right now we're not benefiting a ton. But otherwise, this is a really cool spot to be in. I know we're fixated on that, but we should probably check in on the rest of the lobby here. We're seeing Jason and Milk kind of low. Bert was another one of those players who took that early AFK kind of low. On the top, Chalky has only lost that 1 round. Robin, remember, had Tiny Titans and is now sitting at 75 health. So we're starting to see, again, that sort of standardization where everyone's starting to hit their comps. And yeah, it's going to be great.
Oh man, I know we were focused on that 9 Shimmer Scale, but I mean, for good reason. It's not every day you see that, especially in the finals of a tournament like the Jade Cup. Chalky, if not for that 1 loss to the Jade statue, would be at like a 13 win streak right now. Isn't a really nice. Oh, has level up. Has that prismatic augment, can go 9 very easily, unless Chalky feels like they need to roll such high HP. So I almost wonder, like, is this kind of situation where you're over rolling so many dragons on the bench, but not finding that Shoyu 2 quite yet?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you that this feels like an over level. I think you go at least to 5-1 and then use level up, because level up's going to make it so you only need about 40 gold to reach level 9. And then you can figure out which of the big dragons you're going to hit instead of wasting all this economy, keeping them on your bench here. I do think Chalky really wanted to try to keep, that strong position. If they could hit the Shio U2, it feels like that's what they were looking for.
Yeah.
But again, I think at this point with 97 health is one of those resources you've really got to be willing to expend sometimes. Despite all of that,
winning.
still manages to come out ahead. So, it all worked out in the end.
I mean, you gotta wonder though, if it still works out like that. Chalky didn't really improve the board, I don't think, with that roll down, so could have greeted out, could have had, this insane endgame cap board to be able to go to level 9 or level 10 with level up. It does work out in the sense that Chalky is back on a win streak, has a lot of room to work with, and still probably can get to level 9 and level 10 in the end of things. Rainplosion running a very similar board, of course, also with a Shioyu, although it's not paired yet, and it is running 5 Jade instead.
Yeah, I like this position from Rainplosion. They're on a 5-game loss streak. They have plenty of gold. But again, this is where we're seeing that health be used as a resource. They kind of know that they're just going to loss streak through this, get that extra gold, level to 8 at 5-1 here during the Treasure Dragon, and then try to spike it. The one thing that's going against them is we've seen across the board there are a lot of Shioyus out of the pool, so it's going to be very hard to hit. Am I crazy looking around, or are there no Dejas?
I don't think there are any Dejas. There's like 3 Shioyus, there's Corki, there's the Shimmer Scale. What happened?
I mean, again, we talked about how it's Warlord and not Spellsword, and so pretty clearly no one's favoring the Warlord line, and so we're just seeing that preference shift to the Corki and Jade in a more reliable version, which just kind of shows how all the early games rolling Spellsword on broadcast kind of ended up in this spot. And so now we're heading into Treasure Dragon. Jason kind of looking like the weakest spot here. We talked about those really suboptimal Shiou items. Burt, Milk still kind of at the bottom. Pocky did lose with 9 Shimmer Scale. Managed to drop some health there. And then Chalky also losing that last round. Robin, though, again, with that extra point lead coming into these final 2 games, if Robin can come in with a really strong showing, like a top 2, it is going to be really hard to close the gap for everybody else.
Yeah, at that point, Robin would almost feel like a lock for at least the top 4. I have to see.
I was about to say, you say that, but
yeah, I mean, it's a stretch. It's a stretch, but it'll certainly be in a very favorable spot. At the very least, Rainplosion going to 8. Rolling it down still is not even on a pair of Xiaoyus because there are so many already taken out. The thing is, this is a situation where you have to be very conscious of where the rest of the lobby is at. Jason Java is 14 HP, level 7, holding 3 Xiaoyus, and has not even found a Cork yet. There's still a Tristan holding those items, so you gotta think maybe Rainplosion should have or could have waited a little bit to roll down in order to hit that Xiaoyu, or at least be a lot more likely to hit it instead.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think once they hit the Anivia 2, because I think it's kind of a tough situation if you don't have that Anivia 2 to have all 1-star carries. But at least with the Anivia 2, you'll be able to burn some frontline and not take as much damage here. On the other side of things, though, we see Milk's position, and this is a great position for Milk. Corky with some very strong items, has a Thieves' Gloves, Trist in the back. The augments are all pretty good here. Double cyber value. Was able to get that Cyber Prismatic, and so Milk's got to be feeling really good. I feel like this is a great situation for Milk to at least turn this into a top 4.
Definitely. Oh, maybe, Rainplosion had a good read. Jason Java wins the round, so still 1 or 2 lives remaining. Xiaoyus out of the pool. Still, as Jason Java did go up to level 8 right now. Vertosaurus not far behind at 19 HP.
Yeah, the other thing to call out here is Milk does have a 3-star Nomsy, and again, we talk about, like, when do you get that Nomsy online? When are you starting to feed it? 3-star Nomsy has a pretty chunky amount of health. Not quite 4-star, but working his way towards that. If he can live through all of Stage 5, getting that 4-star Nomsy as extra frontline is just going to buy so much time for this Corky. The one weakness of this Corky, but I don't think it'll be as big a problem since we don't have much Deja, is, again, no healing. But with no Deja to kind of burst that down the back line, that's where this is looking like a very strong version of the comp.
Yeah, I think this lobby is, 4 Corky players, 3 Xiaoyu players, and then the Shimmer Scales? Like, sure, you expect to see, though, the Corky and the Xiaoyus, but I guess not quite in this fashion with seeing no other comps. I guess, again, the exception being Pokygom's Shimmer Scales, but Pokygom is still losing these rounds. Speaking of losing, Burt loses, same as Jason Java, dropping to single-digit HP, and these are losses that they cannot afford. Mort, there's only 2 games in this final lobby, and they're not in a first place position here.
Yeah, again, we talk about these situations, and it's like we saw both Robin and Z Hydration are sitting on their 1-star Corkies. We also saw a 1-star Siphon there. And so this is a position where, again, the difference between 2-star and 1-star is really big here. Z Hydration playing this Soraka, I really like this. Obviously, hitting a 2-star Soraka feels good, but is able to regenerate some health. And that health from Starcaller is probably going to buy you a couple extra placements here. So that's going to be really nice.
Especially when your front line is a Silas 1, Ornn 1, it gets teared through even by a Xiaoyu 1 very quickly. Soraka not really having great time healing against that, so is stemming the bleeding with the Soraka healing, of course, from Starcaller. But Z Hydration needs to tear up some of these units really, really soon. Sitting on a Corky pair, sitting on a Silas pair, but 0 gold and rolling to 0 every single turn. And yeah, Jason Java does eventually fall in 8th. Just a really unfortunate game.
Yeah, with these Mystic Emblems there's a couple options. But again, knowing everyone's playing Corky and Xiaoyu, they kind of lose their value.
Yeah, that's
and so
true.
We'll have to see what Milk's willing to go for here. Does go with the Mystic also. The big thing here also, I kind of want to keep an eye on Pokygom here, because we know he's running that 9 Shimmer. Did we get the Xayah 2? Are we looking at the Itis 2? What's going on here? Because a lot of the thing with the Corky and Jade comps is they're very front to back, which is going to allow plenty of time for that Crown of Champions to slowly pick things off one by one.
Yeah, definitely. Vertosaurus here. TG rolling a Zephyr is very nice when it comes to, you know, getting some placement points perhaps, but still the next lowest player is Pokemon25, who is on 2 lives. Interesting that 2 players, I believe Milk and Bert, took the Mystic, because it is a full lobby of real, like, AD focused, but I guess Mystic will always get a little bit of value. There still will be units, you know, casting spells, dealing a bit of AP damage. You know, this Zoe will be doing so as well as the Swain.
Yeah, we do get a chance to see the Xayah 2 here, but we're going to watch the Zoe. The Zoe's going to be really important here, getting those slow deletions here. And now we see, look at those really strong Idis items. Even front to back, it is going to be so hard for anything to burn through that. And that's going to give that Crown of Champions plenty of time to proc. And that's going to be the end of Bert having to go up against that 9 Shimmer Scale. Uh-oh, Robin on the 6th place here. Yeah. This is going to open it wide up for our final game. If Robin takes a 6th here, does hit the Corki, that's going to be big. Also just got the Namdi spike of 3-star here, but I still feel like Robin is not in a strong place in the lobby. Thankfully, it looks like he isn't going to have to fight Pokygum, but, you know, still, like, hopefully he can get Chalky. Chalky feels like a little bit on the downturn, has been losing health. Milk continually win streaking. I feel like Milk's comp is just the better version of Robin's comp.
Does look like it. Robin in a rough spot. Was stuck on Corki 1, Sona 1 for a long time. Still has the Sona 1, but, you know, that Corki 2 level up is pretty big. Some great Corki items as well. Does not have a Last Whisper or really any armor shred because they're not running the Whisper variant with Siphon either. So could get stuck on Spanky frontliners. Not quite the case here in this matchup, but Corki is getting focused. Robin's Corki goes down, and Robin will also go down with that in mind. Even with the Tiny Titans, which is usually I'll take that augment and get a top 4 out of it, Robin was not able to do so, and all of a sudden Robin's point lead is going.
Oh my god, look at this golem.
I don't even want to finish my point. I just want to look at this golem with triple Zeeks. What is this?
You know the crazy thing here? This isn't even good for Pocky.
I know, you can't. Okay, he's gonna level up to 9, have a unit.
No, I don't think he is. You lose that gold power. I think you still want to stay above 80. This is going to be... I mean, obviously you put 2 Zeeks on the Volibear, right? And so both the Zoe, and they're going to get 2. But you almost wish that 3rd item was something else?
Even if it was, where... Is there even any units left to hold items at this point? No, there's not.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of...
yeah, okay, he is leveling up.
No, exactly. He's staying at 80 gold here.
He's staying at 80, yeah. Leveling up next turn, rather. And then we'll have a unit to put on. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Being at the 80 gold, it deals so much damage, yeah.
Again, the nice thing for Pocky here is that because the rest of the lobby is playing front to back, and he's got this incredibly strong Idis, that's going to work in his favor to the point where now he doesn't even have to like micromanage the Crown of Champions or anything like that. He knows he can just kind of take it safe. And so we'll see here. Again, Idis on the other side here, and eventually that Zoe's just going to go boop, and that's going to delete that real quick. That's going to be really powerful here. Get those big deletions here. Idis still alive on the front line. And we might see a Pokygum 9 Shimmer Scale first place here.
It's looking more and more likely as these rounds continue, and yeah, Pocky levels up to 9 right now. Sea Hydration does go out in 5th, so our final
Yasuo 2
top 4 is secured. What a roll there, Yasuo 2. the Diamond Hands and the Draven's Axe for all this AD with all the gold that he's saving. Mort, this is an insane board.
The crazy thing is he had the champion duplicator, and you know he was saving it for that Yasuo, and then just hits. He just hits. So now if he gets the Zoe, we're going to see a Zoe 2. I mean, I like this positioning, but, like, really does it matter? This is Yasuo such 3? A strong board.
Can we start to say Yasuo 3? You know, maybe? He has the gold for it.
Yeah, because even the Shio-Yu, which can be really threatening and is one of the things that can kill Idis, is going to have to be front to back. And so all we're going to have to see is a well-timed Crown of Champions proc. And because they have to get through the Diamond Hands Yasuo, it's going to take a while, and so sure enough, there's those Crown of Champions procs. Nobody running any backline access is just going to allow Pokygum kind of I think the freest first here.
This really is the Pokemon show right now. Everybody else trying to, it feels like, play for second, play for third, play for any single placement that they can, scrape forward at this point. Milk dropping dangerously low to 12 HP, rolling for a Sona 2, rolling for a Bard to get rid of these Corkis, I suppose, and roll it down, try to pray to hit something, and does hit the Sona. Going to sell the Bard pair for it because he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, itemless Sona 2, I mean, cool, but, hopefully, and then, look at his matchup. Look at his matchup.
It's Pocky.
It's Pocky.
Can he... Okay, Siphon has access to the backline.
Yep.
Without having to get stuck on that Itis or the Yasuo, but where does this Siphon dash to? It's going to be taking out not one of the key units, not the Zaya or the Zoe right now.
That's it.
Oh,
wait,
no.
Oh, it died.
It did die. But no, the Yasuo in the backline just raining too much devastation. 12 HP is not enough. Milk is out in fourth. Pocky is really the final boss right now for everybody. He's taking out players left and right. Shocky versus Rainplosion. Rainplosion drops to 9 HP.
I mean, if we're learning anything in this game, it's clearly that Zaya is just a little strong carrying Pocky on. It's got to be the Zaya. Very little to do with anything else. So.
Hey, Zaya won a lobby earlier. Let's just ignore the fact that it was Zaya
3.
Yeah, Zaya is looking primed to win another lobby. I think you really need to look at all this data at this tournament and like, yeah, Zaya needs some nerfs, I guess.
That's clearly what I'm saying.
Oh, man, what a lobby. Is there a world where Shocky or Rainplosion can deal with Pokemon's board? I think that's the question we have to be asking more.
I really don't think so. Again, there's Zoe 2. Like, one of the weaknesses was that it was Zoe 1 and could maybe be taken down. With it being Zoe 2, I really don't think so. I think Pocky wins this lobby pretty handily here. Maybe a 1 in a million chance that the Yasuo can get to the backline and CC long enough. I just don't see it.
Hey, it's the 1 in a million. You got to play for your win condition, right? You have to pray that it happens. Not likely though. Can Chalky do it? Shioyu walking forward. Yasuo is going to need to be the key unit here. It has triple Zeeks, but it is kind of stuck right now. It's getting taken out by Pocky's Yasuo. It is still alive for now, but no. Not able to make it happen. Chalky taking a big loss, but is not going to be out quite yet. 8 HP. Rainplosion still alive as well. Chalky and Rainplosion just kind of fighting for second. It does really seem like here. Still the champion duplicator and 99 gold more. This is about as confident a victory lap as you can take in TFT these days.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you get through the Itis, even if you get through that, then you have the Yasuo 2 with Diamond Hands to get through, who's constantly shielding, powering up, and has that 80 AD from the Draven's Axe. Like, there's just no way. And again, maybe if you were running something like an Assassin Olaf 3, you could get on that Zoe pretty quickly. But all of these comps are front to back. We're going to see the Rainplosion line here. The Shioyu is just so far away from the Zaya.
It gets the back line though, and it's actually going to walk all the way over to the Soraka. This could be the positioning that was exactly what is needed. I'm copiuming right now.
Here it comes. Here comes the deletion. Oh, the Edge of Night protection. Edge of Night protection.
Actually?
Okay, there it is.
But the Nibiru's gonna get some casts off. The Zoe's distracted.
Oh my god.
It happened, Mort. It happened.
I cursed it. What have I done?
Pocky, okay, taking a step back. Pocky's still alive. But that was perfect Shioyu positioning, and honestly, mispositioning, I think, by Pocky there to allow the Shioyu to have that line.
I think that's part of it, but I actually think the bigger thing too was the Edge of Night made a massive difference there. The Edge of Night did eat up one of those Crown of Champions procs, and that was really big. But I agree with you, the bigger thing is, like, you want that Shioyu to be stuck chasing the Yasuo, and having the Yasuo on the opposite side was just really not what you wanted here. So, he's going to get his last item slot here. That must go on Soraka. Everything else is full. Is that 5 Zoes?
It is 5 Zoes, yes.
That's 6
Zoes.
Zoes.
It is 6 Zoes. And he's going to roll until it is 7 and then 8 Zoes. And then he's going to Nico the Zoe for 9 Zoes and more. And
this might be... We've seen this misplay before. Okay, never mind. Never mind, it happened. Look at this. The last
Zoe 3 more.
The last game we cast, we get a Zoe 3. It happened.
Oh my goodness. Pokygum has done the near impossible, is protecting the Zoe for all that she's worth. Crown of Champions and all that. Zoe is very much champion right now, Mort.
Absolutely. I love to talk about Zoe 3, by the way. It's one of the more interesting 3-stars. For example, when she cast that Kale ult, everyone who just got that Kale ult just got 500 armor and MR. You know, like, there are some built-in wild effects. If you get the Janna Tornadoes, everyone gets 500% attack speed. And so this is a position where, you know, if you were on stream, maybe you sell your board and you're like, tee-hee, look at this. But I think here, Hockey is going to, you know, just absolutely decimate Chalky. I see Chalky as a 2-star Pike, but, like, man, there's just no way. You know, this is one of those times where, honestly, if Chalky FF, it'd be like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'm glad they're not, so we get to see this 3-star Zoe, but, like,
yeah, Chalky's
there's just no way.
If there was, you know, 1 in a million before for the chances, what is like 1 in a trillion right now? 1 in like, yeah,
I don't think so. I
don't know.
I don't. There's just no way. Look how many Zeeks there are, by the way.
I can't even count that high.
All right, which spell do we got here? We have the Golem. Look at the health bar on this Golem. It's just a black line.
Bar. You can't even tell how much HP it has. Yasuo being taken out. The whole board, where did it go? Chalky, a much-deserved 2nd place, but that is all you are getting here. Pokygum makes a statement with that 9 Shimmer Scale Zoe 3 win. This is a game for the history books.
Well, Mort, I gotta thank you for allowing us to show the TFT practice tool in the Jade Cup. Pokygum literally running the show as if nobody else is in that game. And I wish I could tell you that's the first time I've ever seen Pocky with over 100 gold in a tournament, but I literally saw it last month at a New Jersey local. Pokygum shows up against the best of the best, and it literally feels like he is just farming players on his Smurf. So, listen, Crone, we talked about it before the game. There are some unexplored lines, it's fair to say. We've seen a lot of Deja. We've seen a lot of Itis Corky. We have not seen a lot of 9 Shimmer Scale. Obviously, one of those lines that requires a couple prerequisites to get set up. Are you surprised to see Pokygum being the one to explore those lines?
You mean you haven't seen the common line of 9 Shimmer Scale, a Zoe Crown of Champions into a Zoe 3? That's not a every game thing. No, I mean, in all seriousness, that is 9 Shimmer Scale, an unexplored line to even take on ladder, and it's like, oh yeah, you can get hype, you get a tuber out of it, right? You get this hype content, but to pull it out in a tournament, and like you were saying, it's not the first time Pocky's kind of styled on other players in tournament settings. What do you have, 300 gold at that point in that tournament?
300 gold.
Yeah, it was so crazy. Pocky is a sight to behold, just a fantastic TFT player through and through, but it's not over quite yet, right? Well, that was such a hype game, still needs to do it again if he wants to, you know, get that really fat share of the prize money of $2,000 and also claim that top 4. You know, it's not over as hype as that was. There's still one more game to go.
I do want to call out real quick that we saw at the very beginning, I forget which player it was, but there was another player who had the Aatrox, was given the Shimmer Scale heart that could have given the Cane and also go that angle, chose not to. And I think that shows some of the differences, right? That Pokygum was willing to take that chance in this tournament for that big first, whereas another player wasn't. That just kind of shows the difference, and sometimes you've got to make those plays, and I really admire Pokygum for doing that.
The duality of Pokygum is that sometimes it's Assassin Callista and sometimes it is Zoe 3. We'll have to see which Pocky shows up for the next game, but the standings already, let's take a look at how the scores are shaping up. As we look after game number 6, Pokygum overtakes Liquid Robin for first place. We got Robin, Rainplosion, Chalky, Z-Hydration, Milk Guy, Jason Java, and Bertosaurus. You know, we actually have this little sandwich here going on, Crowan, of players who made it from the Astral Cup top 8, who are back again. Pokygum and Bertosaurus really holding down the fort and showing that they deserve to be here. Not just this time, but every time there's a tournament, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, there's a reason why Burt was kind of rank 1 on power rankings leading into this event. Still is, a little bit of a gap there in points between Burt and Pokegum in this one, just because of how crazy these games have gone. But getting to a top 8, especially in as unforgiving of a date this was, cutting down from 32 to 8 players, every single player on your screen right now deserves some praise, deserves all these merits. Pocky, yeah, it's just I don't even have enough good things to say about Pocky. Is just such a great player, but every single player again on this list is a fantastic TFT player. But really the big thing to start looking at here is, where is that top 4 going to end up? Pocky's put themselves in a great position, but that top 4 for that direct mid-season finale invite is still within reach, honestly, between Z Hydration and Melkai, maybe Jason Java and Burt in like a crazy world, but that would need Rainplosion and Chalky to go like 7-8. Still, it's gonna be a hype game 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give a quick shout out to Chalky, who's been showing up today, playing largely Jade. While a lot of people are playing just the Quirky-itis, the Deja, Chalky's really stuck to his guns, it feels like, throughout the event. Been playing Jade, playing within that comfort zone, and I think it speaks to the kind of player we've seen succeed in tournament. Players like Robin Songs, or reasons why like players like Emily Wang were being praised going into this tournament. Oftentimes these players with a game plan find themselves very comfortable when they are playing lines that they've played a million times going over. It's no surprise to see Chalky coming in right now in a top 4. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out for the next game, but Crowan, Mort Dog, thank you both for being here. And I'm going to send you off in just a bit. But first, let me tell you about our partners over at Ball Street Fantasy TFT. We still got one more game to go, baby. If you're watching right now, you can go over to fantasytft.com and play along with us for the last game, the finals of the Jade Cup day number 4. You can play the Fantasy TFT game online, and if you play well, you can walk away with a rare Little Legends egg. Crow and Mort, obviously, this has been an amazing event so far. It's so sad to see you both go. So I'll let you both have a couple little words. Mort Dog, any last thoughts before we let you go?
I mean, what a great game to end it on for my cast, or for our cast. Zoe 3-9 Shimmer Scale. I don't think I could have asked for better, but no, it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun to watch. It's always great to be on here. Thank you, everybody who watches and enjoys, and good luck with this last game. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
Rowan, any last thoughts or shout outs?
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about, but I think I really do want to hone in on one point, and that is the new blood of TFT. That's the new blood in any single game is what keeps the scene alive, growing, and hungry to keep improving. And it is players like Rainplosion and Chalky coming in as well. Those are players that are in the top 4 currently, along with the TFT greats like Robin and Pocky. And can they, secure first place? It is still very much possible. So new blood of TFT, make sure to watch out for them. Rainplosion, I don't think it's 8th place in the past couple of days. Maybe I just cursed it. Hopefully not, because she's been playing fantastically. It's gonna be a banger of a game 7. I will say it, no matter what happens, and I'm just looking forward to see what happens.
All right, Crowan said it for me. Don't go anywhere. We got a big game coming up. Game number 7. We'll catch you after the break for the final game of the Jade Cup. we have made it to the final game of the Jade Cup. Game number 7 coming up in just a little bit. Nathan, Boop, glad to have you back for this final game of the cast. Listen, people see these standings. They see Pocky on top. They see Bert on the bottom. They see everybody else sandwiched between. Here's the reality of the situation, though. Every single one of these players is playing for something. You're either playing for your share of the $7,500 prize, you're either playing for an invitation straight to the mid-set finale, or you are playing for more qualifier points to get to the regional finals at the end of the set and get to Worlds, Nathan. This is the time where you cannot fall asleep at the wheel, whether you're in first place or 8th place.
It's just such a beautiful spot to be in at this point, and this is one of the reasons why I love competition. Is as these stakes rise, they continue to rise as well. It feels like it never stops until we've actually crowned ourselves a world champion at that point. I digress. The point here is that literally everybody is playing for something right now, and Boop, we have a pretty harsh cutoff when you start looking at this too. 39 points for Pokygom, 37 for Robin, 36 for Rainplosion and for Chalky, and then Z Hydration comes in at 33 points. Like, this is a big difference when you're talking about the top 4 mark.
It is a huge difference, and we talked about it a couple lobbies ago, just making it into the top 8. It was a big difference for the top 8, and even bigger difference here for the top 4. Only one game remains, and remember, 1st and 4th do not get an extra point, so you have to get them all as quickly as possible. So for Bert, and Jason, playing this game well is going to help you gain more money and potentially more qualifier points. For everyone else, you're still mathematically eligible, but everyone's still looking at the top of that leaderboard right now.
All right, well, with that said, the game is loaded. The final game is ready. We will crown our champion after this. Admirable Boop, I will leave it to you. Enjoy the final game of the Jade Cup.
4 days, over 20 lobbies, 25 lobbies, if you will, and we are coming down to one. One lobby will decide who the top 4 are going to be qualifying, but who will also win the $2,000 for winning the whole thing. It is Boop and Admirable once again for the final cast here, and I could not be more excited, especially if we also get a Zoe 3. One can only hope.
It's really tough to top that last game, so let's go a further bit existential here on this one. Billions of years have taken place leading up to this final game of the Jade Cup. Billions of years. Mm-hmm. That's how long this rock has been spinning around in space to get to this point.
We had to excavate Bertosaurus specifically for this event. Over the time. So Pocky in first place by a point or 2 at this point in time. The thing about Pocky is, it's kind of a mirage what happens at the beginning of the game, right? Because so far today, things just seem to have been working out, right? We hit the Shimmer Scale spat on the tome, and then we rolled into Zoe. Last game, we didn't even need to use the second tome, and this is, I think, actually a pretty good way to end the day, just like how we started it, and just like how a lot of these lobbies have been. It is Spell Swords Enchantment, which means
who knows what Pokygom's going to land on, but a lot of players are going to be chasing down Deja.
Exactly. Pocky might specifically counter it, but in this situation, playing something a little bit more meta and less flexible for Pocky to kind of guarantee a top 2 or top 3 or even top 4 finish might be enough, depending on how the rest of the lobby ends up.
A lot of gold being found here early for Pokygom. We're kicking things off with a gold augment as well, and some pretty stark decisions available if Pocky wants to go that route. Cybernetic Uplink, we have been seeing having some fantastic performances. We've been seeing the power of the Cavalier frontline, and we've seen the consistency of the trade sector reroll. I'm curious which way he's going with this one. Cavalier gets chosen right away.
You know what that means. So Cavalier has been one of the better openings for our backline auto attackers, right, including Deja, who has that ultimate to go along with it. We have the Yone, right, to try to get to that Mirage, but we're all just kind of waiting for that Deja. A lot of times we'll put our Deja items on Yone, but it's going to be the Cav Spat instead, which is also a pretty good item for the Yone.
Yeah, it means he just gets to run straight up to the front and start blasting things. I think this is a fantastic opening here from Pokygom's side. 3 Cavalier in play. One of them is a damage dealer as well, and then you have that Seta in the back line just kind of picking away.
Yeah, Pandora's Bench on the other side here, and we already have the 3-cost Jade on that Anivia, and we actually have seen this particular comp transition or pivot into Deja in the past, but also stick around to say we get a Morelos in the future. But we do have that sword on the bench, so we could go that direction. Anivia seems to be a very, I mean, yeah, it's a 3 cost, but seems to be controlling a lot of these frontline early game units.
Yeah, it's kind of been surprising, honestly, how strong Anivia has appeared when it comes to the early game stuff. Like having the Jade aspect there and just being able to deliver that little bit of magic resistance debuff. It just picks away at that front line a little bit quicker and has been leading to a lot of wins, honestly, as you look at Anivia just across the day and how well it's been performing in Stage 2. Pretty surprising to me, honestly.
Yeah, and 3. Anivia was a big reason why Ramlin 2 lobbies ago was able to 100 HP all the way to like Stage 3, 4. Yeah. Anivia with the Morelos, that's pretty much all that was necessary. Aatrox here is this Tier 2 Aatrox. We also have a Warrior Crown to help this Aatrox get going. A lot of units on the other side. We got Namzi already started. Justice for Namzi for Jason at Java.
I don't know if they use a hashtag on it or not.
I almost did, but I left it off.
Okay, fair enough. Z-Hydration sitting here at 33 points. Is his 5th place right now, tied with Milk at the 33-point mark. Now, when you look up to 4th and 5th afterwards, it's 36 points. So for Z-Hydration, this does need a strong finish, but another part of that strong finish is going to be for Chalky and Milk to finish below you in that aspect. So for Z-Hydration here, keeping your eye on the mark for just a strong finish in general is really what it ends up boiling down to. We're looking at a top 2 performance being absolutely crucial as they hunt for that top 4 spot, because that's where that mid-season finale is coming in with that invite. Top 4 is really the big breaker here for this final game. You are looking to finish those top 4 spots. It's absolutely the prize that the players are chasing down.
Well, and the other very interesting thing about this particular lobby, the top 4 players all in control of their own destiny. If they end up in the top 4, it's over, right? They're the top 4. Within the top 4, things might change, but unfortunately, if you're outside looking in right now, you kind of need one person who's currently in the top 4 to either low roll, get 2 into their head. There's a lot of things that can go wrong for a player as we do slam the Rage Blade here. Man, we keep saying the name. Happens every so Deja comp for this board with the Rage Blade. It's Spell Sword. Some people have been dropping the Rage Blade because Spell Sword's been giving the AP anyway, so it's all up onto the ult. A lot of crit Dejas so far today.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of crit Dejas perform really strong, and I think it's just because it's a powerful combination to have on a unit that way. But I definitely feel like the attack speed has been outpacing the rest of it. I'm kind of curious to see how it ends up panning out as we get a look at the augments on the left side. If you're curious about following alongside with the scores, by the way, it's ! scores in the chat, and you can kind of see the paths that all the players have been taking up to this point. Chalky is actually our only player here today that has not had a first place finish on the 4th day of the Jade Cup here right now. So when I look at these ones on the side, Liquid Robin with the Jade Protection, that's like an unusual augment I feel like to see this early. It's something that I felt like has been very powerful at times, but sometimes has little to no impact. I'll be curious to see how that one's panning out here, because Robin in a pretty solid spot at this moment. Taking a look at Bertosaurus' board, tied in the 7th, 8th place spot with 31 points. If Bert's going to find themselves in the top 4, they absolutely need like a first place finish here. This is a do or die situation.
Remember, winning is only just for one person, right? You only have to do that top 4 to get it. And if Bert gets 5th again, either everyone needs to look out on the next tournament, or it could be rough moving forward from that. Bertosaurus, though, needs that top finish. Like you said, are we going to be able to get it? We are moving into this Namzi comp. We have that Leona in the front line. I can almost guarantee that we're going to see at least 3 Dejas in this comp. Whoever gets it first will have a huge advantage, though.
I do feel like that Bertosaurus having the Pandora's Bench really opens up the Deja line so much more, though. Any dragon you find is going to now sit on the right side of that bench and have the potential to roll into a Deja. I feel like that's a major advantage if you're looking at approaching that specific composition, is having Pandora's Bench. It's a very powerful thing to just build a consistent board, but also a very powerful thing to find a very specific board as well.
The cybernetic uplink for Milk. The cybernetic augments have actually been performing quite well so far today. A lot of people have been able to stack those cybernetic augments so far. Pandora's Bench we saw 4 at Bertosaurus. I want to bring back to the fact, even though we're on Milk, we'll talk about Milk in just a second, but Hydration did pick up Tiamat, which is one of the more rare augments that you see. It's going to provide AoE for those warriors. But back to Milk, we already have our 2 Mirages for Lost Streak. That's going to help us get to our 4 cost units a little bit faster. here, even though we are losing.
Yeah, this is a pretty big comfort zone, I think, for Milk, where he tends to play into the more economy angle early on, and then look to have that mid-late game spike take place because of the amount of economy that you have afterwards. I feel like for Milk that this life total is just never an uncomfortable thing. I feel like it's just almost every single time I watch him play a game, if he's not win streaking and crushing the lobby, he's just like, yeah, econ, don't worry about this early game stuff. I'll figure it out later.
That's true. I've seen Milk win a lobby from like 3 HP being down like 40 HP from the rest of the lobby. I've seen Sox do it a couple times too, but what version of Milk are we going to get, right? Is it going to be 2%? Is it going to be skim, oat, almond?
It really needs to be whole Milk on this one because he needs top performance. He's sitting in 33 points right now, and that's not what you need for that top 4 spot. It's got to be the all or nothing. We need big performances from these players for top 4. I love these kinds of lobbies because everyone's taking risks.
All right, chat. Let me know what your favorite Milk is as we go through this Krug round. I wonder if we're going to get any, of these crazier comps that have a lot of top-end availability, but take a while to get there, I think the 10-cost dragons are a good example of that. Who's going to pick up Shyvana first, right? But right now, it's about making sure we either get Deja first or we're figuring out how do we lock in some of these other very good comps, right? So we are still looking to put everything together. We have some of the puzzle pieces, but not the whole puzzle just yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at Rain Pollution here too. Being able to drop a stone plate off of this feels like a very welcome item. In almost just about any composition, stone plate has felt incredibly powerful this set. And when you drop this with a Rage Blade on a Senna as your back line right now, it feels like you have so much time if this is the angle that you want to take for this. It's just a strong thing to have on a frontline unit, especially like a Guardian. It just takes forever for that shield to trigger at that point, and that just gives you so much time to deliver the damage necessary. So the question is, do you have something different in mind for this chain and for this cloak, or is it the stone plate right away? And the stone plate right away is exactly zero surprise to me.
Okay, so Rainplosion now, who, in my opinion, was the breakout of the Jade Cup amongst a lot of the newer players. The only person with the 3-point head start to make it to the final 8. I would love to see the math and the stats over the extra points and final 8 lobbies, because if this was like a top 16 situation, I think those extra points would be substantially more valuable. But since we're in the top 8, I think maybe the value isn't as high as some people might have expected. But Rainplosion taking that 3 points potentially into this last lobby. Portable Forge, Guardian Crest, and Blue Battery. Usually it's Portable Forge.
Oh, for me, it's always Portable Forge. I don't even care what the other augments are. I am slamming the Portable Forge, and that is some eternal winter that's being locked in on that front line. You talk about a frontline tank, and that Leona is it right now.
All righty. So we have the Eternal Winter. We saw this before, right, on Braum, and I think we counted 3 seconds in between each Tom Kench auto attack.
I love how you got Tom Kench for the baseline of the attack speed there as well. It's like already this naturally low attack speed thing. It's like, check this out. It gets even slower.
There is a staring contest in the middle of each auto attack that Tom Kench likes to have. Wow, that is a quick Corki pickup, and that should be an easy pivot from here, as well as we also get the Tristana too.
Wow, that was like a very, very sudden roll down aspect too there, where it's like 2-star the Tristana, pick up the Corki. I mean, this definitely feels like the line to take right now. Finding an Idis right now feels super powerful. It feels like that there's very few other players really chasing down this line. If you can pick this up early enough and deliver enough pressure, that can eliminate some of the time that players have to find Deja or piece together these very, very powerful endgame boards. And we've been seeing we've been seeing Corki. We have been seeing Chalky perform well today, but we've been seeing Corki perform well in so many lobbies so far. This just feels like one of the highlight units of this patch.
I think Corki actually had one round where all 4 lobby winners were a Corki comp. This is our first Swain comp. This was one of the strongest comps in a lot of previous patches, but has not really been shown up at all today. A lot of these items, again, will go up on Deja. Rageblade has been an opening for it. Really, you can open with anything and then just pick up Deja and move from there. Seems to be the name of the game right now. I wish I would see a little bit more intentional countering, like what that would be. I think the Shio Yu has been one of the better counters so far, and the Corki with good targeting has been able to take the Deja. I think Deja takes most of those rounds. We also have Ascension here too, which is going to be very helpful for someone like Swain.
Yeah, Swain is like a unit that we have rarely seen in play carrying items. so far in this patch right now. Chalky having Ascension and having the gadget expert, it definitely, I feel like, opens up this line a little bit more, where one of the big differences between Swain and the previous patches and this one is actually the damage output. So when you have Ascension to peak up that damage afterwards, and you have the gadget expert to highlight how much that Shiv is delivering, it feels like an unnerfed Swain almost. So it's like Swain is back to what he was a few patches ago in this spot. This is actually a pretty strong recognition from Chalky's angle right now, because frankly, I feel like I haven't really seen this unit in play at all. We're seeing it in play here win around.
And that's kind of something that we saw a lot in like some of these older sets, which is a lot of more, hey, let's just do a route that no one's doing because I can get that tier 3 unit, right? We haven't really been seeing a ton of that today. We saw it in the very first game with Setsuko with the Xayah 3 that absolutely destroyed everybody after being like, I think the third or fourth time that comp had been played. But we are on a Dragonmancer Legend angle right now. Rageblade, Titans, and Giant Slayer. So that's going to help a lot for the Idases, a lot for the Shious as well. Hydration picked up that Guardian emblem. So again, another very tanky frontline to go up against. We know this Volibear can make it to the top floor when enough HP has been saved up. Aniko before didn't have enough HP, but this time around we might actually see this kind of pop off.
I'm very curious to see where this ends up going with this one. Jade, I think, is going to be a final part of this board almost no matter how you slice it. But is it going to be the Legend angle? Is it going to be the Shiou angle? And then invariably the third augment that Robin finds in this spot. Let's say it's a Jade Heart. That can be a world of difference in a spot like this, where suddenly you go, wait a second, 9 Jade isn't looking so bad anymore. I do feel like it's a little bit tougher to follow through on the Volibear angle because you don't have a QSS in this spot. But let's say that changes with the Verdant Prismatic augment that shows up and gives your whole team that QSS for a bit. There's so many different ways this can pan out for Robin, and I really feel like this is piece by piece at the moment.
And it needs to be a Volibear 3 if we're going to commit. We have the Anivias on the bench too, so we're just looking for Ornn now for those Legends. We're going to get that PvE round here next. Probably win streak into it with this particular comp too. Not having QSS though is a pretty big catch, because the reason why Aniko's did so well was for the first half of that round, there were Bardolts going down. There was CC, and while there's not like the most CC right now in the game, in the late game it does start appearing, and you're going to want that Rageblade to be stacked as quick as possible.
Yeah, I feel like that's really the detriment from the idea of following through with just Volibear in this spot. But right now, Robin's board's, it's not looking the strongest, but it's not looking the weakest either. He's sitting at 70 HP. He is in second place on the point total with 37 points. So just needs a strong performance in this game in general. Doesn't have to be like this absolute top 2 do or die situation in order for him to find himself in a top 4 spot, where Robin once again is just performing in a very top form. It just feels like this is so consistent for Robin's resume.
Yeah, and if we do hit the Shiou, those items are great on Shiou as well. There are a lot of Jades on the bench as Bertosaurus picks up the Anivia 2 at 47 HP. No kind of lost streak augments there, so that's just losing every round, I believe, so far by most of the units on the bench. So Liquid Robin. Now, let's see what items we're going to get here. We have a lot of things spread out because of Cybernetics. We have the Ornn in the front line. We have 4 Mirage. We just need the Deja.
I feel like items can determine a lot here as well.
Okay.
A lot of units get found. Not the strongest items here for Milk. It's nothing really weak, but nothing is, to write home about in this spot. And so I feel like a lot of this is going to boil down to just how Milk ends up finding units here. And it looks like that they're just going to stay put for a second. Yep, they're going to focus again on the economy and say, I need to know what this augment is. I need to know how much gold I'm going to have. I need to know the strength of other boards, and then figure the rest of this out. So for Milk here, this is very much about patience and discipline on how you're going to end up highlighting this. I feel like that Jeweled Gauntlet is a very big insight into what they're intending to do. Typically, that's an item we've seen Deja carry a lot on this particular patch.
Especially with Spell Sword.
Especially with Spell Sword. And heading up against against Corky right now with the with the Cannoneer emblem. 2 Cannoneer augments sitting in place here with this. This is so much damage this Corky's going to deliver.
Yeah, that Corky can be a little cocky with those augments, right? So we double... I mean, when was the last time I saw a double Cannoneer augment of choice? And so this is one direction. underrated band. Just kidding. One direction and one direction only when it comes to these Cannoneers. This is Corki all day, every day. And we've already seen how good Corki with Lulu particularly has been. Salvage, Binfoni, Frontline better together as the augments.
Yeah, that from Milk's. I'm going to approach this just through the eyes of Milk. I feel like he's re-rolling this. I could be wrong, but I really feel like he's going to re-roll this. I think he's sizing it up right now. He's like, I do have his leaks, so better together.
And Phony Frontline's not awful in this when you're looking for it, but it's going to be
better together.
Better together.
I think that Zeke's was the tiebreaker here, if that's the case.
And we've been seeing, that's probably been one of the most built items all day today, has been the Zeeks. One time, I believe there was a board where the matchup had 6 Zeeks on the board, so it was even. Right?
That was thanks to the dragon at the end who just started giving Zeeks to everybody.
Yeah. 68 gold, though. After seeing 100 gold at Pokemon, even 68 doesn't seem like that much for some reason. But this is a lot of economy here. We can do a lot with this. 47 HP at 4-2 is just fine as well. We're going to go ahead and CC the corner, too. Nice Thresh Hook.
And Birdosaurus here sitting with some pretty reasonable angles on this Deja right now. Did spend all of their gold in the roll down, but that's because of the Pandora's bench. Put any dragon you can on that Pandora's bench and try to get to this Deja as quickly as possible. I feel like this was a strong angle, but it has to come together. Birdosaurus sitting at 47 HP with Milk. It looks like they're going to take a hit here as well. So I lied. I'm a liar. Milk's going to take the hit here. I said this right from the start of the round. Birdosaurus looking like they're in a pretty good spot here.
Oh!
Now, an Itis 2 showing up is an interesting angle at this point. Can you let this roll into a Deja and just go for the Deja 3 angle? Like, literally, like, do or don't at this point, because you're sitting in last place at 31 points. You have to have a top performance in order for this to work.
Oh, man. The game literally just gifted an Itis 2, which is going to be any Dragon 2 for the same cost. So if we hit a Deja, that'll be 3 Dejas just on the bench.
Jade got taken out of the board here for Bert's side as well.
Yeah. We have 2 large rods, too. That's not your favorite itemization right now. Deja 2 would actually be a win condition at this point because of how how that portable forge item is interacting with the Deja specifically. Deja 2 wins that every time, in my opinion, because the damage is coming so much slower, right? You're just going to be able to put out just a little bit more, and sometimes, again, a couple more auto attacks, getting that mana to that ultimate is all you need. We saw it in that round 2 rounds ago for Bert. So Milk Guy now. Where are we going?
I'm trying to just think about this angle from Bert's side where this 2-star Itis shows up from the Pandora's bench. This actually might be like a liability in some regard as well, because having the pair of Dejas, you had 3 opportunities to hit the Deja 2. Now you just have 1. So I think this actually might have been a liability from Birdosaurus' side. And, clearly not an intentional one, obviously. It's just there's a chance that it happens. But that could be bad news for them. Kind of coming through that one. We'll have to see where that ends up panning out. As Milk is definitely going on the 4-5 angle here. And it's now time to build out the board. Can he find what's necessary in order to make this work?
Rainplusion getting a Tactician's Crown. All right. Also, I'm seeing Rainplusion had party favors. So that is going to be a lot of gold once we do get the amount of rockets. And here's that Ornn 2. That's a pretty big upgrade. That Ornn ult, the Ornn Horn, one of the most recognizable things in all of League of Legends. As we still don't have a Deja on this board. The Deja's playing hide and seek, it seems like, for a couple people.
I am a little bit worried about this. Is this strong enough? Because this was not the roll down that Milk had in mind. And at this point, it's just trying to build the strongest board you can and hope for the best. Your positioning is even fairly limited because of the better together and the fact that just your entire front line is basically melee at this point.
Okay, the Frozen Heart, though, is making the ultimates come much slower, but a little bit too much damage from the Yone to start.
Gosh.
Almost falls, but the Hextech Gunblade is going to help out. The ever-rare second Ornn ult appearing on the bench there and actually working. Milk, though, in last place. Definitely losing some steam so far in today's games. One more Bard would be a nice upgrade. We don't get it.
Oh, geez. Where does this go from here? Like, how do you actually build this out to the strongest board?
We have a really good front line, but, no damage.
It's like all the damage reliant on the Yone and then magnified by the Bard at this point. So the Bard is a big help in this angle because it's providing the Doots, which is taking up your chance to find that Deja. It's just, how long is that going to take?
This is a rough spot. I don't see Milk winning any rounds against anyone with an itemized carry at this point in time. You know, the thing about Yone is that he's a frontliner too, and so he's going to be really vulnerable to start things off unless he's able to do enough damage to start, and this is already a lot of value from this Yone that I don't think it necessarily deserves, as Rainplosion going to be getting those party favors up along with Metabolic and a Portable Forge. Yeah, some utility ones there, as Milk going to fall to 18 HP. This is the Dragon Treasure round as we move back over to Bertosaurus, who has just a casual Shio U2 on the bench. And this is going to be really frustrating for a lot of other people playing Dragons, right? Because every time that Tier 2 Dragon does switch over, I believe it does take them out of the pool.
Oh gosh,
so
Bert needs to find some defense items here. It's almost like nothing showed up the entire time from a defense perspective. My gosh, on this Treasure Dragon, he had to roll so many times and then settled effectively for defense.
Man, this, while it's so interesting where Pandora, it feels like eventually you should just hit the Deja, right? It doesn't seem like there are that many choices outside of, you know, the three that you're seeing on the board right now, plus Siphon. So let's see. It should only technically, right, 4 rounds should get us at least a Deja, and we finally get there. Imagine if we had Dragon's Den. For this too. That would have been, I think, the best augment choice for this board if we were able to get it. But now we have a Deja 2. Deja 3 will be rough to grab, but we could potentially get a random Deja 2 and just steal those away from everyone else.
I'm going to use the Shapeshifter as the frontline aspect as well. So I think that, you know, at this point, Bertosaurus is hunting down level 8 and to get the Heckrums online. In the meantime, it's just hoping that this is enough to really get the job done. But this corner got collapsed in on pretty early. Nico doesn't get the second slam off a stun on the Deja as well.
Death Stance, Death Stance.
Is this enough?
Oh my goodness. Oh. We did the same sound. Okay, so Bert barely losing that round. The Death Stance doing a lot of really good work. Here's another Deja 2. It is on Hydration's board, and the Deja loses both of those rounds.
Jason here, pretty strong board here, honestly. The Cannoneer Siphon is a decent angle for this one. We've been seeing that actually just like pop a couple of backlines. It's just that having that Cannoneer aspect, you know, attack a couple times, then you charge, and that hit already deals a lot of damage. But when you stack a Cannoneer on top of that, the timing of it like works out surprisingly well a lot of times. You have a Corki too. It's got decent items. You have a Frozen Heart to hit the backline. You've got a stacked Namzi in play right now. Chalky's still sitting on Swain, and with a Shyvana on Thieves' Gloves, not a bad board spot to be having here.
The Swain double shiv there. The longer the round goes, the Swain gets that much stronger. This used to be one of the best comps in the entire game. Static Shiv, QSS, and Rageblade Swain. But instead, we're going to put it all on the Dragons. Where are my Dragons? Well, they're right here on the board, my friends. That is a tanky Shyvana. Let's see where this are we going to get that last auto attack in? We should develop some health. Not enough. As the Shyvana one with a ton of HP there, does help take the round. And I also want to point out that Milk and Pocky might finish in the last 2 spots here. And if you look at the top, Chalky and Rainplosion have the opportunity to potentially take the day if the rest of the top 4 finish in the bottom 4.
It's a true story. Pockygom's sitting here in this bottom spot. You know, he doesn't really need something big to happen at this point. He's got 39 points in play. So Pockygom's pretty safe in terms of making it to the top 4 spot on this one. But Milk is now out of the running for the top 4 in that 8th place spot.
Low rolled.
And then you look at 6th through 4th right now, and it's 27, 30, and 39. This is still anyone's game.
All right, it is Hydration, and it is going to be a double Giant Slayer. Best friends, Edge of Night, Olaf, trying to make things happen. And so far, so good. The thrill keeping this team alive so far, but all the damage has already vanished. And this is just going to be another elimination. Pocky leaving the entire lobby open. When you're in control of your own destiny, you have to, cross the finish line and say that you're the winner. But now Pocky is going to need to depend on other players to try to keep him at the top spot. But what this does do, though, is makes everything a mystery on who will win this thing until the very end of this lobby.
I'm just stunned still by like how close these performances are. You know, Chalky taking a big hit in that one. Bertosaurus kind of clinging on at that bottom. Can they make it to that top 4 spot and then climb further than that as well? Again, you just need so many points at that spot. Robin just needs to have a strong performance in general. It looks like that's definitely shaping up. He did end up going with the legend to angle on this one, and is so close to this right now. 8 Volibears just hanging around.
But one of the items on... oh, never mind. So the Warmogs will pop off, I believe. So we have the Dragon Mancer Anivia with the Legend. So that's actually going to be doing a ton of damage. Where will the Volibear start, right? Because Volibear doesn't necessarily need to start on the primary target because of that AoE spread. We just got to get him ramped up so he can start whittling everyone in the backline down until he can get them there themselves. But the Deja already targeting, oh no, and that's the difference between QSS and not QSS in my opinion, when it comes to your long range, when it comes to your Volibear carry.
Robin just kind of slowly bleeding down here. Bertosaurus down to 3 HP. Chalky picks up a win in this one. Rainplosion continues the win streak as well, sitting at 76 health. Coming into this final spot, Rainplosion needed a top 4, and Bertosaurus was chasing down this Deja 3 angle. Oh my gosh, you actually have 3 rolls available for this if there's a Deja left in the pool.
Yeah, and you can just sell the Itis. So the question is, do you keep the Itis on the bench for Pandora's bench, or do you roll for it, right? We've actually seen a lot of people hit on their rolls. Bertosaurus, though, sitting in 8th place, not one of those people, so we're going to play it a little bit safer. I hope we win this round so we can see if this Deja 3 does pop up. This is a winnable round. We saw this lose against Deja not too long ago, and this Death Stance is going to be brutal against this particular team comp as well.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be so strong. Lots of CC coming down from Robin's side. The first wave hits, and now it's basically up to the Volibear to carry the rest of this out. Anivia's providing some strong damage in the back line, but this Volibear just does not have the sustain to cling on to this one. Deja is safe and sound. Robin taking a hit. A second dragon added to the bench here for Bertosaurus. That would have been the reason to not roll it down.
Is this happening? Animation. Once, if you see the animation... Oh! He made us... He scouted another bench. It's trolling us a little bit. All right, so 2 dragons still on Pandora's bench. We'll pick up another one if it shows up. We also have Hand of Justice here, which doesn't necessarily fall very well on anyone here, but could be good.
Yeah, this is a tier. This is what this is.
This is pretty much a tier, right? And we also have the Soraka to heal us back up. So we have the Jade healing too. Death Dance, Jade, and Soraka investing in this Deja right now.
I'm so excited to see if this pans out right now. I don't know if there's enough Dejas left in the pool. Obviously, it's hard for us to look around the board and figure it out right now.
Let's go.
Deja doesn't show up.
2 Itises, though. We could pick up another dragon. Oh, there it is! You can just hit! You can just hit Deja 3! Talk about a win condition. A lot of times players will wait until the very end of the round to hit the 3, so everyone's kind of still looking for those Dejas. But this pretty much means there are only 4 other Dejas, I believe, in the pool total now. That is why Milk wasn't able to get one, right? That's why Milk is in 8th place. And so now this is going to be up to Rainplosion to try to find a way to go up against it. This should win against every Deja comp that it goes up against.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe that this actually ends up happening. This is the second time today that I've made like a suggestion about someone hitting a 3-star unit at a high cost, and they've done so. Bertosaurus dominates the board with the second sweep. Z-Hydration taking a hit. Jason Java is falling out in 6th place right now. Robin wins the round. Chalky looks like that they cannot be eliminated in this particular round, but they are going to take a hit here in this spot. Chalky is hunting down a top 4. Bertosaurus no longer feels on the precipice of elimination thanks to this 3-star Deja. Robin, however, is right there with him at this point. So for Rainplosion sitting at 86 right now, and Bertosaurus having a 3-star Deja, can they overcome it with this much time and the position they have against this? They know what they're going to be facing against, very likely. How can you make the most of this?
All right, Shyvana 2 is a great start. We might have to put that Bard in. Deja 3. I don't think I've seen that since the set was on PBE. Okay, and it's also got a lot of
Oh
defense
my
on it
gosh.
as well. We have a lot of front line. We have the Death Stance. We have the Soraka as well. One ultimate is usually all you would need here. Let's see if it hits the Swain. It does. It's actually pretty close. Okay.
It looked a lot
Couldn't
closer
quite
than
see
actually
the- yeah,
was,
it
but
couldn't
Chalky
quite
doesn't
see
live
the-
through it.
Couldn't quite see the top of the HP totals there. Chalky gets eliminated in 5th place. Bertosaurus doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And Deja 2 is going to
Robin
eliminate
gets knocked
Robin
out!
here. So Robin gets locked out. Is this Rainplosion's lobby? Is this going to happen? Will Rainplosion win their second ever main tournament? Only started competitive in set 6. Did very well in Astral Cup, and now is this a coronation? Is this someone moving from new guard to the old guard here with Rainplosion? She is going to try to make it happen, but first she has to get through Hydration and Bertosaurus, and the unfortunate thing for Rainplosion is Bertosaurus has a Deja 3.
Do you have time to overcome this? Is there a way to overcome it without assembling your own 3-star unit? And when you look at this, the reason this 3-star unit exists is because of Pandora's Bench. That is how Bertosaurus got to the spot. You no longer have that assistance available to you from any angle. It is just by the nature of the roles that this can happen. Dehydration taking a hit in this spot. Rainplosion sitting at 77 health right now. Going up against the Ghost in this spot. I still can't believe that my eyes are seeing a 3-star Deja on that other side of the board.
Man, seeing that 3-star Deja one-shot the other Deja, right, was something. That is for sure. Everyone that remains past this round. Couple emblems. We got some stats for everybody. Let's see where everyone is going to go. 3 players remain in this final lobby.
The metabolic accelerator is actually just comedic here. Just zoom it around this board. You're the only player left to pick an item. This is a pretty stacked board, and there is a lot of gold. You do have a champion duplicator as well on Rainplosion's side. Can she assemble something that is going to be even more powerful here? You have the Tactician's Crown to go along with this. What's the angle here? How do you find yourself in a victory against that? You do have a Zephyr as well on your back line that can buy you some time. It just feels like the stars have to align despite the fact that the stars have aligned.
We can see all of the constellations right now. Tons of value item-wise, too. Tactician's Crown, Yasuo 2, right? We've got so much. And we also look at these augments, too. We got Party Favors and Metabolic. You already mentioned the Metabolic. We were at 77 last time, 79 this time. The Party Favors was able to get us a lot of economy. Are we going to be able to get through this Deja now? It looks like it's going to be a tough. Ascension going to be doing it. Not that much. Lulu, I don't really see how this Deja 3 loses at all.
You're going to have to, again, you're going to have to put together like your own 3-star composition or just CC the crap out of this Deja. You don't really have other options. So it's a full style of board transition or finding a 3-star unit. I think it's the only way that Rainplosion actually defeats this unit being in play. Does Rainplosion, my next question behind that would be, does Rainplosion need a victory in the lobby to have a victory in the tournament right now? Sitting at 36 points coming into this one, Robin is already out of the mix, Pokygom was already out of the mix, and they placed in the bottom 4, both of them.
I think that might be the case, but let's, have the official mathematicians that we've hired on the back end do it to make sure everything is nice and good, especially with those tie breaks. I'm sure that's going to need to happen for this final 8. Corki, Sona in the corners. Lulu has been a very big difference maker with a lot of these Deja 2s, but again, this is a Deja 3. The Shroud, though, keeping that Deja at bay for just a little while. That's not stacking as quickly as they would want. Idis actually not taking a ton of damage there on that first Deja ultimate, but this is Spell Sword, so every single time you see that Deja auto attack, it gets even stronger. But this is actually looking all right now. Yasuo is there. Soraka is starting to heal. Was enough damage done already.
In the middle of this fight from Rainplosion's side. The Yasuo getting isolated in the corner and not being able to take down that Corki in time is what won Rainplosion that fight in that spot. So a very solid win, but again, the big question is, how do you defeat this board that Bertosaurus has put together? can you put together a win here, or is Bertosaurus going to absolutely clutch the stars aligning of the stars aligning and finding the Deja 3 in one of the most hunted compositions of the tournament so far?
You know, we said, oh, it'd be cool to get a Zoe 3 in this game, but we got the Deja 3 instead. And again, like you said, the fact that it is just so contested throughout the entire day, and we were able to get it through Pandora's Bench, which is a pretty controversial augment, right? We're still kind of running with it, but I mean, Deja 3 speaks for itself. It took all the way to 5 HP to get there, but that win condition has been unlocked. The Corky pops up a lot of things on the bench.
Pike 3, you have a champion duplicator. Another Bard shows up, one more Bard, and you have a Bard 3. That is a very long stasis that takes place if that can get assembled here. You also have the Soraka 3 angle. Because the Bard has been taking up these percentage rolls the entire time, all of these are still viable aspects.
Oh, yeah. Oh, unfortunately, we did not roll into any of those 5-cost Tier 3 units. The Bard was really close. We have that Duplicator. We also have Morello's that, you know, is just hanging out on the bench because we have a good one for the Sona. But that is AP just left off on the bench. It's hard. Oh, no. It's hard to stay happy or positive when you just get one shot by this Deja 3 and your carries can't do anything about it.
Oh, my gosh. And Bertosaurus already hunting down Bards to try to deny this angle as well. This is a very wise angle to take to close out this game. Does not shift into a Bard. It's rolling down for
no
these.
Bard. Still no Bard. Bert has a Bard on the bench, making the chances substantially lower for this Tier 3 5-cost unit. How crazy would it be if we got a Zoe 3 and then a Bard 3 in consecutive lobbies here in the Jade Cup? Bertosaurus getting those 5-cost units on Pandora's bench might be able to lock in a Yasuo 2 potentially, but do we even need it? That is a win more situation. We're actually going to frontline the Deja, so we're going to get a lot of this damage right away. The Eternal Winter, though, is going to keep us kind of... the Eternal Winter is going to slow us down, definitely.
Oh gosh, the sweep is just so powerful.
Yeah.
It really is going to be the race for another 3-cost unit on Rainplosion's side. And it's crazy that this is how it's leading down. Bertosaurus has been at 5 health for it's like 3 stages now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the number's right there. 8 rounds in a row so far, right, with that. And we get a Yasuo, too. That is just a win-more situation. That's starting your day off with dessert and ending it with dessert as well. Bertosaurus should have this locked up. It's just a matter of when, most likely. Could be a difference maker if we do get a Tier 3 5-cost unit for Rainplosion, but that does not seem to be the case anymore as the Bards have left the bench.
So as soon as that second Bard gets found, that's all the Bards in the game. You cannot find another one because there's 9 of them.
Okay, here we go. Deja in the front line once more. Once we get through the itis, is usually all they wrote. And the angle from this Deja in the front row is going to cover most of the team comp for Rainplosion. You're seeing it here, and everyone gets one shot except for a couple of those units. The Yasuo did make it onto the Deja, but it, again, just wasn't enough. The Yasuo needs to kill everything else and then get to the Deja and then get those last couple hits, and that just isn't going to happen. Rainplosion... It seems like they're walking the plank right now. She's had such an amazing day. We'll probably end up on top again. We'll make that official once we have all of the math down. But we have one more round to go after this. Deja 3 probably going to complete the run back here for Bertosaurus.
It's just nuts to see that one unit can be that powerful of a difference in this one. Rainplosion had over 70 health. The health total has been ticking up over the entire game. The Pandora's bench and then rolling into that has been the difference here. And now the roll down for the Soraka 3 has begun. Can you restore enough health that it becomes a reality factor that you can extend the game even further?
Are we gonna get stage? How crazy would it be if they both had Soraka and we just were stuck here? Forever. Okay, so we do have the Nico along with the Deja now in that front line. Soraka 3. Oh, man, now there's a difference maker. Who is going to reign supreme? The Soraka 3. Look at all that healing. Is there anti-heal on this side of the board yet? I have no clue so far. Doesn't look like it, as everyone seems to be fine, but one-shots the Soraka, and that is Spell Sword. You know, sometimes I think we, forget what the Mirage is, but here it is Spell Sword, and that second ult is just so much stronger than the first one, one-shotting that Soraka.
But Rainplosion went up to 80-something health. in that fight because of the star color trait. You now have enough time to piece together a board that can maybe take down this Asia.
I have literally never seen Stage 8. I did not know. I wonder if the game completely changes once we get to Stage 8. Everyone gets a new board or we hit sudden death or something, but that can definitely happen. If Bertosaurus wins another round, we are for sure going to Stage 8. But the longer this goes, the longer Rainplosion has to get those Tier 3 5-cost units. Oh! Okay, so Bertosaurus is going to take this.
All right, a bit of a surprise finish on that spot there.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, a little anticlimactic, but Rainplosion won.
Whoa. Did we just watch a Soraka 3 vaporize the entire board?
Oh, was
Because
that?
she has 100 health.
That's
When
right.
Rainplosion hits 100 health, the
I've
Soraka
never
Starfall
seen that
vaporizes the
before.
Deja 3 board.
I just assumed it was the PvE round still for some reason. Right? I was just doing my thing, and, I blinked, and it was the end.
I forgot that was the 3-star trait on the Soraka at that point.
There are so many poetic things about what just happened. The fact, one, that we got to end the tournament with a Soraka 3 vaporizing the entire board at 100 HP. The fact that it was the second 3-star 5 cost in a row after seeing Pokygom Zoe do the same thing. And the fact that it came down to the old guard versus the new blood rising up and Rainplosion taking that final game. Boop, Nathan, I feel like you're both probably a bit speechless watching that happen, but also, Boop, I know you're never actually speechless, so just tell me what you're thinking in this moment.
That was one of the fastest rounds of TFT that you will ever see, right? That was, y'all saw it, right? That it can speak for itself.
There are many things to be said. It actually doesn't matter because the scores are ready. We're going to get to them. We want to see how this tournament ended up. Rainplosion taking that final game. We'll see if it was enough for her to take the tournament, and it was! Rainplosion with a first place finish and a Soraka 3 taking the tournament over the old guard of Teamfight Tactics, Nathan.
It's such an incredible finish on this one for Rainplosion as well. Not only do you have it by assembling a 3-star 5-cost unit at the very end of the game and then having that 3-star trait vaporize the opposing board, but you also did it via the tournament formatting here. 3 bonus points. 3 bonus points took place. You only needed 1 of them, but you had 3. And that's what the difference between the first and second place is here. The bonus points that are earned from Rainplosion via the Day 3 performance.
Boop, you have been singing the praises of Rainplosion since the event has started. And just talk to me a little bit about what it means for the new blood to come up in a tournament like this where really it's more open than normal and it allows for the new blood to come up. What does it mean to see someone like Rainplosion take this tournament?
Well, it gives a lot of people hope. Right? I think there's a lot of familiar names that you expect to do really, really well, right? But when someone's able to break through like this, you might be able to reflect and say, you know what, this can be me. It can actually be me going into a lobby with Robin and Milk and, a former pro player in another game, Chalky, right? Pocky, everyone in here has history, right? So when Rainplosion comes in and is able to do this, it really gives everyone else the opportunity to say they can too, right? Because I think Rainplosion's story is super exciting, right? They, thought that they could do well, and then now that they're here, and they did it, right? They put their mind to something, and they were able to achieve that goal. So Rainplosion, it gives hope for a lot of people, but you also got to be a little selfish and say, you know what, you were probably one of the best players throughout the entire weekend, right? I don't think there was a single 8th place for her the entire time. So one of the most consistent players, and also this kind of happened in Astral. So this wasn't like the biggest surprise in the entire world, but winning the lobby after 4 days, 3 points ahead, that's super surprising.
Rainplosion has been putting on a clinic all weekend long. It certainly is a well-deserved win. I feel like it's also appropriate, Nathan, at this time to give some credit to the old guard that we've been singing the praises of all tournament long. Pokygom, Bertosaurus, Robin, a lot of these names, Milk also showing up in the top 8. There are players who are consistently showing themselves to be the mainstays in TFT no matter what patch or set comes their way.
This is a big part of variable games too, is not just winning tournaments, but it is just making that mark of where you have the opportunity to win the tournament. The more that shows up, the stronger that player is. At the end of the day, variables still are part of the tiebreaker factor of that, but it's not just the variables, it's finding the way to take advantage of them and then utilize that for the victory. The more opportunities you have show up here, that's a stamp on that resume that shows strength. And so when you see those names cropping up again and again, it's a big deal. But ultimately, at the moment, that win is the biggest deal. Rainplosion taking the first here is just, and again, like you said, with a clinic as well. 0 8th place finishes. When I look at the days of this Jade Cup, it looks like to me, 0 8th place finishes.
Okay, listen, we are going to have a couple words with Rainplosion, hopefully in a little bit. I do want to say a couple closing words before we get into that short break and get to hear some words from Rainplosion herself. That we want to take a second quick and thank our partners over at Ball Street Fantasy TFT. Listen, there's no more games going on, no other way to play the game, but you can still show your support. You can go to fantasytft.com or get the Fantasy TFT app on your smartphone. Check out all of the best guides, rankings, podcasts, the TFT drama. The central hub of teamfight tactics lives on fantasytft.com. So I want to encourage everyone who's watching right now, check out fantasytft.com and our partners over at Ball Street. Now, Nathan, Boop, we're going to go and be back in just a couple minutes for a quick interview with Rainplosion, or hopefully Rainplosion, or another top performer on the day. So all of you viewers at home, don't go anywhere. We'll catch you after the break. and welcome back. We're here joined by Rainplosion herself, the winner of the Jade Cup. When the dust has settled, all that is left is the pieces of Starfall and any remains that Soraka may have left of the enemy team. Rainplosion, just tell me, this has been a tournament full of the old guard, the new guard. We've talked a lot about it throughout the broadcast. How does it feel to win a tournament of this caliber, so stacked from top to bottom?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I never went into the tournament like really expecting myself to win. I knew that even if I was the best player in the tournament, it would always be a long shot with like so many stacked players. So I decided to just like do the best I could every single game, except for the troll games where I troll a little. Aside from those, I just played the best as I could, and then somehow at the end, I exited the game and I was like, wait, I went first. And Robin didn't go first. Maybe I won.
So
Yeah,
you didn't know-
it's super exciting. Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
super
no, I
exciting, and
yeah.
it's
I was
super
saying-
exciting. My hands were shaking the entire time. My hands still are shaking a little bit. It was such a great experience.
So you didn't know that you had locked it up until like the very end.
I didn't know. Apparently, I'd won the moment that Robin and Shocky went out or something. I was told, but I went into the game like I was like maybe this first place makes a difference. I didn't know. I was like, I have to fucking beat a Deja Spellsword Deja 3. Oh no.
I think there's something to be said,
I had no clue.
Rainplosion, about showing up and putting on a clinic multiple days in a row. I mean, it's not like you scraped by yesterday or the first weekend. You didn't limp into the competition. You actually showed up. And I think something a lot of people talk about is that when it comes to tournaments, having a good meta read is a part of it, and also the fundamentals. What do you think is it that gave you the edge over the competition in this event?
Oh, I will actually start off by saying I did barely limp in week 1. I like barely made cutoff 2 times, but I blame it on the fact that I had to play on 500 ping. So like I'm not gonna count myself out for that.
Sure.
Week 2 though, I don't know if I had a particularly good meta read. There's like a lot of IRL stuff I was pretty busy with, and it definitely took like experiencing the tournament to realize just exactly how strong Spellsword Deja is, because I'm gonna be completely real. Solo queue doesn't always tell you what the most broken stuff is. It's definitely very helpful, and I definitely think I identified the two strongest consistent lines, which were Jade and Corki, and I was familiar with both comps. So even though I didn't have like as much practice on this patch as I would have liked, I felt very comfortable with a meta that very much suited my playstyle. And yeah.
I think comfort is always something that people come back to in a tournament setting. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the way you see your play style there. I think, when we think of a lot of the tournament greats, people fall back on players like Sox for being super creative, building fluid boards, or Robin for having a game plan, preparation focused, playing narrow lines. How would you actually describe your play style throughout this tournament?
Fast 10 and roll once, die. Okay, but aside from the two games where I went like fast 10, I rolled once and it did nothing for me. I think one way to describe it is I'm a very greedy player. I try to maximize every single advantage I can, and some of that is part of just like playing through like 2 lines which I know are strong, I know can win lobbies. For example, in the last game, I got dropped 2 Olafs on neutrals. I sold them both because this Olaf unit cannot win me the lobby, so I basically played for the win out this tournament, and it worked very well for me.
I feel like that has to come into play a bit here from the win out perspective. Just the lobbies that you're in against and the competition that you're faced with at this point. It feels like that has to be the case. And so I want to draw this back to, you mentioned that you did pretty well, except for a couple of troll games that took place. What exactly do you mean by those? Like, describe those games to me.
if you watch my stream, every single game I was looking for the Volibear angle because I hadn't because Volibear is such a fun unit that I was trying like every single game I was like, okay, can I play Volibear from this spot? I want to play Volibear from this spot. And unfortunately on week 1, there arrived a spot where I could actually play Volibear, and it was the fastest 6th I've ever seen in my life. Especially after I sold 6 Dragonmancer, I sold 6 Dragonmancer, and then I died with 5 Dragonmancer in. So it was a fun game. Basically,
Everybody
I
gets
just need
one.
to. Yeah, it was a for fun game. It was a for fun game.
All right, I'll open the floor. Boot, back to you. Anything else you want to ask for inclusion before we go?
So, when it comes to kind of like your history, who would you say are your like biggest influences within the community? Is there anyone who kind of like helped you prep going into today to get you into that top spot? And or is there like a specific streamer that you really look up to that kind of got you in here?
I have a couple shoutouts here. So first off, from my beginnings, I guess I first got interested in competitive TFT like late set. Is it 6 or 6.5? I don't really remember. But I started watching Asa, and that was like my foundation for learning a lot about like high elo TFT. I still watch Asa a lot, and definitely he's like helped me with watching him has helped me a lot with my Corki lines, and I attribute a lot of my success on like my 5 Corki games today in large part to Asa. But beyond that, this also like leans into the shoutouts. I'm part of this Discord community, which I'm not really sure we have a name. I guess like the Donkey Kong TFT, but consists of, if you've seen on the ladder, it's Dino Dan, Asian Gucci Squad, Haru Kawamaki, and DK. We sort of like just started talking to each other in set 7 PBE when we just were looking for in-houses. And we've been just like helping each other get through tourneys, and they've helped me so much prepping, VOD reviewing, and yeah, I attribute a lot of my success to them.
Cool.
All right.
They
in
unfortunately
closing,
all got a day 2'd, but
carried on the banner for them.
it happens.
Congratulations again, Rain Pollution. This is a hallmark win for you. I hope you can really hold on to this and carry it on in the future. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more of you. Obviously, you have the automatic invitation in mid-set finale. So we'll all be rooting for you to keep up your incredible rookie year, see where it lands you by the end of it. Now I think we'll just turn it over to me, Boop, and Admirable as we give some closing thoughts on the night. I want to give you the floor first, Nathan. I mean, you've had a lot of thoughts, and there's a lot that we've come out of this tournament with. I mean, obviously, you've started the entire tournament talking about the clash of philosophies. I think we've seen that quite a bit come to fruition today.
It felt like the gods battle at the end as well. A 3-star Deja versus a 3-star Soraka. I mean, after a 3-star Zoe game takes place on Pocky God's side. Yeah, I changed the M with a D there at the end. It's just been such a weekend of TFT on this one. But really, I have to show my bias as we're ending on this one. Chalky has been a close friend of mine for a number of years at this point, and they made it to the top 4 of this one. Big Chalky, let's go!
All right, Boop, closing thoughts. Let me know. What are you walking away with this tournament with?
I mean, just congratulations to Rain Implosion. I mean, kind of piggyback off of what Admirable said, I think we all may have forgotten that we started with a Xayah 3 win today, right? So we started with the rarity when it comes to today. We should have kind of taken that cue and been like, maybe we're in for a really crazy day of TFT, but man, I don't know how you can come up with any other highlights other than, tier 3 5-cost units like Zoe with 9 Shimmer Scale in one lobby, and then Deja 3, Soraka 3 in literally the very next lobby. I think the big thing here is that Deja was definitely the most popular carry, but not the most popular lobby winner when it came to a lot of today as well. So we saw kind of like a good split between the Corki as well. So Deja, definitely a great way to climb if you want to get that 1st or 8th. You can get there, but in terms of Jade Cup, there's at least 4 Dejas per lobby, and because of that, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of Dejas outside of our lobbies as well.
I gotta say, we're walking away from this tournament with a lot of beautiful things that really took place. We have Setsuko rising to the occasion and making a deep run, really trying to break that chip off his shoulder. We have the old guard, Pokigam and Bertosaurus returning to the top 8 once again. We have the new guard rising up, Rainplosion taking the tournament over a stacked field. And I want to call back to something you said at the top of yesterday's show, Nathan, that it's not the top 10 or top 15 anymore. TFT is deep and its roots run very far into the North American scene. I think it's fair to say this is just the beginning, and if the Jade Cup is this good, the mid-set finale is going to be even better. You can find all the information you need about that on GiantSlayer.tv/TFT Esports about when the mid-set finale will come. And all I can say is thank you to everyone who's been watching. This has been an incredible weekend of teamfight tactics here at the Jade Cup. From me, all of the broadcast, all of the crew, I just want to say thank you for enjoying this weekend with us. Be good to each other. We'll catch you next time.